Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbra Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope,
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. May like heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but actually gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Ebbies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right, it's Monday. Monday, fun day. Monday, news day. Folks, we are live. We are alive, and there is a lot to talk about on this beautiful Monday. Loving the American flag, blue suit king. Yeah, you already know what it is. This is not an algae green. This is an American flag blue suit. You're not in Denver. Yes, I'm not in Denver because Francesca Hong is here. And obviously, I'm going to be interviewing her. And that's the reason why I'm here and not in Denver. But I will be in Denver tomorrow. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Is the time maroon color contrasting? Am I not allowed to contrast colors? You said on the pod you'd be in Denver Monday for what it's worth. Okay, well, I was wrong. I lied. I'm a liar. Okay, sue me. Anyway, did you open a suit shop? It's a suit clinic, baby. I'm doing a suit clinic. Anyway, it'll be Francesca Hong will be here at 2 p.m. Pacific time. We'll get to that, but this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. This is a Tuscany leather suit. You already know what it is. It's designed in Florida. Designed in Florida. Made in Tuscany. It's all leather, and inside of it, it actually says, you can't tell, but inside of it, the inlining says, future looks bright. Okay. And I am, of course, wearing my future looks bright Tuscany leather shoes that also say, I'm a numbers guy on the inside, and underneath the soles, it says, future looks bright. Welcome to the Valuetainment broadcast. We are valuetaining you today. Okay. You already know we are here to valuetain. Is Hong Day. Francesca Hong is going to be on the broadcast. We're going to be talking to her. I'm going to be asking her some questions. I'm going to be asking her about some numbers. Okay. I'm going to be asking her about some numbers. I know you like the number. We are going to figure it out. Okay. We're going to ChatGPT it. We are going to grok it. I'm Patrick Bet David. Welcome to the Valuetainment. Please don't do a PPD voice when you have her on. No, I'm going to do a PPD voice the entire time when she's here. Anyway, as far as personal news goes, you already know I'm a chud-ass loser. I got nothing going on, okay? I got nothing going on in my life. What did I do last night? Nothing. Literally nothing. I had some watched some YouTube videos. I've officially devolved. I'm not even watching TV shows anymore. I've devolved into watching YouTube videos, which is even somehow weaker than that. And yeah, Michael from Pennsylvania. Shout out to the Michael from Pennsylvania community. Michael from Taiwan. Michael from not Chinese Taipei, but Taiwan. Michael from Hong Kong. Yeah, that's right. Heard y'all raised a little bit of money for Francesca Hong. And we're gonna obviously have to outdo you. I don't know how. That's going to be a little bit difficult. You're making my life harder, and I don't appreciate it. I'll be honest. I don't appreciate it. Skoda's really wrecking our shit. This AMA, yeah. 34 grand is too much. It's too much. All right. Prage Hasan uses a blast off meme today. Took me better half morning to draw and design. Yes. Mike has a better DSA hat than you. What the fuck is this? That's the DSA hat that he got. Unfortunately, MK DSA didn't get the memo this summer in Los Angeles right now, so Mike prefers MA DSA's hats to their beanie. Here from Mike's stream, heard you're a young up-and-comer. Yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, brother and Abdul in his convincing text have been sucking me dry, moneyless now. Okay, well, we're gonna have to pony up. Okay. But yeah, chud-ass loser style. You already know. I woke up early this morning, and guess what? I woke up early this morning, and I worked out, and I am weak. I'm a weak ass bitch. I mean, I've lost a decent amount of weight. It's like Slut Boy Summer is almost back on the menu, right? But problem is, I'm a weak ass bitch. I'm straight up weak. Like I'm actually weak. I was doing 2 plates and I was having a hard time putting up 2 plates. Trying to do 5 for 5. Very limited rest period in between, and I was literally having a hard time doing it. I'm trying to get to decent amount of shape before my 35th birthday so I can post meat again on the timeline. I am a little worried, of course, that, you know, what if this weight that I'm losing is being shaved off my meat? Can't have that. Anyway, put the fucking hat back on. It's Denver Democratic Socialists of America time, okay? At least for the day. At least until tomorrow. You ever get shoulder pain from the bench? Yes. Can you ask Hong whether she supports annexing the Upper Peninsula from Michigan? Sure, I got you. Do you work out in your suits now? Yes. I mean, I quite literally did do that on the day of the election. I did do that. I did some pull-ups for Claire Valdez, and she won by like 20. So who's to say my pull-ups didn't pull people in to go and vote for Claire? Supreme Court deals 3 losses to Trump and 1 big win. We're going to be talking about that. Obviously, it's Supreme Court morning. DSA is looking to replicate New York and Colorado tomorrow for mail-out Kiros. Phone banks every day through Tuesday. Organizers expect to knock on 100K doors. It's on the Home Plans campaign in state on primary day and host phone bank marathon for Kiros, which we have already hosted. William Steakin, you're William Slackin, okay? William Steakin, more like William Slackin. We've already hosted and organized phone banks. The first night that we did a phone bank, we called 110,000 number. I know you like the number. We did a number. The number is ChatGPT it, Grok it. It doesn't matter. 110,000 phone calls being made, including by famous names such as Toby Durden, who is actually running as a Republican in the governor race, in the gubernatorial race in South Dakota. Toby Durden was also on the calls, smiling and dialing. Yeah, this article also showed that Julia is actually polling closer than previously thought. That's going to be a tougher run, I think, but we'll start there. We'll start our story there. I didn't even blast off yet, so let me do that real quick, and then let me do that real quick, and then we will get to the news. You know, I know you like the number. Is Patrick Bet David? Let me do a blast off real quick. Turby-dur-dur, turby-dur-dur, running for governor in South Dakota. All right, Iran-U.S. peace back on. Hogwatch, America 250 fail. SCOTUS defeats and victories for Trump. Iran-U.S. peace back on. Hogwatch, America 250 fail. Colorado Dems brace for socialism, ? Francesca Hong for Wisconsin governor. In the building later. Denver tomorrow. Get in now. Yeah, science you. No bless you in this. We don't do bless yous around these parts. We say science you. And not only do we say science you, we also maybe we say socialism you. Okay. Florida article about the Oliver Larkin event. Yeah. Oh, before I forget, yeah, I have an Oliver Larkin event later tonight as well. Phone banking, rallying, or not phone banking, but like a fundraiser thing. Your old Turby Durden cosplay resurfaced? Yeah, I see what y'all are saying, and the answer is yes. By the way, I get it now. Oh God, how I miss you, long hair Hasan. People are so funny. Like this was so hit or miss. Okay, this was so hit or miss. Not getting a redistrict here in Colorado. Colorado Supreme Court rejects Democrats' ballot measures asking voters to redraw state's congressional map. In 2 unanimous decisions Monday, the state Supreme Court ruled that the effort violated the single subject requirement in the state constitution. Stupid Sexy Hasan song I promised I would send.
Hasan, now everybody's watching Stupid Sexy Hasan.
What the hell is this? Oh, nah. All right. You got an STR on Nick NMP Law's tier list?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Now hear me out. He pioneered the politics meta. He has had 50 to 30,000 subs for the better part of a decade. His views are really good. And now he's even pioneering actually doing real stuff in the real world.
Like?
Marches, meeting politicians, interviewing them, doing a whole bunch of stuff. And
he does not want any of that shit. He's like, dude, Soda Poppin is like, I don't even want to broach the subject. I don't like the number. That's what he's saying.
He's sexy. S. Go ahead.
All right. This is rage bait.
He's so mad. Why are you so mad, bruh? Why are you so mad? The chat probably was mauling so hard. Let me see this. Again, once again, I don't give a shit one way or another. Shouts out to Nick Pollum. One of my only ride or dies out here. I always forget how autistic people are on this platform. Like, guys, literally none of this matters. Okay, you need to calm down. They're memeing. They're making jokes. I don't think Soda Poppin hates me. I don't think he gives a shit. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now hear me out.
L. Brain Dead Take. Writing. Hate him. Spreading propaganda. Yeah. For the online gamer dweebs, dude, I am literally persona non grata. Public enemy number one. It's so funny. Soda likes you but hates politics as a whole. No, I know. They still use that clip with him and you talking about Hezbollah. I know. It's so funny. It's awesome. Asmold was pissed at where his rating was. He took it seriously, Law. I know. It's so funny because like a couple of years ago when XQC rated me like low or something, I don't even remember what it was. And I was like, yeah, he fucking sucks. And then everyone made such a big deal out of it. But of course, when Asmongold is like shitting in his pants because he got rated low, all of a sudden, no controversy there, you know, because all these fucking losers, dude, they can't deal with a world where like their favorite content creator is you know, just as narcissistic as their least favorite content creator is. Soda Poppin just wants the gaming only Twitch back really badly. It's not just politics. He doesn't want chatting streamers and RL streams either. No, I know. He's the OG. Soda Poppin is a OG streamer, and as one of the OG streamers, he like literally does the whole like old man shtick. In this space, the old man shtick is like, Twitch was much better back in the day when everybody played video games. Like, it's fine. You know, shit changes, man. It evolves, right? Like, it evolves. It is what it is. But I mean, there is. I will say this much: Twitch did change for the worse in some ways. Roach fans were mad you didn't take it seriously and said to wait 24 hours that you would end up malding. I don't care. Why would I? Guys, that's so funny. I don't care about this stuff. I'm doing other adult things. I care about getting socialists elected in the Congress. I care about changing American politics. If a bunch of Twitch streamers don't rate me positively or whatever, it's, it is what it is. I understand. I'm not for everybody. I'm not for everybody. There's not much I can do about it, folks. I'm not for everybody. And especially not for a lot of gamers who decided that free healthcare is actually bad for them. They don't want it. They don't want free healthcare. They will never fight for it. And socialism killed 17 gorillion people. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I haven't been doing a lot of streamer related stuff. Things. I should though. I should. And I'll move back into that sphere eventually. Once these fucking midterms are over, I think. Once these midterms are over, we'll do chat vice. We'll do collabs again. But for the time being, it's tough. It's tough for me to occupy both of these spaces at the same time, especially because all the work that I put in one space in the political sphere is now moving into the influencer sphere as well, because of all the work that I'm doing in the political sphere. A lot of the big media outlets are now covering me like I'm an enemy of the state. And I think if you're a normie streamer and you hear that the federal government is trying to prosecute me for an aid delivery mission to Cuba, you don't think about that as wow, this is a right-wing fascist government coming after a person for wanting to do right by others. They think, oh my God, this guy's a literal fucking terrorist. And I have advertisements that I need to keep up with. And I don't want, I can't collab with a literal terrorist that the federal government's after. My advertisers will get mad and I won't be able to continue getting advertising. What the hell is this? The Patriot Post. Play Mecha Chameleon with OTV friends. You promised us gaming like a good Among Us game. Yes, I do want to play Mecha Chameleon. It's just that setting it up is difficult, is what I'm saying. I want to do it. I'm going to be honest. The fun stuff feels like it's never coming back. That's a bygone era. I don't think it's a bygone era. Is that one of your good suits? It looks soft. It's one of my best suits. True, I'm starting to become a hater watcher. 4 months straight of zero fun. It's taking a toll, Unc. Okay, man. I mean, we're doing something here. It's fucking, it's tough. It's tough to balance it. Okay, I apologize. We need the mouse suit back soon. All right. I feel like we're fomenting a rebellion in this chat, and I don't like it. Okay, I don't like it. Put the blast off in the bag, little bro. Okay, let's put the blast offs in the bag, little bro. Let's put the phone banks in the bag, little bro. Let's open up the walls for Francesca Hong later. Okay, Michael from Pennsylvania. He came in through perfidy, scooped my interview, and then is fundraising crazy style. Okay, this has not gone unnoticed. Okay, I don't like that he is. I don't like that he fucking fundraised like that. Bring these reacts back after the elections. New chat won't even know what it used to be like. Okay, man. I know. I will. We will fucking bring fun reacts back. I'm trying to incorporate it already. I'm trying to add it in. Unnecessary shots at you. What is this? New York City, LA is the most cursed combo. Either you're an Angelino in New York, go home, you're not a New Yorker, or you're a New Yorker in LA. If you can tolerate life there, you lose your New Yorker status. That's crazy. Excuse me. Why not both? Oh yeah, I saw CNN deleted tweets on Daria Liza Avila Chevalier's account had favorable references to communist leaders and Marxism. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier maintained a since deleted Twitter account which with repeated sympathetic references to communism, Marxist ideology, and Soviet figures, including Vladimir Lenin. She said Vladimir Lenin's only crime was that he was a white man or something like that. One archive retweet from 2020 quoted Asada Shakur, the former Black Liberation Army member who in 1977 was convicted in the murder of a New Jersey state trooper before later escaping prison and fleeing to Cuba. In the quote, Shakur said she preferred Ho Chi Minh, Kim Il-sung, Che, or Fidel Castro before studying Marx and Lenin because two white dudes had made contributions to the revolutionary struggle. that were too great to be ignored. I mean, yeah, what's the problem? Like, you can't, okay, we live in 2026, okay? You can't look at this and be like, that's unacceptable. It's not the Cold War anymore, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you can't, on the one hand, abide by an inherently white supremacist structure while simultaneously claiming that you are a liberal and therefore oppose white supremacy. Because Assata Shakur was fighting against white supremacy, okay? That's what she was doing. That's what she was doing. You can't just be like, rah, 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 this is a terrorist. And also, regardless of her, alleged actions, is really funny to be like, she retweeted a quote that from Shakur, who preferred Ho Chi Minh, Kim Il-sung, Che, or Fidel before studying Marx and Lenin because two white dudes that made contributions to the revolutionary struggle that were too great to be ignored. That quote in and of itself is basic introductory works to Marxism, to socialism, to communism, but also towards anti-colonial struggle. What are we doing? You know who else read this shit? Woke General Mark Milley. Okay? How are you any different than Fox News being like, woke, lip-tarded gay General Mark Milley read Mao Zedong? How dare you? Like, what are we supposed to do? Close our eyes, plug our ears, and be like, la, la, la. These important contributions to the revolutionary struggle should not be read. Yeah, you know who else read this shit and internalized it? Van Jones did. And he's getting paid, I don't even know, God knows how much, to be on to be on CNN every night to cry tears, real tears, for Joe Brandon. Yeah, during the global war on terror, you were expected to read the Little Red Book at West Point. Yeah, it's so funny to be like, we can't read this stuff. You're not allowed to read this stuff. What are you talking about? Like, you cannot, no matter how hard you try, liberals want to make this into, oh, well, what about reading the works of Adolf Hitler? It's like, first of all, you should read everything regardless. But secondly, there is no comparison between successful anti-colonial, anti-fascist revolutionary struggle by revolutionary figures and the works that they put down. Okay. Paralyzed Pendant Plug. Thank you for the 10 gifted community subs. Okay. I gave 10. What the fuck? But you cannot compare like Fidel Castro to Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean? Unless you're a fucking insane person, right? Like, that's what's so funny about a lot of these liberals, would they be like, well, Fidel was an enemy of the American state. Okay, Fidel was an enemy of the American state. Like, is that your only assessment? That's the only way that you analyze this stuff, where you're like, well, I've been told this is a bad guy, so I don't really care. You know, I've been told this is a bad guy. Okay, well, you can make up your own mind on whether you think he was doing something wrong or not. You know? Yeah, by the way, the American state, in this case, is the CIA. Exactly. Yeah, Michael Lang broke down the numbers. By the way, the races were won with a diversity of voters across generations and races. Michael Lang, the election numbers in New York City. Michael Lang looked at the election numbers in New York City, unpacked how the narrative had been portrayed by the media and the establishment is not correct at all. The democratic socialist movement is a force to be reckoned with. Sanahan, you were right once again. This is the data that proves everything you said. It's people moving. No one person is above it. Yep. I told you this from my own personal anecdotes, not just like in this race, not just, door knocking and stuff like that, but my own personal anecdotes off of, the No Kings protest that I went to. It's very clear that there is a lot of momentum on the side of democratic socialism, on the side of democratic socialist candidates. And a lot of people who are even older than you would expect are also looking for changes. It's not just young people. It's not the way that they're presenting it. It's not like young, upstart, downwardly mobile white guys with a college degree that's like in DSA. That's just a meme. No, there are a lot of older people that are firmly in the camp of vote blue no matter who, that are now looking for a different kind of blue to vote for. Perhaps a different kind of blue that's red. Not red for republicanism, but red for socialism. Okay? I mean, there are a lot of retired people in DSA too. Yeah, no, but that's not what we're talking about. Okay? Anyway, I was having a conversation with Blue No Matter Who mother about the new red wave of socialism. Yeah. Lots of indivisible people starting to show interest too. I know, that's really good. Indivisible is a force to be reckoned with as well. So like getting those liberals on board with this kind of stuff is always good. For the record, this is part of the reason why I didn't actually oppose the Bardock No Bubber collab with Zoran Kwame Mamdani, because we got to get those liberals on board. And Barack Obama is an important entry point to getting those liberals on board with this movement, with this message. Okay? You know, this is huge. This is great. It's fantastic. We're doing the damn thing. Once again, what do I always say? Don't listen to the fucking haters. Just do the goddamn work and they will come. Okay? And slowly but surely, you'll start seeing a lot of these chirpers, a lot of these like ultras and all these radicals chirp, chirp, chirp. And eventually they'll realize like, okay, there is something here. We should just take advantage of this revolutionary potential, this moment right now. They might not see it initially. They might oppose you. They might oppose what we're trying to do, right? But eventually, when this becomes an undeniable force to be reckoned with, they'll get on board. Same with liberals, okay? Indivisible is a bunch of libs who are prone to socialism, and it's very important for DSA branches to have ideological leaders. Otherwise, they're going to get co-opted by libs. I'm not worried about that at all. I'll be honest with you. I think DSA is very good at bringing people in. It's the same as like what I do, you know? It's the same as what I do. Ultras hate me, and they say I'm harnessing the revolutionary potential and deflecting it into like bourgeois democracy, the bourgeois democratic process. But the reality of the matter is, how many people have become socialists is a direct consequence of like encountering the stream in a charitable manner, okay? Or maybe coming into the stream with anger and resentment at first, and then being convinced that I'm not your fucking enemy. That's how it is. So yeah, a lot of people are now recognizing that there is real movement here. There's real motion here, and they're going to want to join. I'm the guy who helped get Fran on Caroline stream last year. Thank you for having her on, but I first heard about her from Mike. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Mike. True. I don't think you're sheepdogging or that DSA is even bad. In fact, I like them. I just worry it won't change the capital form and will just be FDR-style reforms. Oh, my God. Brother, we don't have any of that right now, and you're already complaining about an objectively better future. You understand? Like, we live currently in fascism. You understand? Like, this is currently a fascist American government that is bouldering in the direction of complete barbarism, complete collapse. And you're over here being like, well, what if it's only FDR-style reforms that actually reassert the welfare state and we don't get fucking full-blown communism? It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, wake up. Wake up to where we're at right now, okay? Yes, I know FDR is not socialism. I know that. It's so funny that you're saying that now. But if that moment were to take place, if there is a FDR-style figure, you'd be fucking dick riding that shit into oblivion. You're just talking high right now. That's it. I want a world where there are no Republican voters. Like, Republicans don't want to vote for the Republican Party. They're embarrassed. They're like, why would I ever vote for the Republican Party? You know, one-party state through the democratic process where they're like, it's unconscionable to vote for a reactionary. Okay? That's what I want to live in. That's the world I want to bring about. Anyway. So, let's get to it. Let's get into it. I know you like the number. We got a lot of number, and we got some good number, some bad number, but exciting number regardless. Here it is. Let's blast off once again. SCOTUS defeats and victories for Trump. Iran, U.S. peace back on. HOGWATCH, America 250 fail. Colorado Dems brace for socialism. Francesca Hong for Wisconsin governor in the building later. Denver tomorrow. Get in now. Yeah. Would you rather have a life preserver when you're drowning or be given nothing at all? Think, please. Yeah, no, it's funny. No, that guy, there are some people who would be like, no, it's good. Heightening the contradictions by drowning everyone is actually far more preferable. It's just funny because, like, I know that's not enough. I know it's not enough. I say it's not enough. And we're going to push for something further beyond that. But it's just really funny to be like, in this very moment, we got like a couple victories, And chatters are already like, well, if FDR style reforms were to come back to the United States of America, well, it still wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be communism. It wouldn't be socialism. It's like, yeah, I know, man. I know. But it's just like really funny to be upset at that ahead of time when we are nowhere near that. Okay. I didn't realize PBS was hosted by PBD. I was duped. That's true. If you know, why do you get mad and not agree? What? So would you, but don't you recognize that we live in the future of FDR's America and his plan was definitively insufficient and now we're all dying of climate disaster? If you know, why do you get mad and not agree? Because I'm not an insane person, because I recognize what's in front of us, what the stakes are currently. What do you mean? I think that's literally a pointless argument to entertain in this moment when we're nowhere near even what this guy would be casting aside as like FDR style social democracy. Like currently we're nowhere near FDR style social democracy. We are near Adolf Hitler style concentration camps. And there's motherfuckers being like, yo, if we actually dramatically retooled American politics to move in that direction, that would actually still be awful. Anyway, who knows, man? Who knows? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. FDR was counter-revolutionary. FDR was a social fascist. FDR was a social fascist. By the way, Stalin loved FDR, so suck my dick to all the ultras, okay? What are we talking about? Yeah, you can't even... Stalin, okay, the fucking godfather of Marxist-Leninism, okay, he actually had a lot of respect for FDR. He did not call FDR a social fascist. So what's up? What's up, ultras? What's up, anti-revisionists? Guy who comes in and says... I mean, I guess ultras don't like Stalin either. There's different... Stalin is a revisionist. Stalin is a revisionist himself. Degenerative worker state. The USSR failed project. Stalin is a counter-revolutionary. Anyway, the anti-lib arguments now is that FDR was racist because he excluded black people in the New Deal, as if the word progressive had no meaning. No, I mean, it's true. There is truth to that, and we have to reckon with that, for the record. Like, a lot of these, a lot of the bounties of social democracy came at the cost of, redlining, which is insane not to address. There is no pathway towards socialism in this country without black socialism. I have always been clear on that, okay? And I will never stop saying that. As a matter of fact, most revolutionary movements were black revolutionary movements in this country as recently as the 60s and 70s. So the notion that we get there in 2026 is silly. It's stupid. We have to work extra hard to bring about black revolutionary socialism, black communism into the forefront of this movement once again. And I think the pathway to getting there goes through the South. We shall see. New York is screaming for you. What is this? God damn it. That's my mayor. That's my mayor. Zoran could never, dude. Anyway, let's look at this. William Steeken, Colorado. William Steeken, more like William Streakin, more like William Slackin. Colorado Democrats brace for their own insurgent earthquake. Senator Michael Bennet and Representative Diana DeGette are both facing surprisingly tough races in their Democratic primaries. I don't know how to feel about this additional level of attention. Obviously, William is a little bit of a HasanAbi head working at Politico now. I think he was formerly at ABC, right? So he clearly pays close attention to what's going on that front, but I don't know how I feel about Politico readers knowing about our plans, I don't know how I feel about that. But the insurgent left just shook New York. Colorado Democrats increasingly think they could be next. Democrats in the Centennial State are bracing for an anti-establishment earthquake of their own. Tuesday's primary election will test the left's momentum beyond the 5 boroughs and whether the anti-incumbent fever will topple Senator Michael Bennet, Representative Diana DeGette, a pair of longtime fixtures of state Democratic politics. Bennett allies acknowledge his primary for governor's race is far closer than they expected, a startling position for one of the state's best-known Democrats, while DeGette is facing similar anti-Washington headwinds as internal polling in recent days has set off alarm bells for the 30-year incumbent. Diana DeGette has been occupying the seat for 30 years. And in the process of occupying the seat for 30 years, not much change has come for the people of Denver, Colorado. Okay, we're gonna make that change. We're gonna be that change. Okay, that's it. We're fighting for that change, and we're gonna make sure that change happens. All right, that is what we are working towards, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake. Don't you think this social democracy will still need to explore the global South to be viable? As a South American chatter, I worry that nothing will change outside the U.S. even if the DSA wins. You know what's really funny about this? As someone who has now also worked with countries that are literally victims of unequal exchange, countries in the periphery, someone who's interviewed politicians, interviewed, members of the government in places like even Cuba. One of the things that I have seen most consistently from people that are, a part of the socialist parties there, a part of the leadership structure there, is quite literally, can we please get some people we can talk to and work with that would create better outcomes for us? So it's ironic because a lot of people say, oh, I live in the global South, right? I live in the fucking global South. America is still going to be destroying us. Meanwhile, the people that are in charge in these countries are quite literally going, oh my God, you have DSA guys that you're running that are literally running on, no war, no destruction of the third world. That's amazing. Please. Thank you so much. So like all these people fucking LARP about how like, oh, social democracy would still obviously maintain the labor aristocracy in the United States of America and would extract natural resources and destroy the third world. And it's like literally fucking people in the third world that are in positions of power, socialists and communists, are like, please get like anyone. Dog, Pramila Jayapal has gone to Cuba on numerous occasions. Like for many of these, I'm not mad at this chatter, by the way. I'm just explaining the dynamic a little bit better for a lot of people who don't understand it. Like, it's just like there are straight up people who are desperate for a non-reactionary politics coming from America. They're excited at the prospect of having people who won't actually try to kill their people and instead will try to chart a much more equitable and much more just path for everyone involved. You know what I mean? Also, if this wasn't as consequential for American foreign policy, you wouldn't have outside expenditures dumping fucking boatloads of cash into this race. With Diana DeGette, this last week, you got APAC subsidiaries, Lockheed Martin, Amazon, dumping money into the race, putting out heinous attack ads against Maylot Quiros. Why are they doing that? Why is it always the people that are dropping the ball that are ostensibly the most radical people we've ever encountered, right? Who are just like, oh, I'm too radical for this shit. I'm too radical for electoralism. Meanwhile, all of these groups have their eyes on the motherfucking prize, okay? All these groups have their eyes on the prize. Look, as we get down to the wire in Colorado 1, Representative Diana DeGette getting some last-minute contributions from Lockheed Martin and Amazon, as well as a few pharmaceutical companies, okay? I said DeGette isn't a real progressive. When push comes to shove, every incumbent Dem facing an insurgent socialist challenger has had outside money pour in from major corps to flood the market with heinous smears and race attack ads against their younger opponents. Many of them younger women of color, okay? That's it. These guys understand how devastating it is, right? These guys understand how devastating it would be for corporate interests if we actually had people who are more responsive to the needs of the masses come into positions of power slowly but surely. That's why they recognize the threat and they're doing everything they can to change that dynamic. So I don't like having to fucking constantly argue with people in my community that are like, well, what about this? Is this going to be enough? Like, yeah, it's not, but it's just the beginning. Just, trust the process, please. I feel like there's enough W's that we've posted on the fucking board, and think about how great you feel when you see these dudes mauled, okay? And fucking phone bank. The primaries come after several Democratic incumbents and establishment-backed candidates have already fallen this year, including New York City last week, where Reps Adriano Espaillat and Dan Goldman lost challenges from the left, as well as in Maine, where Governor Janet Mills was forced from her Senate race by controversial progressive Graham Plattner, which obviously I was devastated by. Pills Mafia to the bitter end. You already know I'm still with Pills. I'm still pilled. I'm still Janet pilled. Janet Series, rise up. She can still win if we do a write-in campaign. Pills Mafia, baby. There's a lot of anti-establishment momentum because voters are so angry, said Doug Friednash, longtime Colorado Democratic strategist and former gubernatorial chief of staff to the moderate-leaning Senator John Hickenpooper, who's facing a progressive challenge of his own from State Senator Julie Gonzalez, also known as Senadora Gonzalez. They want to take it out on someone. They want fighters. Bennett, a two-term senator, one-time presidential candidate, faces Attorney General Phil Weiser in an unusually volatile contest. So the Boo-Boo Bennett Attorney General Phil Weiser one is an interesting race too. I don't really know too much about him. I don't think he's like all that, progressive. But the fact that like people want changes to that degree is really interesting because like Bennett is one of the most well-known figures in the fucking state, right? I mean, he ran for president. I'm not a fan of the guy, but it's really interesting to see Colorado even want to push for someone else other than Poo-Poo Bennett. While Bennett allies maintain they still believe he has the slight edge, two Democratic strategists familiar with this campaign said internal polling has shown a tighter contest than they expected, raising concerns of voter anger towards any close association with Washington has made even the well-known statewide figure vulnerable. A recent public survey conducted by the liberal pollster PPP showed him trailing outside the margin of error. That's crazy. There may only be a slight Bennett advantage at this point, said a Democratic strategist close to Colorado's governor's race, granted anonymity to candidly discuss the campaign, adding that private polling has been all over the place. Despite serving as Attorney General for 8 years, Weiser has increasingly worked to cast himself as the anti-establishment alternative by portraying Bennett as the Washington insider, a message several Dem strategists close to the Bennett campaign said has found traction. The race has increasingly become a contest over who has fought President Donald Trump harder, reflecting what many Democrats describe as the defining mood of this year's primary electorate: anger with Washington, frustration with Democratic leadership, and a desire for candidates who project an ability to fight. Coloradans trust Phil's people-powered campaign, not Michael Bennett's establishment Washington-style campaign backed by out-of-state billionaires, corporations, and special interests, Weiser spokesperson Nate Jackson said. Bennett's campaign has sought to change the mantle as well. One of the funniest things that I've noticed, at least, is that I'm an outsider, right? I'm from California. And obviously, I assume in the future they'll start attacking me and be like, oh, they're drop shipping outside communists into these races or whatever, right? But what's really interesting about it is that they haven't done that as much in any of the races that I've been involved in. And I suspect part of that is because I have fucking fans in these places as well. So they don't see it as they don't see it as me just coming as an outsider and bringing people to go and door knock. As a matter of fact, ironically, the only race where they did that was San fucking Francisco. Okay? San Francisco is the only race where they actually hit me nonstop with he's an outsider, he's not from here, he's carpetbagging into the fucking district, he's actually trying to pump Shoykot up, and all of his door knockers are out of towners. That was crazy. Motherfucker, I've been in New York this whole time. I've been in motherfucking Colorado. I've been in Denver. I've been in St. Louis, Missouri, and they don't do that shit, except for San Francisco. Anyway, the anxiety may even be greater around DeGette. The 68-year-old is facing her most serious primary challenge for 3 decades in Congress from Democratic Socialist Menlock Quiros, who at 29 years old was born just a few months after DeGette won her seat. People close to DeGette's campaign say the warning signs have been there for months, but her team's concern ratcheted up in the recent weeks as the campaign's internal polling found the race also narrowing within the margin of error, according to 2 political strategists close to the DeGette campaign. That's when they went super racist with it, by the way. They went super negative. When they saw that, they were like, uh-oh, this is a problem. You could have just stopped with it's San Francisco. We get it. No, you don't get it. And I didn't get it either. San Francisco is literally a different planet. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced. It has some of the wildest ultras, YIMBY, NIMBY distinctions that are more important than anything else. And also just a metric ton of liberals that are perfectly fine with tech fascism. It's devastating. It's devastating because it also went to Tom Steyer by massive numbers on the one hand, but then also opposed Shoykot on the same ballot, ironically enough. You're not getting invited to the Peptide Plus AI-powered bar startup? Yeah. It produced Brace Belden. That's all you need to know? Yeah. Brace is one of my favorite people of all time, which is why I'm always shocked. But yeah, he is a San Francisco nationalist too. It's not even a joke. He really is a San Francisco nationalist. It's very interesting. Anyway, it's just San Francisco's an anomaly. Even after that incident, I think the tech neo-fascists, the neo-feudalist tech overlords have successfully bricked the minds of everyone that lives there. Whether it be liberals that actually perfectly welcome this kind of new dystopian future, or whether it be the left and what remains of the left movement in San Francisco. It's crazy. Mad Cutters, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Anyway, so yeah, the Gets team spent weeks warning national Democrats that were facing a far more competitive race than many appreciated. National groups had poured in money to the race's final week in a desperate attempt to save the Congress member, even as some to get allies privately grumbled that she had not done nearly enough to stave off her challenger. It's not looking great, said one prominent Colorado Democratic strategist familiar with the Gets polling and granted anonymity to discuss private campaign data. It's very tough when you're fighting against the wave. That strategist said they'd also seen a recent private survey that showed Hickenlooper in dead heat with Gonzalez in Denver. Hold up. That is new information. That's actually very interesting. However, that's not good. The most charitable interpretation here is if they meant like the entirety of Colorado, that would be fantastic. But for Julie Gonzalez to defeat Hickenpooper, she's going to have to be showing up significant margins in Denver, I think. The most recent public poll of the race conducted in late May, Hickenlooper led Gonzalez by 41% to 34%, though it had an unusually high number of undecided voters. The Get and her allies, see, it's never good if you're sub 50. If you're an incumbent, okay? If you're an incumbent and you're sub 50, you're fucked, okay? I need you to understand. If you are an incumbent and you're sub 50, you're fucked. That means people are done with your ass. Okay? Remember that. Also, I have to pee really bad. So I'm just going to play the Supreme Court video and I'm going to go pee real quick because I have to pee. I'm sorry.
Handed down two key decisions on presidential power and the firing of people from government agencies. Justices ruled that President Trump does not have the constitutional authority to fire Lisa Cook, a governor from the Federal Reserve Board.
But the court backed the president's power to terminate Rebecca Slaughter, a Democratic appointee to the Federal Trade Commission. This ruling grants more presidential power over federal agencies that are considered independent. It overturns 90 years of precedent. CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed is right outside the Supreme Court. So, Paula, walk us through the significance of these decisions today.
Pamela, these are such incredibly significant decisions. In many ways, these will be some of the defining opinions of the Roberts Court because they get to this question that has been hanging over the second Trump term, which is, are there any limits to his ability to fire federal officials? And here they give us some insight. While President Trump and his lawyers believe in something called a unitary executive theory and that the executives should be able to fire anyone they want, any way they want, here the justices put a few limits on that. In the one case, they ruled, and it's a really interesting group that was in this majority opinion. It's Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and the three liberals all ruled that he cannot fire an official in the Federal Reserve without going through a process, giving that individual an opportunity to respond, that there are some limits on his power when it comes to firing officials at that agency. Now, that is one that has, of course, always been recognized as being independent of the White House. But in a separate case, when it comes to an employee at the Federal Trade Commission, that he does have the power to fire that individual because that is within the executive branch. And again, this is a significant decision because it's sort of drawing out the contours of the extent of his power to try to reshape the federal government through these mass firings. Now, President Trump wasn't clear how he was going to react to these decisions, and it's been a pretty mixed day for him overall at the court, but he described this as, quote, a big win.
I want to bring in our chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupik, right now. Joan, like Pamela, Paula, you were inside the court when these decisions came down. Give us a little sense of how that felt.
Sure, Wolf. It's good to see you. The most important thing the justices...
Majority Report raid. Thank you, Majority Report, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are doing the damn thing out here. I'm going to go back to the Colorado race now. Sorry, because I was peeing. But, yeah. Getting back to Colorado, we'll talk about the Supreme Court in a second, okay? Democrats have a lot of power to wield if they take back the White House. Yes. Turning in my Colorado ballot today. Nice. Okay, so where was I? DeGette and her allies are raising the blunt Quiros's momentum. Outside groups have poured roughly $3 million into the race over the past month, including about $2.3 million backing DeGette or opposing Quiros, including $1.3 million in spending since just Monday, mostly for DeGette. Her side has had a nearly 3-to-1 spending advantage down the final stretch. DeGette has also rolled out last-minute endorsement video from Pramila Jayapal, former chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, a move that drew quick backlash from some progressives, giving Quiros support from Senator Bernie Sanders and other national progressive leaders. It's been hard, I would say, to get outside groups and funders, as well as even within the city, to understand this was a real race because people like DeGette always won, the Colorado Democratic strategist close to the campaign added. Quiros told Politico last week that she had more than 5,000 volunteers. Her campaign said she had seen a surge of support since New York's results, including more attention, donations of volunteers, and trying to capitalize on that momentum of more than 60 canvases planned across the city in the lead up to Tuesday, an endorsement from the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, and planned march in Denver's Pride Parade this weekend. We feel very confident that the program that we've built, the movement that we built, is going to be able to combat any amount of money that they throw at us in this final week, Quiros said in an interview. This is the people organizing and making it abundantly clear that they are no longer accepting the status quo and are demanding the change. A dead heat from a DeGette internal for Julie is probably better than you think. It's almost like a Hickenlooper internal. Quiros' supporters say they're trying to recreate the organizing model that helped propel Democratic Socialists, propel Democratic Socialists to sweeping victories in New York. National DSA chapters are hosting phone banks for Quiros nearly every day through Tuesday, while Denver organizers say they expect to knock on just shy of 100,000 doors before polls close. The effort has accelerated since Tuesday's victories. Denver DSA has added hundreds of members this month. Popular Tushimir Hassan Piker, who became one of the most visible outside organizers in New York by hosting marathon livestream phone banks and campaigning alongside DSA candidates on primary day, told Politico he plans to try to replicate that effort in Colorado, and he intends to host another phone bank marathon for Quiros, which I already did, William. That's why I said, William, I know you're watching right now, William slacking. I already had done that, and we already called 110. We already called 110 voters in Denver the first night that we did that, and the efforts obviously are still continuing. And we haven't even gotten done yet. Obviously, there's E-Day, 110,000 phone calls just on the first night, and we got more. Several Colorado Democrats caution Denver is not New York. The city's not as liberal. Its DSA infrastructure is significantly smaller. This is true. And DeGette still benefits from decades of name recognition and relationships across the district. But they also acknowledge Denver has become younger, more progressive, and increasingly receptive to anti-establishment candidates. Everybody now knows this is a race. This is no longer sneaking up on everybody. One longtime Democratic strategist close to the DeGette campaign said, I think DeGette should be very concerned. Friednash said he still believes DeGette has a chance. But if Quiros wins, Friednash says that's a massive game changer in Colorado politics. And that game we shall change, ladies and gentlemen. We shall change it. Apparently, Colorado votes very late, so day of voting is huge, even though it's all still mail ballots. Tomorrow, I will be alongside Chris Rabb doing a canvas lead in Denver, Colorado, and we're going to pump those numbers, okay? I know you like the number. And we are going to pump that number, okay? Also, Abdul is in the top 5 in Act Blue as the only non-nominee. That's pretty fire. That's good because he needs it. I already filled my ballot, but I don't drop it off until work tomorrow. Nice. Have you stayed up to date with DSA movements in San Diego? No. I want to talk not just to Gustavo, but to the DSA National and try to, I mean, maybe they already have something like this lined up and I don't know, but try to do like a clinic on with some of the top field leads and you know, get every local DSA chapter up to speed with the victories and the organizing that New York has put forward. Because, you know, not every DSA chapter obviously has the same experience. And I think New York City's experience in the last decade is very important. And I think it would help tremendously other chapters as well. Their experience could help quite a bit. The NECs who you want to work with, they handle a lot of the electoral work nationally. Yeah. Is there no phone bank for Julie Gonzalez? I believe there are. I haven't been keeping close attention to the Julie Gonzalez campaign because I've been hyper focused on Maylot. Obviously, I want to make sure that we get Maylot across the finish line. But yes, Julie4.us, phone banking to voters. That's the link if you want to go phone bank for Julie Gonzalez Bush. She's also fantastic. She doesn't have the same groundwork team that and the same field team that Maylot has because she's not DSA endorsed. But you know, that would still be a significant W. I will tell you this much, okay? Look, these things take time, but as it stands currently, for Senate races, because Senate races are statewide, I'm going to tell you right now, if AOC runs for Chuck Schumer's seat, she's going to be the first Democratic Socialist senator. Senate runs, I think people are still a little bit shy about the moniker. And I don't think that it's valid. But someone has to break that seal first. And once someone does break that seal, you'll see others do the same. No, Bernie is an independent from Vermont, guys. Come on. Bernie is not chatters. You cannot compare Bernie Sanders to anybody else. What are you talking about? Summer Lee, I think, will be. Graham Plattner doesn't identify as a socialist, if you noticed. Abdul El-Sayed doesn't identify as a Democratic Socialist. Graham Plattner doesn't identify as a Democratic Socialist. Neither does Julie Gonzalez. And I think they're shy about the moniker. They're shy about the association. This is pure speculative, and I think that will change eventually. But Summer Lee will probably, I assume, be the first if she does, or AOC if she does, will be the first. You're obviously forgetting James Talregal, the first communist senator of Texas. Yes, you're right. How can I forget the first Maoist third worldist senator? And he's coming out. Isn't there something up with Summer Lee in Pennsylvania's DSA? Normally, I would stand by the chapter as opposed to the candidate. But with Summer Lee, I stand by Summer Lee no matter what. I'm a fedayeen for Summer Lee. I think whatever drama or beef took place there, the chapter should be begging Summer Lee for an association and offer unlimited support to her, whatever she wants. Okay, like in most circumstances, if there's like any drama with a politician and a specific chapter, I would say I would usually side with DSA. Pittsburgh DSA got taken over by ultras and they ruined their relationship with Summer. But why don't you fully endorse better candidates like Julie? Dog, what are you talking about? I like Julie Gonzalez. I literally fundraised for Julie Gonzalez. I fundraised for Julie Gonzalez. She was here. She sat next to me. What the fuck? We were supposed to do a fucking rally together. I did not know that. Yeah, what are you talking about? We were supposed to do a rally together and then the rally got fucking canceled and she pulled out last second. I was fine with like interviewing her afterwards though. But of course you're an independent media figure, so you'd side with the DSA chapter in theory. Yes. Anyway, so yeah, there is that. There's also a poll that came out this morning from Beacon Insights. U.S. House 2026, Florida's 25th congressional district Democratic primaries, a Trump plus 9. Jared Moskowitz is at 67% as the technical incumbent. Oliver Larkin at 33%. This is not terrible for Moskowitz, but it's also not terrible for Oliver Larkin. Okay, this is actually pretty good for Oliver Larkin, and I'll tell you why. Remember, I told you, if your incumbent doesn't reach above 50%, they're fucked, right? Clearly, not in Denver for the primary tomorrow, L. I'm literally going to be in Denver tomorrow. What are you talking about? It's in the chatters. Are y'all fucking kidding me? It's in the fucking title. Read the goddamn title. It says Francesca Hong for Wisconsin governor, Denver tomorrow. What do you think that means? Hi, big fan. Clearly not big enough of a fan to know I will be in Denver tomorrow. Child left behind. Literally, the reason why I'm not in Denver this entire weekend is because I had Hartsel Gray yesterday, and I had Francesca Hong that we actually set up months ahead of time. If it wasn't for Francesca Hong, I'd be in Denver right now. Okay? Why are you not going to Denver? It's right up your alley. Okay, take a second off. Are you ever coming back to Texas or are we cooked? I'll go wherever people want me. Okay. If I'll go wherever people need me, I'll go wherever people want me. They don't have anything to attack you on. I know. I do want to go to Wisconsin before the primaries take place. Back to Oliver coming to Florida. Yes. Eventually we're gonna figure it out. I haven't been able to figure out the perfect, like the most appropriate setting for that. Elijah Manley is a very interesting candidate as well. I like him as well. So why is this not bad for Oliver? Because Oliver Larkin has no name recognition. Nobody knows who he is. So the fact that he's at 33% at this stage is very good. Okay. That's where Maylot was. Okay. That's where all of our candidates have been, right? That's where Daria Liza was. So all it takes is to tie up the rest of the DSA victories with Oliver and, you know, flood that race with money, with support, try to get a significant number of door knockers to be activated for this campaign. The thing is, every poll that's been conducted on this race, even before they were in a different district, shows that once voters hear about Jared Moskowitz's positions and then they hear about Oliver Larkin's positions, those numbers flip and actually go further beyond. Jared Moskowitz receives a genuine, like 40-point drop off. Okay. When they hear about the positions on an informed ballot, Oliver Larkin destroys Jared Moskowitz. So clearly this district has an appetite for change as well, as do most Florida districts. Do you understand? I mean, this was like the earliest of, if anyone, to everyone disappointed in progressive splitting the vote in Illinois, congratulations. I'm the only candidate primary APAC back. This was back in March. Okay. This is obviously this race has changed because he's not running. They're not even running in the same fucking district anymore. I am the only candidate primary APAC backed. Jared Moskowitz in Florida 23rd. And our first poll shows a clear path to victory if we get the word out. Please donate and help us invest early. Okay. This new district that he's in is even better, ironically enough, for him. The previous district was going to be a very interesting test to see if, like, anti-Israel politics, like to see if, you know, anti-genocide politics works in a district that has some of the highest number of dual citizens with the nation state of Israel. And even in that district, it was working. This district is different now. This new district is different. Okay. Yeah, Larkin is the only candidate whose support grows when voters hear about the field. This is Florida 25 polling memo. Oliver Larkin for Congress, from Oliver Larkin for Congress. New poll, Florida's 25th congressional district completed by middle seat. Finds Oliver Larkin gaining 18 points on the informed Democratic primary ballot to a statistical tie for first and leading both Republican opponents in the November general by 9 to 12 points. The primary ballot was tested with Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Jared Moskowitz, and Oliver Larkin. Wasserman Schultz has not announced her 2026 plans, but Florida 25 contains the largest share of her current constituents under the new Florida map and remains the most logical home if she seeks re-election. Now, again, Florida 25th is where Moskowitz is running, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz is carpetbagging to a black district. And she is most likely going to lose for that reason. We're going to make sure that happens. Elijah Manley is going to win Florida 20. Elijah Manley is going to win Florida 20, okay, against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And we are going to take out Jared Moskowitz in Florida 25th Congressional District and put in Oliver Larkin if things work out well, okay? That's the goal. That's the plan. All right? Here is Oliver's polling analysis on, this was...
It's Oliver Larkin, Democrat primarying incumbent Jared Moskowitz for Congress in South Florida. Our campaign just released the first public general election poll in Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach County's 25th congressional district, and here's what we found. Ron DeSantis and Florida Republicans have dummy-mandered the state. Our poll finds a baseline of Democrats leading Republicans on the general ballot by 51 to 39%.
Yeah, that's the other beautiful side of the story, is that the Republicans got too fucking hasty with their gerrymandering and have actually opened up a bunch of opportunity districts, a bunch of swing districts now, because they wanted to drop the fucking numbers like a bunch of idiots. And now you got someone like Oliver Larkin who actually could genuinely defeat a Republican challenger as opposed to Jared Moskowitz, who I think is going to have a harder time defeating a Republican challenger because his positions are fucking identical to the Republicans, but he has a D next to his name. That's the problem. Jared Moskowitz has been running up and down this goddamn fucking state talking about how he's a DeSantis Democrat, how he actually loves Marco Rubio, how he actually thinks this war against Iran is fucking fantastic. No one is voting for him in that general. Do you understand? Even in a fucking blue wave year, we cannot risk losing this goddamn district. Someone who is anti-Israel, someone who is against American militarism, someone who's pro-Medicare for all will fucking clean up in this goddamn district. Okay? What are the cross-endorsement plans beyond your endorsement and megaphone? Oh my God, dude, I don't fucking know. Okay? I don't know right now. What do you want me to, what are you saying? I don't know. Don't yell at me. Oh God. Okay.
Donald Trump won this new district by 9 in 2024, but Joe Biden won it by 5 in 2020, and Florida is swinging back left. This poll represents a 21-point swing from the 2024 election result, but it's not just polls. It's the actual results, like Boca Raton electing their first Democratic mayor in over 3 decades. And in the only public general election polls against the 2 leading Republican contenders, our campaign leads them by 9 points and 12 points respectively. This is a seat that Republicans have tried to carve up to give themselves a better chance of winning in the midterms, but as we see, Democrats hold a strong chance of keeping this seat blue and winning this toss-up race. 86% of Democratic primary voters want to condition or cease U.S. military aid to Israel, and 68% of general election voters want the same thing. We are the only campaign running on what the people of South Florida demand, and we can win this race, but I need your help. So please, donate to our campaign today and help spread the word.
Anyway, I'm gonna be doing an online rally for Larkin later tonight as well. Sorry, I don't understand. Can someone tell me exactly where Larkin at 33 can beat Moskowitz at 67? Because every single informed look, Larkin has been following Moskowitz around the state basically at this point. Okay, initially they were running in the same district in Florida 23rd. Florida 23rd. New districts get new districts open up. And Florida 25 is where Moskowitz has decided to run as the incumbent, and Oliver Larkin is going to take him out. Now, the primary isn't until August 4th, so we got time. That's number one. Number two, every single informed ballot poll has shown that once voters review the candidate biographies, once voters actually find out what their point of view is, okay, what Jared Moskowitz has said, what Jared Moskowitz has done versus what Oliver Larkin wants to fight for, they go to Oliver Larkin. So for us, we have to pump those fucking numbers. We have to increase the salience of this race, which hasn't gotten a lot of national attention. And also on top of that, it's August 18th. Sorry. Not August 4th, August 18th. So we have to increase the salience of these issues. And we have to get Oliver Larkin more shine. We have to get him more media attention so that, voters are more informed about who he is and what he's fighting for, what he's about. Okay? It's a voter education issue, not an R versus D issue. Yes. My DSA is going down to Oliver to canvass this weekend. Solidarity from St. Petersburg, not Russia. Anyway, please wear the suit when you go to Florida as well, Law. I will be. I don't give a shit how hot it will be. Anyway, so that's the other race, obviously. And, there's some hope there. Anyway, Adam Carlson reports from Zenith Polls the field dates, which we don't know, are critical here. If fielding wrapped up a few days ago, that's a good sign for Hick. Gonzalez will likely need to win Denver by a decent bit if she wants to win statewide. But if it was fielded a few weeks ago, well, most indications are that the progressive/outsider candidates have all the late momentum. So that means Gonzalez could have pulled ahead of Hick in Denver and could give him a real run for his money statewide. Okay? Strategist says they've seen a recent private survey that showed John Hickenlooper in a dead heat with Gonzalez in Denver. I'm worried about their Colorado Attorney General race. David Seligman is incredible, but he has 2 spoilers against a known frontrunner, Jenna Griswold. Yeah, I have not paid attention to the Attorney General race. Again, these are the issues when you don't have 15,000 dues-paying members in your local DSA. When you have 15,000 dues-paying members, 15,000 door knockers, 15,000 phone bankers, 15,000 people in general, you can actually spread that around, right? That's the problem. In a statewide race like this, we obviously still have some major infrastructural hurdles to climb. Okay? It's going to take some time. You shouldn't get discouraged. We're using the momentum that currently exists in our favor to boost candidates that will be real fighters, that will make the changes that we all want to see in this goddamn country once and fucking for all. And there's a lot of appetite for this kind of politics in the country, not just by young people, but also by older voters as well. Axios wrote about this. Let's take a look. Dems Tea Party-like rebellion built by a decade of frustration. Democratic leaders are increasingly alarmed that they're facing their own version of the GOP's Tea Party rebellion 17 years ago and that they can't stop it. Why it matters. The recent wave of primary victories by Democratic socialists and outsiders over the party's hand-selected candidates had shocked establishment Democrats, but the rage in the party has been building for a decade. It's not just progressive versus moderates, it's insiders versus outsiders, with many Democratic voters dissatisfied with their own party. Some Democrats now believe that the party is poised for a Trump-esque figure to take it over in 2028, someone who will offer an outlet for their anger. Dan Pfeiffer, former top aide to Barack Obama, now co-host of Pod Save America, said this week, it's very clear that the groups of the left, Just Democrats, Democratic Socialists of America, Our Revolution, are out-organizing, out-fundraising, out-maneuvering the traditional party institutions. That is happening. I want to play that, like, when I'm reading this. Hold on. What's that song that they play over, hold on. There is a they play it over Joe Bart videos all the time. What's that song? You know what I'm talking about? No, not We Are Charlie Kirk. What's the name of the song? Stop trying to play We Are Charlie Kirk. Y'all fucking suck, dude. Is this it?
Be real. A lot of y'all say
no, not this, not this. Like the Aura edit.
YouTubers fell. I'm
this.
Minecraft YouTubers fell off not because they weren't entertaining, but because their audience literally grew up.
Is this it? No, it's not it. Oh my god, you guys are all fucking so goddamn annoying. You're so goddamn annoying. I think this is it. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. This is what I was looking for. Yeah. Dan Pfeiffer, former top aide to Barack Obama, now co-host of Pod Save America, said this week, it's very clear to the groups of the left, Justice Democrats, Democratic Socialists of America, Our Revolution, are out-organizing, out-fundraising, out-working, out-maneuvering the traditional party institutions. That is happening. Democratic voters' growing distrust of their party's leadership and their embrace of left-wing outsiders and populists is rooted in Donald Trump's 2016 victory over Hillary Clinton. In the party's primaries that year, Democratic National Committee members and party elites helped ensure that Clinton won the nomination over Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, a progressive icon. The insiders' limited primary debates had unusual joint fundraising agreements between DNC and Clinton's campaign. The Democratic establishment rallied around Joe Biden, but this is not what I'm looking for. This song is not. It's like, this isn't even it. It's like, burr, 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 burr. What is this? No, that's not it, dude. It's just like the intro without the drums. It's supposed to be just the intro without the drums. No, that's not it either. Jesus Christ. No, it's not that. It's not conspiracy music. I'm not looking for conspiracy music. What is this? Okay, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end the stream. So picky. I hate you guys so much. You guys are all such fucking assholes, dude. Is this it? No! No! Why would that be it? Why is it fucking hubcore? Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, we're done. We're done with this. I'm not doing this shit. I'm not doing this shit.
I'm fascinated by people. I think
this is it, isn't it? Hold on.
People that don't speak English at all and don't know English at all. Like, not even bilingual.
The burn, but it's actually faster than that.
Just so I want to know that.
It's like faster.
I think Rakai's audience.
Oh my god. There's 26,000 people in here, and there's people trying to rickroll me. You are literally 854 years old, Grandma. Grandma, back to the old folks' home. Grandma, you're gonna throw your hip out trying to fucking spam the rickrolling link. It is this, but it's just the intro. Yeah, this is it. Thank you. You found it. This is literally what I was looking for. Oh my god. Ricky Chasesaws. Thank you. You are the fucking GOAT. You are the legend. Everyone else is not legend, okay? Everyone else is fucking poop. Okay? You are the poop in the sock. Do you understand me? Rick Chainsaws, you're the GOAT. Everyone else is literally poop inside of a sock. Okay? You are all poop. I said it. And guess what? Worst of all, mom will never find you. Okay? You are destined to be a poop sock that mom never finds. Just forced to live out the rest of your days crusting inside of the sock. Yep, I said it. I don't appreciate that at all, big dog. Some of you pee stored in the balls. Bro, you have like 70-year-old grandmas watching nowadays. I know, they were trying to fucking send Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. They were trying to Rick roll my ass, bro. That's crazy. Can I take back my gift? Is shaking my head? No, you can't. It's mine. All right. Anyway, it's already over. It's already over. I can't even do an aura edit reading this. I just wanted to do an aura edit reading this. It's not going to work. Someone else needs to do that in the post when I was reading the first couple of paragraphs. Okay. Someone else got to edit that. I can't do it. Anyway, state of play against the backdrop of left-wing outside. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it anyway. State of play against the backdrop. Left-wing outsider and Democratic Socialist candidates have racked up victories in races from coast to coast during Trump's second term. Democratic Socialists and Progressives followed last year's election of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani by beating two incumbent Democratic House members in the city last week, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier and also Brad Lander. Candidates backed by the Democratic Socialists of America won 8 races and lost just one for the New York legislature, despite several being outspent. Another contest remains undecided. Democratic Socialist Janice Lewis George won Washington, D.C.'s Democratic primary for mayor, energizing young voters with a promise to tackle affordability issues and take on Trump. Marine Corps veteran Graham Plattner easily beat Maine Governor Janet Mills to welcome the Democratic nominee for a U.S. Senate seat that could tip control of the chamber in November. In Battleground Congressional District of California, Randy Villegas, backed by Sanders and New York Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a potential 2028 contender for president, beat the Democratic Party's leadership choice, State Representative Jasmeet Baines. AOC endorsed Democratic Socialist Chris Rabb won an open house primary in Pennsylvania against candidates more aligned with the Democratic establishment. Sam Forstag won his primary for a congressional seat in Montana against more moderate opponents with the backing of Sanders and AOC. And first-time candidate Adam Hamawi won a crowded primary for a New Jersey House seat this month, also backed by Sanders and AOC. Axios is not mentioning who else has been backing all these candidates as well. We have been backing all these candidates as well. And for many of them, the Democratic Socialists of America too. But what they're saying, Rabb told Axios there are lessons that new progressive lawmakers can learn from the House Freedom Caucus, the rabble-rousing group of Republicans that rose out of the Tea Party in 2015 and pushed the GOP to the right. If there's a small, even not so small Democratic majority, and there's a disciplined progressive voting bloc, that's power, Rabb said. Even if it's just defensive power saying, no, we're not voting for this, try again. Anyway. Yeah, that's where we're at. What Kami says with the 50 bones. Do we even have a hype train after all that? What the hell's going on? You see this shit? What is this? No. What is this? From Simon Sir, Ambassador to Israel, to Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, and Burkina Faso International Affairs. I'm particularly honored to have presented my letters of credence to the President of Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. This ceremony marks the continuation of the long-standing ties between the State of Israel and Burkina Faso and reflects the enduring friendship between our two peoples. I look forward to working together and further... Hey, yo, what the fuck, dude? You just called us poop. Why would we pay you? Because you like it. Okay? Look at that. 50 gifted subs. Because I'm fucking joking. Yeah. Look at my revolutionary dog. We're not making it. Explain the joke. I don't literally think you are the sock. You are the poop inside of a poop sock, okay? Yeah, Sankara wept. What a spectacular disappointment this is. Word on the street is Birthright is getting overturned this week. Bro, they did not get the meme that this is Dirtbag Left. Pat Mahoney, thank you for the 10. All these gifted subs and we're still not getting a fucking hype train going. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Yeah, we got primaries in Colorado, including governor's race, the battle in the Denver-based congressional district where a young Democratic Socialist is challenging longtime incumbent. The gubernatorial primary in Wisconsin, where many state Democrats fear Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong could win. The Senate primary in Michigan, where left-winger Abdul El-Sayed could beat the establishment's preferred choice, Representative Haley Stevens. We will win, I believe. And this will not just be a victory for the movement of democratic socialism, for the movement of progressives in this country, for people who are demanding a fighter to go to Congress. This will be a victory for all the people in the American working class, for the entire American working class. You understand? The Free endorses Mallory McMorrow. That's the Denver Free Press. I don't think that's the Free Press. That's the Denver Free or Detroit Free Press. That's not Barry Weiss. It's a different outlet. Look at my logs. Pray. Did you look at Andy Burnham's economic policies in the UK? They look relatively promising from a quick search. I have not. Denver return ballots thread. Here's some updates about Denver, Colorado. Okay. Denver, Colorado. Zachary Donini, head of data science at VoteHub, says Denver's cumulative return ballots have grown younger each day over the past few weeks, mirroring a broader pattern we've seen nationally. It is a promising and generally expected development for progressives. Denver's return ballot electorate remains very old, and given the trend, I am highly skeptical the final electorate will look anything like today's returns. Given recent trends, we are preparing for a substantial progressive shift as more ballots are counted in Colorado. Last week in Utah, we saw a dramatic late ballot shift. Among the first 63% of voters counted, McAdams led the field by 25 points. Among the rest, progressive candidates led by 31 points, a 56-point swing, a similar pattern to the LA mayoral race. It turns out a lot of the young voters wait till the very last moment. DSA National is already doing this. We have a national summit coming up, and one of the tracks is built exactly for this. DSA comrades from around the nation will come together to discuss strategy, share experience, and organize for the future. I assume that there's probably some plans in the works for this. What is this? Jonathan Greenblatt goes after DSA over anti-Semitism? Oh, shut the fuck up, Jonathan. Nobody wants to hear from your bald ass son of a bitch. Can you go to the DSA convention if you aren't DSA? Are you asking me? Because I have been to the DSA convention. I was there last year, and of course I plan to attend again this year as well, if they will have me. Trump is live. All right, let's go to this fucking asshole. Now that we did some aura farming and hope
They use the word social
and change
democrat 'cause it
farming.
sounds so nice. It's really communism you're talking about. I think it's the biggest threat to our nation there is, maybe since our founding. That includes World War I, World War II, September 11th. It includes the Pearl Harbor attack. I think this is the biggest threat to our nation. People will smile when I say that, but the smart people are going to say, you know, he's probably right. It's basically introducing communism into the United States.
Yeah, DSA convention is next year, right? In 2027,
Thank you very much,
I think.
everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, President. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Thank
Wow,
you so
that was
much.
fast, dude. He just dropped a dime about communism being the biggest threat. Communism being the biggest threat to Americans is Pearl Harbor, and then he's done. Why are you not a DSA member? I'm just curious. I'm an independent media figure. That's why. I'm just an outsider, random guy. You know, a random guy with opinions. That's it. That's all it is. You know, just a random guy. I have no affiliation whatsoever. You guys should join DSA though, of course. But I'm a numbers guy. If you're younger, you should also join YDSA. YDSA is even more based than DSA in general. Yeah, I can't be a DSA guy. I went to the DNC, guys. What are you talking about? I'm just a guy. Apolitical. I'm an apolitical guy. I'm a tiny nation the size of New Jersey, like Israel, you know? I'm just a random guy who likes high-level ideas, you know? YDSA is all communists? I know, they're awesome. Anytime I meet a YDSA person, anytime I meet a YDSA student, okay, their worldview is like, oh yeah, their worldview is far to the left of the average DSA person. They're the ones who are like, the DSA are actually social democrats, which is the fascist wing of the social democracy is social fascism. It's in August. I'm a DSA member, applied to go and got denied my application. Apparently selected, trying not to punch left, but disappointed in the process. No, that's not the same as the actual the one where all the delegations come together. It's a leadership summit, I believe. I don't fucking know. I don't know the full details. Look, I'm not DSA. I don't know the details. Okay, I'm just a random guy. Anyway, let's hear what Jonathan Greenblatt has to say.
Policy. I don't think Israel committed genocide in Gaza, but he does. And he called it a civilian disaster. And he's spoken out strongly and repeatedly about the Israeli government. And yet the sin that he committed in going to that trans rally was he's Jewish.
Yeah, dude, that's what was going on. Thank you, Jonathan. Oh, my God. Jonathan's like, thank God. Thank God I can complain about the anti-Semitism again. thank God I can thank God I can turn around and act as though people were yelling at Scott Wiener because he's Jewish and not because he is one of the biggest dick riders of the state of Israel until he decided to run for office, run for Nancy Pelosi's seat in San Francisco, and realized he can't win that race without admitting that Israel committed a fucking genocide, which no one even believes, not because he's Jewish, but because he spent the last 3 years of the genocide defending Israel and writing bills that defend Israel and going to Israel and hanging out with the president of Israel. I wonder how this guy had a real change of heart. Did he have a real change of heart overnight? Or is he simply lying? There is a lot Scott Wiener has to address for if he is actually now turned over a new leaf. The fact that Jonathan Greenblatt is defending Scott is the most massive red flag about where Scott really is on the issue. Yeah, I mean, he would do that. Yeah, if you want to know what Scott Wiener's actual point of view is, here he is, August 12th, 2024. Protests block Golden Gate Bridge. Protesters get arrested. DA charges protesters. The response, there's pro-Israel Jew behind the curtain controlling the DA. Criticize the charges all you want, but stop with the classic anti-Semitic trope that Jews control the government. He has always been the guy that's oh, criticism against Israel is anti-Semitic. Okay? I love Wiener's performance at 1,000-yard stare as he nobly takes the high road and walks away. Yeah, man, I actually 100% believe this is the moment. This is the hardest your life has ever been. Worlds removed from being a child living under constant bombs, drone strikes, and violent land grabs. Yes. By the way, just want to point out, Jonathan Greenblatt is obviously the biggest fucking, the biggest morally bankrupted piece of shit you could possibly find, because his job is supposed to be combating as the leader of a civil rights organization. His job is to combat not only anti-Semitism, but all other forms of bigotry. And of course, Jonathan Greenblatt has not called out Elon Musk or even Twitter. Twitter is neo-Nazi central, okay? It is a neo-Nazi shithole. Jonathan Greenblatt never says anything about Elon Musk. Jonathan Greenblatt never says anything about Twitter. Jonathan Greenblatt is too busy yelling at the fucking woke lords over at the DSA for having a position that is against anti-Semitism, but is also for anti-Zionism, okay? The richest man of the world is again publicly telling his hundreds of millions of followers that he supports the vigilante murder of his political enemies, followed by the killings of immigrants, all to the crickets of any mainstream media attention. Yeah, no point in bailing the boat while traitors are still busy chopping holes in the bottom. First the traitors, then the invaders. That's the whole Uwe Boll movie, right? With Armie Hammer, the cannibal, allegedly. Elon Musk has been loving this movie. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. I was planning on actually watching it unironically on stream because it's one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. I've seen bits and pieces of it. The parts that these guys are straight up promoting, on Twitter are unbelievably stupid. It looks like a ChatGPT wrote the fucking script. It looks like it was a ChatGPT written script. It's just a guy who's all the Muslims in the movie are straight up running around being I am, as a Muslim, I love doing rapes on white women. This is the way of Islam. And then they get fucking murked by Armie Hammer. And Elon Musk loves it. And all these other fucking dipshits love it. It's so bad. But Uwe Boll has always written dog shit movies. So, as I was saying, though, Aaron Reichlin Melnick points to the South, says the richest man in the world is again publicly telling his hundreds of millions of followers that he supports the vigilante murder of his political enemies, followed by the killings of immigrants, all to the crickets of any mainstream media attention. Yes, and despite posting Nazi propaganda on a weekly basis, namely great replacement content, the ADL and Jonathan Greenblatt refused to mention it, much less condemn it, because Musk supports Israel and pro-Israel censorship on this site. So yes, your words mean nothing, Jonathan Greenblatt. We all know. You defended Elon Musk after he hit the double Sig Heil, okay, the day of the election, at the inauguration. Sorry, not the day of the election. At the inauguration, in front of the entire world and in front of everyone in America, Elon Musk double Sig Heiled, and you fucking defended it. Everybody knows you are a bankrupt, morally bankrupted charlatan, okay?
It's the same sin that Dan Goldman committed. Congressman Dan Goldman, who was at a coffee shop in Brooklyn last weekend. He had the sin of bringing his 7-year-old daughter into the coffee shop to get a cup of coffee so she could also use the bathroom. and then he was harassed and humiliated online. This is someone else who's spoken out repeatedly against the Israeli government.
No, he has.
Malone sponsored Medicare for All and the Green New Deal and was the lead prosecutor in the first Trump impeachment case. But what was Dan Goldman's sin? Like Scott Wiener's sin? Dan is Jewish. Look, the Democratic Party, and as you know, I worked
This is so funny. They literally erased Brad Lander and his Jewish background from the conversation, okay? They just straight up treat Brad as he's not a Jew, okay? It's unbelievable. If I was in his shoes, I'd be fucking pissed off about this shit. I'd be like, what the hell's going on? Bro, they literally have erased Brad Lander's Judaism. He is no longer a Jew in the eyes of Jonathan Greenblatt and all these other people. It's unbelievable. They make it seem like Brad Lander is not Jewish and the district is not Jewish, okay? This is a district with a lot of Jewish voters that voted for Brad Lander, who is Jewish, as opposed to Dan Goldman, who's also Jewish. But because Dan Goldman is pro-Israel and Brad Lander is very critical of Israel, far more critical of Israel in sincere ways, even albeit contradictory ways, but sincere ways, that they are straight up erasing his Jewish identity. It's fucking insane. I've never seen anything like it. I swear to God, there is a deliberate attempt by mainstream outlets, and not just mainstream outlets, but also these advocacy organizations that are Zionist advocacy organizations first and foremost, and not advocacy organizations that work at the behest of Jews in the United States of America, to erase the identity and the background of any American Jew that is prominent and critical of Israel, okay? Obviously, anti-Zionism is a non-starter. No mention ever will be made of Norm Finkelstein or Ilan Pappé or Avi Shalom. Avi Shalom and Ilan Pappé are literally Israeli Jews too, ironically enough, okay? None of that. No mention of Gabor Mate, Holocaust survivor. Like, these are prominent Jews who are also prominent anti-Zionists, okay? It's remarkable. What is the line? What is the line? I just don't understand what the line is. Like, these guys are so aggressively and so desperately trying to concoct a narrative that the only people that are actually Jewish are people who are pro-Israel. And as a matter of fact, you can be a Christian, and if you're pro-Israel, you're more Jewish than actual Jews who are anti-Zionist. What the fuck? No one believes this shit. And not only does no one believe this shit, you don't want people to believe this shit. You don't want the association with Judaism and Zionism, you fucking idiot. That is the association that creates more anti-Semitism. God damn.
Obama White House. I worked in the Clinton White House. The Democratic Party has an anti-Semitism problem, and I can define it in 3 letters. The DSA. The DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, they should call it, discrimination and stereotyping and anti-Semitism. And I say that because we see this as the common thread that seems to link this party and their activists. They're not Democrats, but an obsession with the Jewish state seems to be the common...
Dog, your whole life is an obsession with the Jewish state. What are you talking about? Like, says you, motherfucker. What do you mean? Your whole job is to defend the Israeli state. You fly to Israel. You work with the Israeli government. You are literally an agent of the state of Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? The obsession with the Jewish state. Your whole job is to be obsessed with the Jewish state.
Common denominator when you look at these candidates. Now, look, I want to be super clear. There's problems with anti-Semitism on the right as well. I'm not suggesting this is only a problem on the left. But we see this again and again and again. We see this in these congressional races last week. And by the way, we're seeing it right here in the city of New York with the largest Jewish population in the world. I don't agree with Scott Wiener.
Hold on. Get a load of fucking Bill Maher. He's doing an episode with Kevin Spacey. Oh my God. Oh my God. Incredible. 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 Club random, dude. On behalf of the bald delegation, we don't claim him. Yeah. Hold on. Anyway, look at the reply. Bill Cosby wasn't available. Yes. The green jacket, the green suit jacket is phenomenal. Thank you. You can't just claim you're guys that suck at balds. I have to deal with Riley Gaines existing. Yes, I know. Ben Jordan mentioned me. I have it. Nira crying that Plattner's not winning hard enough, lol. Yeah. In New York Times 2020 poll, Sarah Gideon was up 49-44. In this poll, Plattner is losing white non-college voters 59-36. People who took a big gamble that an unvetted candidate who codes working class would do better with working class voters seem wrong, according to this poll. At this point, you have to understand Neera Tanden and everybody else want Graham Plattner to lose. Okay? They don't care if the Democrats lose the Senate majority. They would much rather prove the argument that like left populism fails, and they're doing everything in their power to ensure that left populism fails. And they have aggressively, I mean, they have never stopped relentlessly attacking Graham Plattner and being like, he's dog shit, he's dog shit, he's dog shit. Look at his Nazi tattoo. He is a domestic abuser. He's a domestic abuser. Like things that are just heinous and things that are just like objectively untrue. Because for them, I'm telling you right now, they would much rather lose the Senate majority. They would much rather lose the Senate majority and then claim that they had a better shot with some fucking fantastical candidate than anything else. Okay? 920 Siena poll showed Collins at 48% and Gideon at 45%. 626 Siena poll, on the other hand, showed Collins at 59% and Plattner at 36% for white voters with no college degree. Why is Plattner still ahead? Because he's doing so well with college-educated whites. Okay? 920 Siena poll showed Collins at 57% to Gideon at 57%, the Collins is 37%. 626 Siena poll shows Collins at 31%, the Plattner 68%. Okay? 2020 exit poll had this group 58-35 Collins in 2020, so it was probably just the case that the 2020 pre-election poll was off and the group hasn't changed much since, and Plattner doesn't have special appeal to them. So I actually understated the approval swings for Collins in the Siena poll. Siena has her at -2. Emerson had her at -19. Pan Atlantic and UMass both had her at -18. Siena got a very pro Collins sample and still couldn't find a lead. Okay? So it reads as potentially an outlier. Also, listen, I've said this already, but I said this already. I will say it again. I'll go wherever people need me. Okay? If you need additional attention, if you need some extra media attention, you know, I'll do what I must. Bill Maher. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier is a patient zero for the woke mind virus. The SA candidates are alienating real America, and associating with them will blow it for Democrats in November. Bill Maher, 4 days later. Join me while I smoke weed with America's most famous pedophile. He is such a fucking intellectually and morally bankrupt piece of shit. Anyway, Hassan, please come to New Hampshire for Heath Howard, New Hampshire 1, and Karishma Manzoor for Senate. Guys, stop spamming your candidates. I'm sure they're wonderful, but I can't be everywhere at all times, okay? What did we talk about? I brought this up with Chuck Park. Many of the members in my community, including some of the moderators, literally worked on Chuck Park's campaign. But I had to make sure that our efforts were focused on races that had the ground game and the work and the organizational connection to the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? I am one person. This community is not as vast or as large as you think it is, okay? I'm one person. We are one community. I don't have fucking clones. I can't, you know, I can move the needle in the appropriate direction for candidates that have the solid fundamentals, but I can't do every single person. I can't push for every single person around the country. I want to, and hopefully one day we will get there, okay? I know we will get there. And we're working towards that goal right now. Okay, you have to understand we're working towards that goal right now. But this is huge. Like Maylak Quiros in Denver it would be a huge fucking victory in that direction. Okay, tomorrow will be the final day on the Supreme Court's term. The court has set the rule for in pending cases related to birthright, citizenship, transgender athletes, and campaign finance. By the way, that's a big one. Anyway, we were talking about Denver. We're gonna get back to Supreme Court in a second. But yeah, Denver return ballots thread. It's trending younger, but obviously still the majority is older. 65 plus, unfortunately, is like above 40%. It's crazy. But this pattern has held consistently across the board in primaries that we've been looking at, where younger voters tend to turn out in higher numbers towards the end, and certainly on E-Day. Moderate candidates are expected to run strongest in the areas west and north of Glendale, which tend to be more affluent, older, and predominantly white. As shown below, These areas have recorded strongest turnout so far, as you'd expect the age profile of the electorate. But this isn't bad for progressives or anything. It's just the ballots we're going to see first. Older voters are coming out with, LeBron-style numbers. Some of the anecdotal information that I've received from the phone bankers in this community is that some of the older voters have actually believed the dumb, nonsensical attack ads. That's not good, but it's not the end of the world. Remember, as I have stressed over and over again, it's a game of percentages, okay? Diane DeGette does not have the 65-plus voter base locked down. A lot of older voters also want these changes. Remember, I said this with Daria Liza's race because we were looking at it as like every young voter is definitely a lock for Daria Liza. Every old voter is definitely a lock for Espaillat. That wasn't the case. It's all a game of percentages. How much can you win from the older voters and how much can you turn out from the younger voters? Because the younger voters are most likely going to go overwhelmingly to Melat Quiros. But the older voters are not necessarily going to be overwhelmingly favoring Diana DeGette. That is what it is, okay? A lot of you have canvassed for Melat. You're in Denver. A lot of you have phone bank for Melat. I still think these numbers look pretty decent for Melat Quiros. We're going to see tomorrow. Fran is coming in an hour. Now let's get back to the Supreme Court handing down an opinion on the Fed's independence. There's been key decisions that came down today and then tomorrow as well.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed down two key decisions on presidential power and the firing of people from government agencies. Justices ruled that President Trump does not have the constitutional authority to fire Lisa Cook, a governor from the Federal Reserve Board.
But the court backed the president's power to terminate Rebecca Slaughter, a Democratic appointee to the Federal Trade Commission. This ruling grants more presidential power over federal agencies that are considered independent. It overturns 90 years of precedent. CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed is right outside the Supreme Court. So, Paula, walk us through the significance of these decisions today.
Pamela, these are such incredibly significant decisions. In many ways, these will be some of the defining opinions of the Roberts Court because they get to this question that has been hanging over the second Trump term, which is, are there any limits to his ability to fire federal officials? And here they give us some insight. While President Trump and his lawyers believe in something called a unitary executive theory and that the executives should be able to fire anyone they want, any way they want, here the justices put a few limits on that. In the one case, they ruled, and it's a really interesting group that was in this majority opinion. It's Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and the three liberals all ruled that he cannot fire an official in the Federal Reserve without going through a process, giving that individual an opportunity to respond, that there are some limits on his power when it comes to firing officials at that agency. Now, that is one that has, of course, always been recognized as being independent of the White House.
By the way,
but in a
I was rummaging through my stuff on my nightstand, and look what the fuck? Is it effing? What is happening? Hello? We're good now, right? No F? Regional, I'm fine? Okay. I was going to show you guys something that I found rummaging through my stuff. Look at that. Delegate voting card from the Democratic Socialists of America National Convention in 2025. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Your chair was empty for a bit. Only F I got. I want to stress the importance that I'm not a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm unaffiliated. I stole this. It was theft. It was theft, which, is the underlying basis of socialism, which is stealing other people's stuff. And that's why I did that. I'm pro-theft, as you guys know. Back to micro-looting, I see. Dig to fit, but it's for sure giving pistachio piker. Good. I love this. I love this jacket. I love the suit. It's custom made. Okay? It's bespoke. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Separate case when it comes to an employee at the Federal Trade Commission, that he does have the power to fire that individual because that is within the executive branch. And again, this is a significant decision because it's sort of drawing out the contours of the extent of his power to try to reshape the federal government through these mass firings. Now, President Trump wasn't clear how he was going to react to these decisions, and it's been a pretty mixed day for him overall at the court, but he described this as, quote, a big win.
I want to bring in our chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupic, right now. Joan, like Paula, you were inside the court when these decisions came down. Give us a little sense of how that felt.
Sure, Wolf. It's good to see you. The most important thing the justices did today was in the case involving Rebecca Slaughter of the Federal Trade Commission. Chief Justice John Roberts and the conservative majority used that decision to roll back nearly a century of legal policy about the president's power to remove the heads of regulatory agencies. Now, in some ways, this is going to sound kind of dry and arcane, but regulatory agencies are so important for how Americans live their lives. They cover rules for, medical, health, nuclear power. In this case, it's the Federal Trade Commission that was at issue, and we're talking about, safeguarding consumer practices, antitrust issues. So that gives you a sense of all that's at stake. But this court, for many, many years, has really not appreciated the congressional power to set these up and set up independent heads that the president can only remove for what's called for cause. That would be if somebody was actually found guilty of some sort of malfeasance or ineffectiveness in office. And that's what happened to Rebecca Slaughter. She was an appointee who had many more years left on her term, but President Trump, when he came into office, said he wanted to remove her. He wanted the power to do that. And the Supreme Court has used that case to say, yes, President Trump can remove Rebecca Slaughter, even though her term's not up, a Democratic appointee, and he can do that at the multitude of other independent agencies that at one point, as I said, Congress had set up to be independent, to not be under the pressure of the president. That was a 6-3 decision, and after the chief, who has had a special project here in trying to give the president much more robust power.
Like, the Supreme Court is so funny because every now and then, catching strays from the Green Party after watching Hasan Piker kick leftists and promise not to kick right-wingers from his stream today, it's clear that he's a hypocrite and a grifter. Be careful and skeptical out there, folks. Which Green Party? Are you talking about the only Green Party in the Western world that has a real viability, which happens to be in the UK, which is currently being led by a guy who is self-described HasanAbi head Zach Polanski? Or are you talking about the American Green Party? Because if it's the American Green Party, enact universal health care for California Facebook page. Actually, I guess the Canada Green Party is not bad either, I think. Or maybe, I don't know. Bro knows nothing about EU politics. I don't actually know about any of the fucking Amsterdam kayak guy. I don't know enough about the Green parties in other European countries. I don't know anything about the Green Party, man. I think you need to understand. I am an American, okay? I'm an Amerifat. I'm Ameribrained, and you need to understand, as an Amerifat, Ameribrained guy, a chud-ass loser, okay, my framework of what the Green Party is just Jill Stein, okay? That's it. That's it. It's just, you have to understand, this is a new thing. You grew up in Turkey, you can't use that excuse, sorry. We don't have a fucking Green Party in Turkey. What are you talking about? We have a parliamentary system. And no Green Party. Well, now it's a presidential system, but it used to be a parliamentary system when I was fucking growing up. And also, you're an American. What the fuck? Unfollowed?
Or to not just hire people, but to fire. Justice Sotomayor then read her dissent from the bench, and she said, this can go in one of two directions. This can give, it can give the president more power, and maybe he would be more accountable, or it could lead to chaos. And she looked up at the spectators and she said something to the effect, I can guess it which way it will go. Maybe you can too. So, Wolf, a dramatic case today. It doesn't apply to the Federal Reserve, as we saw with the Lisa Cook one, but it reserves.
Oh, why is the Supreme Court funny? Because they literally will be like, they will make decisions like Donald Trump is allowed to single-handedly decide who is an American and who's not, split along ideological lines. Okay. They'll be like, yeah, it's in the Constitution. All the supposed fucking, old school conservative Supreme Court judges that are, faithfully interpreting the Constitution as the founders intended it or whatever. Right. But then they'll turn around and be like, oh, he's molesting the money. Like, the only time where they go against Trump is if Trump molests the money too much. Okay. They stop the sanctions because he was doing too much money molestation. So the SCOTUS had to come in and be like, no, enough money molestation, not allowed. And the other one is like trying to override the independence of the Fed. Okay, that's it. Those are the only times where the Supreme Court's like, yeah, by the way, you can't do that. We shall see how they behave with the birthright citizenship one. I just don't think that there is any way that they can unironically change the American Constitution this dramatically. Tomorrow, we shall find out where this goes. I do think that they will keep the birthright decision because that's legitimately a fucking insane. That is legitimately an insane thing. Yeah, overriding the independence of the Fed is basically top tier money molesting. I know.
It applies to a multitude of other agencies who perform a lot of safeguard functions across the country. Wolf.
All right, Joan Piskupic, thank you very, very much, Paula.
I want to go over to Paula Reed now because there was another big ruling today where justices rejected a Republican challenge to a Mississippi.
I think it'll be a 7-2 decision that birthright citizenship stays. Who are the two? Clarence Thomas. Who do you think the other will be? Alito and Thomas, right? We shall see. Gorsuch is obviously, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. They vote against birthright citizenship, but we better start learning Chinese. I don't know, old man, feel like they will take it down every time it feels like they take a decision against Trump. They give me something big. I mean, the only time where they rule against Donald Trump is if he's like very clearly and flagrantly in violation of previous precedents that don't have tremendous backing from outside groups that have gotten these guys appointed into their seat of power, like the Federalist Society and abortion. If something is like blatantly unconstitutional, they usually actually will stop it, with the exception of the super precedent that every single one of these guys said they wouldn't actually overturn, and then they ended up overturning abortion. But that one had tremendous backing from all of the groups that got them elected got them appointed into this seat of power specifically for this decision. And that failed spectacularly regardless. That's so not true, Hasan. Yeah, unless it has something to do with abortion or voting rights for black people. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. Of course, they've done that. But again, that's why I'm saying, like, if there's tremendous outside backing for something like this, birthright citizenship doesn't have the same level of institutional support that overturning abortion did or overturning the VRA did. Okay? Overturning the VRA has been a fundamental plank of the conservative movement, right? That's been a fundamental plank of the conservative judicial movement in this country, and so has been the Dawes decision. So like, it's not that one. Those make sense. Those make sense. Birthright, on the other hand, is like a Stephen Miller operation. Usually the L's that SCOTUS hands to Trump is the court returning the decision to the states to make their own. It's still devastating depending on the context, but when Trump needs W's, they're still giving them to him. Generally, SCOTUS is a rubber stamp for heritage and Trump at this point, in my opinion. Yes. I just don't know. No, the birthright is deeply rooted constitutionally, unlike the abortion thing is bullshit. No, abortion was maintained as a super precedent. That's the reason why Kavanaugh and Amy Covid Barrett both lied and said that they saw it as a super precedent and that they would not overturn it. Wait, just read it. It's literally is written down in the text for the 14th Amendment. You can't read the text in any different way. In European courts, the text cannot be interpreted differently than as birthright citizenship. No, I know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I just think that is like, that seems more extreme than anything else. So, yeah, for reference, the first birthright citizenship case was 1897 Wong Kim Ark, and is still good law. Would be fucking crazy to overturn over 100 years of good law. Would be the most insane precedent ever overturned due to how long it's been the precedent. Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's like, it literally is more insane than, like, the VRA has been a long established project and has been chipped away by the SCOTUS, right? And abortion was a big outside project for a lot of the conservative judicial movement. Birthright has not had that same initiative. Like, birthright is one of those things that the Trump administration decided they were going to tackle because they're just fascist, they're racist, and they're psychotic. But there are still Like, there are still enough conservatives out there, especially legal scholars of the conservative variety, that look at that and go, this is an unbelievable mistake, and they wouldn't stand by it. So I don't know which way they will go. Okay? The court upheld Mississippi's law passed 2020 allowing election officials to count ballots postmarked by Election Day and received up to 5 business days later. Republican leaders had challenged the grace period rule, asserting that federal law requires the ballots must be received by Election Day. A ruling striking down Mississippi's law had the potential to invalidate not only the state's mail-in ballot rules, but also similar laws in more than a dozen other states. It could also have potentially appended grace periods aimed at allowing military, diplomatic, and other overseas voters to participate along with rural voters and people with disabilities, all disrupted all state laws that allow mail-in voting. Donald Trump, once again, in his endless appetite to destroy mail-in ballot voting, was going to harm Republican states that have universal mail-in ballot voting. And also, he himself is famously a mail-in ballot voter. So that's also hilarious. And not only that, but also, this hurts rural voters quite a bit. And rural voters notoriously are Republican voters. When even Amy Covid Barrett is demonstrating skepticism during the proceedings to overturning birthright citizenship, you can almost guarantee this isn't going to reach critical mass. I am ABM clerk, and most of my calls about that was from Republican voters. Lol. I am an ABM clerk. Oh, yeah. If birthright citizenship is overturned tomorrow, it would genuinely be a bigger deal in terms of stare decisis than the Dobbs decision. It would literally be the death of the doctrine and respect for precedent as we know it, and that's not an exaggeration. Yes, this isn't to say, chatters, this isn't to say that the abortion Dobbs decision wasn't as relevant or wasn't as impactful. Simply speaking, from like the way the Supreme Court and the way that the judicial branch has operated, this would be the most consequential precedent, historic precedent that has been established, that has been defended for literally a fucking century, that is the pillar of American existence. Okay? I don't even know how to explain it. That's part of the reason why I'm saying, like, this would be totally ridiculous. Like, let me explain it to you this way. The Second Amendment has been interpreted differently in like the last 4 decades. Okay? The Second Amendment did not have the same broad scope. Okay? So the Second Amendment could go in either direction. It's a relatively new phenomena. The way that we understand the Second Amendment is like being as expansive and as defensive of people's like rights to own guns and all the numerous other things that you can put on a gun, like all the modifications and whatnot. That is a relatively new interpretation. It's a relatively modern interpretation, right? This is not. Birthright is 100 years old, more than 100 years old. Yeah, see, not even the modern interpretation that we all know was established in 2008. I mean, that's also, oh yeah, you're right, actually. Modern interpretation, Heller, that we all know was established in 2008. I know, but even before then, there was, just like with the VRA, there's always been an effort to move in the direction of this modern interpretation of the Second Amendment. Okay? My point was the things that we see as like established law, like it's the Second Amendment to protect the First, like that's a relatively new phenomena that started, I guess, in like the last couple of decades, and certainly the modern interpretation from since 2008, like with no wiggle room whatsoever. It was still a movement, but not widely adopted until then. The broad scope came. The broad scope of carrying came in 2022. So here's the difference. The reason why I'm bringing the Second Amendment up is because a lot of people think the Second Amendment in and of itself is like this well-established legal safeguard to carry carry whatever arms you want to carry with no impediments whatsoever. That has never been the case. Throughout American history, that has never been the interpretation of the Second Amendment. Okay? It's not set in stone. It's a relatively new phenomena. However, birthright citizenship is not like that. It's like due process, birthright citizenship, and fucking due process, birthright citizenship, the First Amendment. These are all fundamentally well-established, safeguarded, principled parts of the Constitution that everyone has always defended and everyone always understood exactly what it is, right? So that's important to recognize, okay? That is important to recognize. This would be, the birthright thing would be like literally overturning the First Amendment, which is ironically something that the fucking Supreme Court also wants to do. This would be similar to overturning due process, which is, again, ironically something that this MAGA movement is trying to do. So it's that degree. It's far beyond abortion. It's far beyond anything else, which is also part of the reason why I'm saying like it would be an insane thing for even this Supreme Court to do, which is part of the reason why I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it would be unbelievable. Through an executive order, it's over at that point. Donald Trump can just make whatever executive orders he wants. He could literally write an executive order that America is a communist nation with a centrally planned economy, and the Supreme Court is supposed to say yes to that. Okay? What is this? CNN slop piece about Daria Lisa? I don't care about this right now. Okay? She is our queen. We will defend her later. Yeah. And above all else, birthright, unlike many other amendments, is written in pretty plain language. Very little interpretation has to go into what the amendment actually means. Yes. The 14th Amendment is the most contested and therefore the most settled amendment in Supreme Court history. They wouldn't be overturning just one or two Supreme Court precedents like with Dobbs. They would be overturning over a century of jurisprudence. Yeah. Abortion was a super precedent, but not explicitly in the Constitution. Birthright citizenship is explicitly enumerated in the 14th Amendment. Overturning would be huge in that it would throw the Constitution completely in the trash, since it would go directly against it rather than doing some extremely legal gymnastics to justify the decision. It isn't precedent. It's literally just what is written down. Okay? It would make the Constitution no longer be a valid legal document. I don't know how else to explain it other than that. It would just mean nothing in ways that previous decisions that overturned super precedents did not. I mean, those were dangerous moments, and those have very clearly created chaos. Those have actually very clearly and directly created material harm towards victims, specifically women that wanted to maintain their bodily autonomy, right? Like those are ginormously impactful decisions. This, on the other hand, means everything is fair play. Everything is fair play. Your boy, who knows if your boy is still an American citizen or not? You know what I mean? Like this is what I'm talking about. Okay. And not just me, a lot of Americans. How far does it go back? How far does it go back? Like how many generations are we deciding? How many generations of birthright? Because America is literally fundamentally a birthright nation because it's a settler colony. Okay. You have to understand, everyone came here with the exception of the natives, okay? Everyone came here at some point. So how far back do we go? Obviously, I know exactly how they would operate. Trump, for example, versus AOC is a perfect example of this. AOC is an American citizen for far longer and generationally than Trump has been an American citizen, right? Trump is what, second generation or third generation American citizen? I believe second generation, if I'm not mistaken. AOC, on the other hand, has been here for like 7 or 8 generations. AOC's family has been here, right? From Puerto Rico. AOC's status might be revoked before Donald Trump in that equation. I wonder why. You know what I mean? Anyway. Guns on private land 6-3 ruling on June 25th. Court struck down a Hawaii law that required gun owners to get permission before carrying a firearm on the private property that's generally open to the public. The law was one of several passed in the state in response to a 2022 Supreme Court case that expanded gun rights and set out a new test for evaluating regulations. 3 Maui gun owners and a local firearms advocacy group challenged this particular restriction, arguing that it violated the Second Amendment. Why it matters, the decision could clarify the test of evaluating the constitutionality of gun regulations that the justice set out in 2022 in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association. Asylum policy. Court ruled that the Department of Homeland Security may revive a policy that allowed the government to turn non-citizens away at the border without hearing any claims that they had qualified for asylum. The policy was in effect during Obama admin and President Trump's first term, but reversed during the Biden administration. It's called the metering. Right? I think that's what it is, right? Is this the practice of metering? Yeah. Immigrant advocates say the so-called metering policy violates federal law, which requires officials to inspect and refer to for processing asylum seekers who are physically present in the United States. The Trump administration says the policy is critical for managing the southern border, where there's a public stand on whether non-citizens stopped near the border or outside of the United States should be on whether non-citizens stopped near the border or outside the United States should be allowed to apply for asylum. All respondents at 56% say should be allowed to apply. Only 44% say should not be allowed. Independents are overwhelmingly in favor of it. Democrats are obviously overwhelmingly in favor of it. But of course, Republicans are not. So it doesn't fucking matter. Protections from deportation. The justice ruled that the president may end deportation protections for hundreds of thousands. This is TPS revocation for Haitian and Syrian migrants. This is, again, incredibly fucked up. Incredibly fucked up. Okay? It's, hype train incoming at 56 seconds. By the way, thank you for the 50 community gifted subs to Lexi Rose. We will fucking carry the flame today. God damn it, we will carry the flame today before Francesca Hahn gets on the broadcast, okay? Let's be honest, if they revoke birthright, Trump definitely will try to run in 2028. Will it be allowed unless he gets it worse? Because I don't think Republicans repeat the mistakes they made. I don't know. Hype train incoming, 30 seconds remaining. Keep gifting subs. CMOC, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Hype train is here, ladies and gentlemen. Will we be able to carry the flame? Support independent media at the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. We carry the flame at level 10 hype train. You already know. If you want to carry the flame alongside your friends, subscribe. Okay? Subscribe. What you can do for $6 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get one free Prime subscription a month. Check previous regarding asylum case. The logic of the asylum case was so fucking stupid. The logic basically was they aren't inside the USA yet, so they can't apply for asylum. So they need to get in the USA somehow and apply for asylum, even though we aren't allowing them in to apply for asylum. Yes, it's a way to make it impossible. There's also the additional problem here with what is it called? Like if you come in, if you're Haitian, for example, but you go to Mexico to come into the United States, then technically you already went to a much safer place. Like the first country that you went to, this was established in the first Trump administration, and obviously the Mexican government under the leadership of AMLO implemented the safe third country policy because they were too worried about all of the welfare reforms that they were making that Trump would come in and destroy. Yeah. Also, if the birthright decision tomorrow goes the wrong way, precedent similar to that of Plyler v. Doe also goes out the window, which made it unconstitutional to deny public education to undocumented children. And EMTALA, hospitals have to give life-saving care to undocumented migrants, might also be on the way out. Yeah. Honestly, the short version is the court doesn't have the power to revoke birthright. And if they try, we have a constitutional crisis. Yeah. Is the Supreme Court going to say if your family wasn't here since the beginning of the USA, you don't get birthright citizenship? How are they going to decide the time? Seems like all the conservatives would have to agree on a time. I don't see them agreeing on that and just keeping birthright citizenship. Dude, this is such an insane and fundamentally un-American concept. I cannot begin to explain this to you, okay? Ellis Island. Like every American citizen that currently is a natural-born U.S. citizen is like a couple generations removed from not being a U.S. citizen that became a U.S. citizen due to birthright, okay? Not just birthright, but also especially due to birthright. Like, go back far enough, and every single American, go back far enough, is the children of migrants, okay? This is literally the United States of America. This is the most un-American thing that you could push for. I don't understand how you could even push for it, okay? But what I will push for is carrying the flame at level 6 hype train. We're at 43% level 6 hype train. Support independent media by gifting a sub to others. And at level 10, we will carry the motherfucking flame. Okay? They don't care. They say we are full. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I genuinely think there's a chance tomorrow that SCOTUS doesn't even reach the issue in their decision tomorrow and just says, Trump can't just make an executive order and amend the Constitution, so here's a roadmap to show how Trump can do it, and we'll see you back soon. But even then, I don't think that means that they're going to do it. PsyOp. Welsh Combo, thank you for the 5. Alyssa Sodal, thank you for the 5. Aqua Grid, thank you for the 5. Anyway, we are at level 7 hype train at 9%, ladies and gentlemen. 35% off, 5+ gifted. If you give subs to others, You get 35% off CMOC. Thank you. Disinterested goes. Tongva Nation. My ancestors were on the Mayflower. Even I could have my birthright revoked, probably because I'm a democratic socialist. I mean, yeah, this is like, at that point, this is, I would go so far as to say something as bold, but this is America's Nuremberg race laws moment. Okay? I don't think that's a far-fetched assessment to make. If this goes through, this is the closest equivalent that I can think of as far as like a new law in the books. This would be America's Nuremberg race laws moment, which once implemented, of course, famously made Jews, Jewish Germans, and whoever the Nazis decided were revoked of their citizenship. They made them devoid of citizenship. It was a moment of denaturalization. It was a moment of depersonhood. Jim Crow already was that moment. I mean, there have been numerous periods of time, but the trajectory of American history has been rather progressive, right? This would be a regression, and that's why I'm saying it's America's Nuremberg moment, especially paired up with the aggressive militant posture against aggressive militant posture against who we have declared as enemies of the state, undocumented migrants. It would be, we're at level 8 hype train, by the way. Shouts out. What is this? Level 10 hype train?
No, I was about to debate Charlie Kirk.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Is this a Kirk mix? Oh my God. Weird that the ADL isn't saying anything about this either. Another insane ruling this term was when the court decided in Lander v. Louisiana, the 6-3, that a prison forcibly shearing the dreadlocks of a... Oh, I saw that. You're right. Forcibly shearing the dreadlocks of a Rastafarian man who was in for a 5-month drug sentence could not be sued for violating the man's First Amendment rights. Truly religious liberty for me, but no religious liberty for thee. Yeah. That obviously has impact on not just Rastafarians in the prison system, but also Sikhs as well, and numerous other religious groups. It's totally ridiculous. It's just like, it's one of those things that's like so clearly protected, so clearly constitutionally protected. But the only reason why they did it is because they want to be racist. They just straight up wanted to be fucking racist. They wanted to be evil. And that's the reason why they're doing it. President Trump repeated long debunked lies while talking about the Supreme Court ruling today on mail-in ballots and the ruling expected tomorrow on birthright citizenship. Quick fact check from Daniel Dale. Daniel Dale, Mr. Fact Check. He's fact checking. We haven't heard from him in a long time. Also, we're at 2 minutes remaining on level 8 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes remaining on level 8 hype train. Will we carry the flame today or not? Subscribe. It's 35% off if you gift 5+ gifted subs. We are debunking. Donald Trump falsely claimed mail-in voting is really dishonest. It's a legitimate voting method used by legitimate voters, including Trump himself. Remember, Trump is a mail-in ballot voter to cast legitimate ballots. All evidence shows fraud rates are tiny, even though they're slightly higher than in-person voting. Number 2, he falsely described what Jimmy Carter and Carter-led 2005 commission said about mail-in ballots. Carter didn't say you can't have them, and the commission didn't say cheating was inevitable when they're used. Though the commission was skeptical of mail-in voting, it also highlighted how Oregon was holding successful mail-only elections by introducing key safeguards, offered recommendation for making mail-in voting more secure, said further research was needed on the pros and cons. He also falsely claimed on birthright citizenship. We're the only nation that does it. No other nation does that birthright citizenship. No one, not even close. About 36 countries provide automatic citizenship to people born on their soil, including Canada, Mexico, and the majority of South American countries. Okay? We are not the only country that does it. That's insane. That's so stupid. What the hell? And even if we were the only country that does it, which we are not, the question remains, is it a good policy or is it a bad policy? If you personally believe it's a bad policy, you have to make an argument for why you think it's a bad policy. It's not a bad policy. It literally is the fundamental distinction that has made America what it is as a country. Okay? Like, it's a good policy. It has allowed America to avoid the most consequential element of developing as a country. Most developed nations have this problem. Most developed nations have a replacement problem, okay? Their birth rates are bad. Look at Japan is the most extreme example, but look at Europe as well. Whereas, with the exception of Native Americans, every single American citizen is generationally removed from not being an American citizen and was a recipient of birthright citizenship. What are we talking about? There is literally a fucking soccer player on the U.S. men's national team that would not be an American citizen if it wasn't for fucking birthright. He claimed we're the only country in the world that does this type of mail-in ballot. Didn't explain what he meant by does this type of, so can't call this false, but those are countries that use mail-in ballots, and several wealthy nations, including Canada, the UK, Germany, and Switzerland, also allow widespread usage of them. All right, we're at level 9 hype train. 3 minutes remaining at 5%. 35% off. Gifted subs. Ladies and gentlemen, will we carry the motherfucking flame or not? Okay? Will we carry the motherfucking flame or not? Ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Support independent media. Piker Broadcasting Service. People's Broadcasting Service. No sponsorships. No nothing. No IP. You will never see ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. People's Broadcasting Service. Just if you want to support the show, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account or by getting gifted a sub. Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo.
Anyway, Xylax, thank you for the 50 bones, and Opium Bells, thank you for the 10. Holy moly, Burley, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy Toledo, it's cold as fuck. Yeah, religious rights, the dreadlock case, of course, they destroyed, eviscerated religious rights. Is Damon Landor, Rastafarian, whose dreadlocks were forcibly shaved while he was in prison. Gun possession, 9-0 ruling. The court narrowed a federal law that banned drug users and addicts from owning and possessing guns. The justices ruled that the law was overbroad, sweeping together recreational drug users with people addicted to drugs who pose a danger to public safety. Death penalty declined to issue a ruling on May 21st. Racial gerrymandering, you already know. 6-3 ruling on April 29th. Blow to the VRA, Voting Rights Act. Court ruled that Louisiana's new congressional district. Oh my God, we're at level 10 hype train. Holy shit, I'm about to have Fran Hong on in a second. But before we do that, let's do it. Level 10 hype train.
Didn't say that. No, I was about to debate Charlie Kirk. Why the fuck would I want anybody to kill him? I was supposed to debate Charlie. Listen, I know this is a difficult concept for you to understand, but I was actually supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks prior to his assassination. Obviously, I have a very different method of going about things than the way that you're trying to present it.
Look at our King Bird Dog right there.
If that was my mentality, I would never try to debate.
Charlie respected that. And it's really sad to see the rest of the remnants of the conservative movement refusing to carry the flame in the way that Charlie Kirk wanted it to be carried.
What the fuck is this, bro?
On the other hand, do carry that flame because we are Charlie Kirk. We sing news like a gar. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name. We honor his name.
We stand unbroken, a voice in the storm, man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
Who's got the Bollywood remix? Who's got the Bollywood remix? All right. Well, this is good. This is cool, but we gotta do the no, not the Chinese version. No, not the City Pop Japanese version. Give me the Bollywood version. It was the best one, dude.
Hey, he stood unshaken, who voice into conviction, no heart reborn. He spoke, thought was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie, we carry to flame. We'll fit for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his good is our own. To get to unbroken, we'll make heaven known. Oh, husband, oh, father, his family held near. Oh, home built on scripture, on faith without fear.
All right, that was We Are Charlie Kirk, honoring the flame. We carry the gospel. We fight in his name. And listen, as someone who tries to maintain the flame to the best of my ability, I try to talk to people who I have significant disagreements with all the time, whether that be chatters or whether that be individuals running for office, right? And of course, this is the part of the broadcast that many people are waiting for. Okay, many people have been waiting for FRANCESCA Hong, who is running for governor of Wisconsin. She's a DSA candidate. We are going to have her on right now. We're going to have her on in a brief moment. I'm going to get it ready. And yeah, we're very excited. Hello, yes. All right.
Hello.
FRANCESCA Hong, what an honor to have you here.
It's an honor to be here.
Very, very exciting. How does she fly in from PA so fast? Yeah, she was earlier in the day. She was on Michael from Pennsylvania's broadcast. She's here today. Thank you so much for coming.
Happy to be here.
Very excited. We got some gifts for you.
For me?
Yeah, Hannah. Hannah's going to bring you some gifts. Yes, we got some gifts for you. You have you've run a very, here we go. First of all,
지성사이다.
Oh, you got
we
gifts
have
for
gifts
me.
for you.
What is the other gift? No, do it. You should have made it. You should have made it.
This
That's
is
crazy.
a really wonderful gift. I will send this into my family group chat.
Okay.
Yes.
I have some other stuff that we're going to be discussing as well, which is relevant to your background, relevant to your experience. Let me pull up my notes real quick. Just don't look over there on that screen. I'm gonna put the notes over there.
Hey, chat.
Okay. But
right. This is so exciting. I haven't had this in years. I think the last time I had one of these was in Korea.
Yeah.
Very special. Thank
Hell
you.
yeah. I've yet to go. I'm probably gonna go this year. This is the one. It's like I've been to Japan. I've been to China.
Oh.
I've been meaning to go to Vietnam, and I've been meaning to go to Korea. But FRANCESCA Hong, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you already know her. She needs no introduction. You've made big waves in all of the election watching Democratic Socialist circles. FRANCESCA Hong is a Korean American DSA candidate for Wisconsin governor, single mom, restaurant worker, and chef, a state representative in Wisconsin 76, Madison, Wisconsin. Your primary is coming up on August 11th, 2026. You have a bunch of opponents. We'll get to that. Mandela Barnes, Sarah Rodriguez, Crowley, Royce, and Brennan. You have gotten some key endorsements from Ilhan Omar, Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, DSA, both Madison, Milwaukee, and Northeast Wisco, which we all love equally. Okay, there is no. I know that there is some controversy within the different friendly rivalry happening within the different DSAs in Wisconsin.
It's all love.
So yeah, I there might be some more endorsements that are coming that I might have missed, but we're gonna play your launch video really quickly, okay?
It's so stressful
for people who don't know. And the reason why I brought up the fact that your chef background is because one of my favorite one of my favorite foods that I have here in Los Angeles, California, is a Korean food. And if we reach, so how much money did you raise earlier with Michael from Pennsylvania?
With Mike from PA, we've raised over $35,000.
I hate that. It's unacceptable. Okay, if we beat Michael from Pennsylvania, are you hungry?
Always hungry.
Okay, if we beat Michael from Pennsylvania, we have to beat him. Okay, that's a lot of money. Okay, 34 grand. But if we fundraise, if we out fundraise, that's 2 streams. How much did he raise in this last stream?
I don't know.
Oh, that doesn't count. Okay, it's 2 streams, but still, fuck it. If we beat Michael from Pennsylvania, we have a Korean American chef here, and we're gonna do mukbang. Okay, we are going to. I sorry for signing you up for this, but it's not like a real mukbang. Okay, it's not. But we are going to try LA Korean food, and she's going to give me her opinion on whether or not it's worth being my favorite food to eat here. Okay?
I don't want to ruin things for you.
Damn. No, I think you're going to like it. It's fire. It's galbijim.
Oh, I love galbijim.
Okay, so good. So that's right off the jump. That's good. All right.
Okay.
All right.
But
So
if they fuck it up, like you can really fuck it up.
yeah, hopefully they won't. Maybe I've been eating fucked up kalbi Jim, and not even knowing it. So without even knowing it. But yeah, that's right. Where do we got? Okay, Hong Hasan, secureactblue.com/donate. Hong Hasan, we got, we have to beat Michael from Pennsylvania's record here. Okay. So spam that link. And
Thanks,
we're
Chad.
gonna get into it real quick. Hold on, let me change the camera angle on here as well. We're doing live,
Oh my gosh.
live production.
You know,
There's
I've
a
actually
lot.
worked with all of those chefs in the video.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Hell yeah!
They're not
So,
just folks
so you're
standing in.
basically like Bear. You're this is Bear territory. You know, you were in treacherous conditions in the kitchen,
Yes.
chefing it up.
I've got some complicated feelings about The Bear, but it's good television, very good writing.
I mean, I feel like it wasn't as good like the latest season. Like the first season was good, and it got maybe not as good as of after the first couple seasons. There's no tracker on the website, by the way, so we're gonna have to rely on your word or your team's word on how much we're fundraising.
Oh, for the Hasan link? Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Right? Because
We've got an honest team.
Okay. I don't know why
They
there's no
handle the
tracker, but
money.
it's fine. Okay, let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get started. This was your ad, your campaign ad, your intro.
It's so stressful to get by these days, and I know a lot about stress. I work in restaurants. I started in this kitchen 15 years ago, and you might recognize what's across the street. A lot of people in that building don't get why it's so hard to get by right now. Working hard doesn't mean you can always keep up. One wrong step can lay you out flat. This is by design. I'm State Representative Francesca Hong. I'm a service worker, community organizer, and a mom. I work for a living. Always have, still do. 5 years ago, my community sent me to the Capitol. The system is rigged. I'm running for governor to fix it. For years, we've been told that doing better isn't possible. Well, let me tell you, that's bullshit. All we need to do is fight together. We can fully fund our public schools and have universal childcare. We can guarantee paid leave and have cheaper healthcare. We can fix a rigged system that puts oligarchs over workers and small businesses. We can do better. Don't let anyone tell you we can't do this. We can build a Wisconsin where we share the table.
Aw.
Yeah. I'm Francesca Hong, and I'm running for governor because I know that together we make better possible.
That was brilliant. Okay, so that's a goated launch video. You've turned into a lawmaker after working as a chef in kitchens. You're running as the DSA-backed insurgent in a 6-way Democratic primary to replace retiring Governor Tony Evers. You were the daughter of Korean immigrants. You started in Madison Kitchens as a dishwasher, worked your way up to executive chef, opened up your own ramen shop, and in 2020 became the first Asian American ever elected to the Wisconsin legislature. You're a member of both DSA and the Assembly's Socialist Caucus. Now you're running a progressive campaign for governor of Wisconsin to succeed 74-year-old Tony Evers, ladies and gentlemen. You built a massive grassroots movement without corporate PAC dollars, modeled on the legacy of Wisconsin's historic sewer socialists.
Yeah.
Which, I'm sure Michael talked to you extensively about. He's a nerd. Who governed sewer socialists, governed Milwaukee for nearly 50 years, sponsoring legislation for universal child care, a state-owned public bank, and a moratorium on AI data centers, which we hate here unconditionally. Your campaign seeks to demonstrate that bold democratic socialist governance can deliver material improvements to both urban and rural working class communities. Once again, Francesca Hong, thank you so much for coming.
So happy to be here.
All right. So you started as a dishwasher. You became an executive chef. You opened Morris Ramen.
Yep.
And during COVID, you launched Cook It Forward, where you paid struggling restaurants cook meals for food insecure families. You're a single mom. Every other person in this primary is a lieutenant governor or a county executive or an agency head.
Ooh.
What does a governor who has stood on a dish pit at 1 a.m. understand about working people in the state that a career politician fundamentally does not?
You understand the pain. I think that a lot of people are in pain right now, and politicians are not honestly acknowledging that. And there's a hustle. We knew from the get-go that we would have to be the campaign that out-hustled everyone. And I think that service industry workers were built different. Also, the dishwasher is the most important position in a restaurant. So it's more of a flex there that I want to work in the dish pick because then I'll know I'm the most important. So there's a little politician connection.
Okay, hell yeah.
The ego.
So you've also said, okay, let's talk about the bear real quick before I get to more serious stuff.
The bear is serious.
What's up? Is the bear not realistic? Is that what it is?
I think it's realistic in a sense that it's opened up some traumatic times in my life and been a reminder of when a brigade system can be incredibly abusive. I think that the storylines, the relationship development, I think it's beautiful to watch. I think folks think that the drama behind the scenes is there every day for restaurants when a lot of it is actually trying to avoid dramas. And I don't know, the stories around like who the customers are now, I think it's harder when a customer comes in and they're like, well, we watch the bear. We know like how this actually goes down. And then there's this assumption or somebody's coming in with more of like a judgment on how, or it's kind of like they're coming in pretending they already know what's up because they've watched the bear.
What do you think about your experiences working in restaurants translates to governance, but more importantly than governance, do you feel like it gives you a better understanding of the plight of the working class? And do you think every single person that runs for office has to work in the service sector in some capacity?
I think everyone, period, has to work in the service sector at least once or for some portion of their life. I think that working in restaurants has taught me that you have to care about people. You see kind of the best and worst in humanity in restaurants. It's like a little microcosm of classism there. And you learn to respect folks regardless of what position they're in or what they're doing. And you also, I feel like I come in from a place where I'm grateful to have spent time in a restaurant where folks had big moments, celebrations, breakups, weddings, birthdays. But I think more importantly too, it's that work ethic of always trying to put others first. That came from working in restaurants and being an immigrant's daughter.
All right. Speaking of restaurants, what's your spice tolerance? What are we working with?
Oh, high.
Because we're
very
already
high.
Okay, good. Because we're already at I think $11,000
Holy
raised.
shit!
With the goal being 35, and then we'll obviously extend the goal if it passes 35. So I'm just gonna get it ready to go just in case. Chatters, keep donating. Okay, well let's do. You know what? Let's do spicy then. I think
Is
this
this
can
like
be
a white people scale of spice or
no. I mean,
Korean
this is,
spice?
Have you been to K-Town here before?
This is my first time in K-Town. We just came from there.
Okay, so no, it's like it's not tailored to the palate of white people.
Okay.
K-Town is very Korean, I would say.
Some folks told me that the Korean food in K-Town is better than the Korean food in Korea.
So I have not been able to test that theory out yet, but I will say California Asian cuisine in general is insane. I love Japan. I've been to Japan many times. I love China. I've been to China. And I would go so far as to say that like Asian food in California is like comparable to the respective host nations. So I can't speak for Korean food in Korea, but California Korean food or LA Korean food is pretty fucking spectacular.
I have a kind of a theory behind that is like, especially for Korean food, there's a certain expectation of having it taste like what mom or grandma made. And the expectations of folks who come in, like service-wide or understanding kind of like what the more Western restaurant service is supposed to be like, where, I don't know, I think folks have more on the line making the food here, especially knowing that it's immigrants and however many different generations that come after, where people are raising the stakes and expectations. And so the food can only get better.
Yeah. Well, how about Wisconsin? How's Asian food in general in Wisconsin?
In Madison, so we have an incredibly strong ethnic food scene. And people underestimate it. But I've had chefs that I've known in Chicago who come to Madison for the Lao food, the Hmong food. We have amazing Tibetan food, Southeast Asian. I would say actually in Madison, where I wish we had better food, is Korean food, but I can get it at home.
Hell yeah. Get the tracker on the stream. I'm checking it. Chatters,
I think
calm
somebody
down.
said there was one.
It is. They just want to see it on screen.
Got it. Yes, Little Tibet is so good.
It's at 13,300. We got to get those numbers up. It's at this rate, we're not going to be able to compete with Michael from Pennsylvania. I know there's a tracker. I'm looking at it. Okay. Calm down. All right. So this race is very important for a lot of different reasons. Obviously, there's a tremendous momentum happening with democratic socialism in this country right now. There have been big waves in New York City. I like to say New York City is the tip of the spear. They have a well-oiled machine in New York City DSA, but I believe genuinely that these policies are universal and are broadly accessible and broadly popular everywhere else. Wisconsin is a purple state. For the longest time, the conventional wisdom was that a Democrat had to run as a milquetoast centrist in a place like Wisconsin, basically a Republican who cycles just to survive the general election. Yet in 2016, 71 out of 72 Wisconsin counties went to Bernie Sanders in the primary. And in the general, Donald Trump ended up beating Hillary's centrist campaign. Trump barely lost Wisconsin in 2020, but won it again in 2024 by 1%. It is the most purple of the purple states out there. What's your message to Wisconsin voters who have rejected centrist politics for over a decade and are looking for a politics that finally speaks to the masses?
It's time to build power. It's time to build power through policies that put working class people first. Everyone deserves to have housing, healthcare, education, and food, be able to take care of themselves and their communities. And I firmly believe that it is through working class people power. That's how we're going to help folks understand that government is supposed to be a force of good. Republicans and centrists have made it so that government is dysfunctional, and you're meant to think that everything has to be the way that it is with their struggles, but it doesn't. We fully fund our public schools. Everyone has fair, cheaper health care. We make sure that we're, actually holding utility companies, hospitals, insurance companies accountable. That's how you lower costs. It's both policy and making sure that we're unafraid to regulate and take on corporate interest through governing.
That's a great answer. Your signature issues, some of which you talked about just now, are universal child care and universal paid leave. In Wisconsin right now, families are paying more for daycare than for UW tuition. And the Republicans let Tony Evers' child care counts program nearly fall off of a cliff. What does universal child care actually look like for a Wisconsin family under your rulership as Governor Hong?
So we would make sure that families of four making up to about $114,000 a year or 400% above the federal poverty level would have fully subsidized childcare from 0 to 12. So we all know that summer camps cost money too. And just because your kiddo is in school doesn't mean that there aren't going to be additional care costs involved. And now those families making above that would have a partial subsidy. And we ensure that there's subsidies available for the providers too, while raising wages for child care workers and educators. And we pay for it by putting in a very small payroll tax that will end up actually being a massive economic investment. Folks need to see childcare as infrastructure. You cannot have your local dollar stay in your local economy unless you invest in policies like childcare and paid leave, because worker forward policies actually make for better lines for the business.
Yeah. Do you feel like there's an appetite for this kind of policy, even from Republicans as well? Because I know that this is probably one of the things that you've withstood thus far, the fact that you're too radical for a state like Wisconsin. I'm sure you've heard that quite a bit, even though you've been very popular in your run thus far. But there is always this electability barrier that centrist Democrats have presented against the likes of Bernie Sanders and I assume someone such as yourself as well. Now, what's interesting is at least in my anecdotal experience, at least with the experiences that I've had going all around the country, going to protests, demonstrations, I have noticed that the electability argument is no longer working, that many centrist or many Democrats vote blue no matter who. Democrats that voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton, voted for Biden, voted for Kamala Harris, realized after the sequence of defeats that Donald Trump delivered that they were lied to, that Bernie was right. This is something that I've heard over and over again.
Yeah.
Do you feel like these policies, implementing free childcare and $20 minimum wage, publicly owned grocery stores, do you feel like there's appetite from Republicans as well, in your experience from your campaign going out and knocking on doors, sometimes I assume in red areas as well?
First of all, the person who wins the most votes is the most electable. Second of all, if it is radical to have free childcare in public grocery stores, I would say let's be radical. Let's embrace that, because that hasn't been what we've done in the past. And look at where we are now. Using the same playbook and strategy when we are where we are, I think that's irresponsible. And we've been incremental in the past, and it's led to complacency. So I think incrementalism is irresponsible. We should be unapologetic about using the word power. And working class power is something that everyone who is working class is interested in. Yeah. And we've been made to think that we can't build our own power, and we absolutely can. Yeah. And it transcends beyond party lines. Remember, for the general, past the primaries as well. I said this morning too. I've talked to Republicans and Trump voters and big skeptics in rural areas. And I think so much of how, we've lost the trust of so many people, folks who feel very left behind, that have been talked at. Politicians have come through, made promises, or pretended like they give a shit when they don't. And I think being the restaurant worker and the single mom, the person who's showing up not as a career politician, but as someone whose livelihood is also on the line, that relatability matters. And I think it's important to put in the work to actually build trusted relationships, to be able to build trust back into government that it can do something good for you.
Hell yeah. Speaking of doing good, you want to expand Badger Care. It's one of your top line promises.
Yeah.
And Wisconsin is one of the, I believe, 10 states left in the entire country that still hasn't fully expanded Medicaid. Wisconsin Republicans have blocked it for more than a decade, turning down billions of federal dollars and leaving people stuck in the coverage gap. Remember, for chatters that don't know, Medicaid expansion is purely partisan. The fact that Republicans refuse to expand it, and the fact that many red states have had to fight for ballot access so that they could push for it via ballot measure that they voted on, implies that the only thing here that's standing in the way of people living in Wisconsin and having access to additional billions of federal dollars subsidies is just the Republican Party. What does healthcare actually look like for a working family under Governor Hong? And how do you finally get Medicaid expansion, a public option, done when the GOP has spent over a decade killing it?
It is one of the number one issues. Wherever I go, folks talk about public schools, data centers, and healthcare. And expanding Medicaid, Badger Care is step one of many steps that we actually have to take simultaneously. A public option, that's going to help both employers and employees to make sure that we're competing with the marketplace to bring premiums down. But healthcare prices are high because healthcare costs are high because healthcare prices are high. So if we aren't taking on the way that hospitals might be charging insurance companies 4 or 5 times more than what they're getting reimbursed for Medicare, and then consumers, the people, are at risk of having higher premiums because people are jacking around and fucking around with prices, you're in a cold war between insurance companies and hospitals. And so in addition to actually investing in public option and expanding Medicaid, we have to be willing and unafraid to regulate, to bring down hospital prices, to make sure that we're cracking down on insurance claim denials and going after a way that some hospitals may not pay any taxes on their profits at all. If you don't do these things simultaneously, we can't actually sustainably have fairer, cheaper healthcare for everyone, which is what folks deserve. And I think that's the piece that we don't hear enough from politicians, is that We have to be able to, I want regulate to be a fun word and not a dirty word.
Yeah. Good governance and reinstilling confidence that your government will help you out, I think is a primary priority. We talked about healthcare briefly, but you also co-sponsored a bill to create a state-owned public bank modeled on the Bank of North Dakota, famously a communist state, which is the only one of its kind in the country. And also, by the way, as far as publicly owned grocery stores, another communist policy that's being implemented in communist Indiana, another, again, communist state. But yeah, so it's the only one of its kind in the country. Why has a state bank thrived for over a century in a deep red state like North Dakota? And how would it let Wisconsin invest in farms and small businesses instead of shipping money off to Wall Street?
That piece right there. We want our money in our communities to stay in our communities. So many farmers, especially, just getting completely bogged down and harmed by rising tariffs, by big ag, not being able to access loans because these financial institutions care more about the profits than the actual people who need the loans. We have a public bank to then have lower interest or no interest loans going out to create predictable financing for housing development and affordable housing projects, to help small business owners, businesses owned by people of color, to be able to scale or sustain. The reason folks have, they've been hesitant or don't want to do this, because then you're directly competing with these large for-profit banks that are not actually interested in creating commerce or having a strong economy in their community. It's more predatory. If it's under the state, it's actually regulated and making sure that it's the public's interest that the state is financing and not working with private commerce.
Yeah. Okay. I have a campaign idea.
Okay.
Francesca Hong, no woke Wall Street bankers. Keep the bank in Wisconsin. Anti-woke bankers only.
Can we just do the last part?
Keep the bank in Wisconsin. None of that woke Wall Street stuff.
No woke Wall Street.
No DEI bankers from Wall Street.
No woke Wall Street. Public banks only.
Yeah. It's anti-woke. We should package it as this is how it works.
Anti-woke
bankers only. And they're saying, and this is why he don't run, chat. Just flies off the tongue, bro. Okay, calm down, guys. I'm trying.
We love good alliteration. No woke Wall Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your mother was a public school music teacher whose first year of teaching coincided with Scott Walker, which is seen as, I think, a demonic figure in the state.
He destroyed it.
Yeah.
And he's now fighting for relevancy. It's really quite sad.
Yeah. Scott Walker ramming Act 10 through the legislature. You've said that protesting Act 10 with your mother was your first ever protest. Yeah. Now you're running for governor on a platform to put a stake in Act 10 and enshrine a constitutional right to organize. Can you explain to viewers how Act 10 stripped so many workers off their collective bargaining rights and how your mother's experience shaped your political vision?
So I do have to come clean. My first protest was when I walked out with my classmates in high school protesting the war in Iraq. But my first protest with my parents was Act 10. Now,
Francesca Hong, can you trust her? She lied about what her first protest was.
First protest with my parents.
Okay.
The family protest is a separate protest. So Act 10, because the way that you go after working class people and movements is to dismantle the power of workers to organize. And so Act 10 stripped all public sector workers of a union. Now, it's not enough to make sure that we repeal Act 10, which we can do through legislation or it can get struck down in the courts. However, we want to make sure that a bill like Act 10 never comes up again. And so I'd like to see Wisconsin actually be able to take an issue like this to the voter through a ballot referenda so that we can put it into our Constitution that you have a right to collectively bargain and unionize.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is
making a big.
Okay. So this is going to be a little bit embarrassing. I apologize, but this is gotcha journalism. This is what we do at the HasanAbi broadcast. You thought this was a safe space, but
hey, I'm proud of that tattoo.
So all right. So can you show off some of your tattoos and tell viewers about the corresponding fundraisers that determine the size of your tattoos?
So in 2021, after
I'm gonna grab a drink while you do that.
The world champion Milwaukee Bucks won the NBA Finals, I decided to have a fundraiser for my campaign. And for every $1,000 we raised, my Bucks in 6 tattoo would grow an inch. So the final product was about 6.5-inch Bucks in 6 tattoo because we raised over $6,000. So that, I think that was a year that will remain with Wisconsin forever. I can carry forward the Bucks championship for the rest of my life.
What do you think about Giannis?
I think Giannis.
It's since we brought up the Bucks.
I'm still we're just opening up all the wounds now.
Okay.
I was mentally preparing for Giannis leaving. I was not ready for Bobby Portis to go to.
Okay. Can you promise to bring Giannis back
as governor?
Yeah, you're gonna force him to come back, like a reverse exile.
We can certainly have some. I will do what I can. I will wield the full power of the executive office to do everything I can to encourage Giannis to come back to Milwaukee.
Behold, I have secret information that I've not revealed to anyone before, but Giannis actually left the state because there was no universal childcare. That's what I've heard, and he would come back if there was universal childcare. That's what he was saying.
Well, then that's got to be the first year, first session, first budget item.
Yeah. So, just saying.
Childcare? All right. Well, that's going to make it a lot easier than what I thought I was going to have to do.
Weirdly enough, Giannis also said he hates AI data centers. And that's also because he's like, oh, I don't know if there's anyone running for governor that will stand against AI data centers. Is there anyone running for governor that's standing against AI data centers?
We are the only campaign. I'm the only candidate to support a 1-year moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers.
Yeah, no Greek man would ever reveal that information to you. Excuse me, I'm Greek. My family, half my family is literally from Greece. Okay, what the fuck do you mean? Of course he told me. And Giannis was so close to being Turkish anyway, and it messed up. And the Turks were like, no, you got to get out of here. And then he went to Greece instead. That's like not even fully a fake story. Anyway, that's, although I am lying about other stuff. But hey, guess what?
Oh, I think somebody just mentioned Tyler Harrow. Yeah, no, I'm not thrilled. He has a lot to prove to us. He's going to be up against many other good guards that we're bringing in, so he better fucking show up.
Okay. Speaking of which, by the way, so we talked about this tattoo growing for your fundraiser. This time it's going to be much easier. You're just going to eat delicious Korean food. Which is going to be arriving soon. Once again, chatters, we are currently at $26,830 raised, with the goal being $35,000, but it will go above $35,000. $35,000 is just for a mukbang session where Francesca Hong will review for the first time ever LA Korean food. It's huge, okay? This will change her life, possibly. You can be there to be that change.
It was my expectation that there was going to have to be something life-changing that happened today. This could be it.
So now let's get back to some less serious, but still fairly serious stuff going on. You have a race coming up. The Democratic Party primaries are coming up. One of your primary opponents is Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, and she just consolidated the moderate wing of the party after Missy Hughes dropped out to endorse her. She's backed by over $5 million in independent expenditures. You're running an avowedly grassroots campaign that completely rejects corporate PAC money. How does running a campaign powered by working class donors and working class energy neutralize this massive financial advantage that Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez has? And how do you convince voters that electing an unbossed socialist is worth the risk of bucking the party machine?
I have to answer to the people. They're the folks who are backing our campaign. We have more individual donations than the next two candidates combined. No corporate PAC money, no APAC-backed money. This is ensuring that literally the folks who are powering our campaign are who I answer to, not special interests and not lobby. We have already hit over 40,000 doors in our state. Just one weekend, over 10,000. And these aren't just volunteers who have been working with Dems and other campaigns. These are folks who are new to politics, folks who haven't knocked doors before. When you're engaging and earning the excitement of people who haven't been in politics before, that means that we're breaking through one of our biggest opponents, which is apathy, which is disillusionment. And I think that's something you cannot buy. You cannot buy the excitement of the voters. You have to earn that, build relationships, do the work on the ground, and actually show folks that you are not just fighting for them, but we are the campaign that's fighting alongside them.
Hell yeah. So Wisconsin's primaries have a different system. It's open.
Yeah.
Right. And also I'm pumping the donation link, everybody. We gotta, get those numbers up still. We're at 27,000 only. We're not at 35,000. If the food gets here, it's going to go cold if you don't hit the 35,000. But in any case, and we can't lose to Michael from Pennsylvania. Let's be real. That would be unacceptable.
Still mocked.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. He can't donomog us. Okay. He can't donomog us at all. That would be unacceptable. Because Caroline Kwan interviewed you already before I did.
Oh, that was so great.
Michael from Pennsylvania interviewed you already before I did. It's like people are saying I'm no longer I'm washed now. That's what people keep saying to me over and over again. Michael from PA, not from Wisconsin, by the way. And I don't even know why he says he's Michael from Pennsylvania. He's in Los Angeles. So
well, he's saying where he's from.
Yeah, it's who knows if that's real? It's word on the street, but I don't trust that guy. He wasn't wearing.
Everyone who's ethnically ambiguous has been asked where you're from at some point or
another.
You think
Michael is ethnically ambiguous?
I'm trying so hard here.
Yeah, he's so ethnically ambiguous. The whitest man I know.
He's got the curlier hair now that can. I don't know. I'm trying Italian? Here, Mike.
Italian? Okay. All right. Let's get back. To the open primary. So Wisconsin open primary rules mean anyone can vote in your primary regardless of party registration. At the same time, polling shows that the vast majority of voters are currently undecided or completely tuned out. What's your message to those voters who feel like establishment politics of the past few decades have basically forgotten about them? They just sold them out. And what do you say to conservatives who have grown tired of Trump's costly wars and his lack of transparency with the Epstein files and gas prices skyrocketing because we are waging Israel's wars on their behalf in Iran?
You deserve better. You deserve permanent affordability and a Wisconsin that belongs to you. I think ours is a campaign that focuses on building community and policies that are universal, but we have to message in a way, and we have to let folks know that we are doing this for you, the individual, so that you can better take care of yourself, your loved ones, and your community.
On the campaign trail in central Wisconsin, you've spoken about validating rural rage, the anger of rural communities that have been hollowed out by corporate tax breaks and offshored manufacturing. How have decades of corporate neoliberalism and austerity hollowed out rural Wisconsin, and how does your plan to build publicly owned grocery stores, the bill AB 1221, and reinvest in municipal infrastructure directly address that anger?
One of the things that rural folks really get excited about when our campaign comes through to meet with them is the younger folks in the area who show up for us, who are now showing up to meet with some of these county party leaders who are generally white and over the age of 65. And we're showing folks that, look, a different type of politics is possible that will bring in a different type of policy. Because these are areas where middle manufacturing, paper mills have shut down. They went overseas. These are places where GM plants and, good paying union jobs with good benefits, they were shipped overseas. And so when we focus not only on bringing in middle manufacturing, good jobs through public grocery stores and investing in infrastructure, but we think about a green bank with green new jobs that are powered by union jobs. And we're investing in, clean energy infrastructure, updating schools to be green schools. We're talking about good jobs to update municipal buildings and fucking fix the potholes in the roads. And so there's been a manufactured divide and resentment with policy that, pits urban and rural against one another, but it's because they're policies that favor corporate greed and corporate profit that's happened, not because, we're trying to create that. It's not about a manufactured divide. It's about making sure working class people have opportunity in their community to keep money in their community.
Okay, I like that, but what if my suggestion to you was billions of dollars in tax breaks for AI data centers instead of fixing the potholes and also rural infrastructure alongside urban infrastructure?
So we got data centers in Wisconsin right now,
We need more.
They're exempt. They don't pay sales and use tax. If we were to delete in our Control-Alt-Delete plan for data centers, those corporate subsidies and exemptions, we're looking at $2.1 billion that we can put into public transit, clean infrastructure, and fixing the damn roads. That's a Tony Evers quote.
Who needs to get on the bus or even drive on roads that you have to have adequate suspension on when you can feel the joy of paying extra for your electricity bill because there's an AI data center down the road that's sucking up all of the energy and also humming and creating environmental catastrophe as well.
Yeah, I think that money can be used in better ways. I think that we should be taxing the billionaires and the ultra rich and having a wealth tax so that finally our money is staying in our communities as opposed to our money paying for the tax breaks of some of the wealthiest people in Wisconsin and paying for these companies to have lobbyists to then line up and basically be a puppeteer for politicians. I think the money that goes to lobbyists from corporations that come from breaks that we pay for, that in itself is a fucking abomination too.
So let's talk about cranes and trains. Not so big on the cranes in general, but I definitely love trains. You're the only candidate, as we've adequately mentioned, who is calling for a moratorium on data centers. And Wisconsin still wants to hand big tech more than $2 billion in tax breaks. Your cranes and trains plan says take that money, hire the exact same union workers, take that exact same money, and instead of building an empty server farm that jacks up everyone's electricity bill, we build homes for people can afford, a greener grid, schools and transit that actually works. How do you envision using Wisconsin's multi-billion-dollar surplus to build bridges and trains for the engineer in Milwaukee, the dairy farmer in Green Bay, and the student in Madison, rather than gifting tax breaks to big tech companies?
I think the entire vision and what Wisconsinites need to remember is that the state belongs to them and not these big tech companies and not these outside contracts that are coming in, and they're not putting our workers first or putting in project labor agreements. And I think in order for us to grow working class people power, we have to be the ones to have democratic control of the economy, which is why we have to put this money, as opposed to subsidizing data centers and big tech. We actually put it into the communities, what they're demanding, to help make communities safer, more affordable, and more sustainable for our kids.
Okay. I'm going to stay on the AI data center situation because Microsoft is turning the old Foxconn graveyard into a data center. Many in Wisconsin remember that the Foxconn deal was a disaster.
We got Foxconned.
Yeah, complete failure. Scott Walker promised $10 billion in 13,000 jobs. Wisconsin ended up getting a fraction of the jobs, hundreds of millions in local infrastructure debt, and nearly 100 families' homes were bulldozed for a factory that never really came. As governor, how do you break Wisconsin's addiction to bribing corporations that never end up delivering?
I think they got to pay up front. We have to talk about, instead of cutting deals where many of these developers and AI companies are actually operating on borrowed money, right? And so going into a financial agreement, taking on that much risk with taxpayer money is deeply irresponsible. So I think if they're going to build here, they need to pay first. If they're going to be able to if they want to use something for surveillance to compromise our natural resources and compromise public health, we have to, I think, make Wisconsin a more hostile state to some of these larger corporations and not be in a situation where we're having to clean up because Foxconn was nowhere near its promise of how many jobs they were going to bring.
So speaking of being hostile or being a more hostile state, I have a proposal. There
Wall
is.
Street?
Oh God! Why did you take such a big gulp? Oh no. Okay.
I'm
I have a
already
proposal.
bracing myself.
Okay. In China, there's this statue of a former emperor, and people go up to that statue and slap it. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Like people take their shoes off and they'll like hit the statue for thousands of years. Thousands of years of shame. And it's a shame statue. I propose building a Scott Walker statue that people can go to and slap it up and spit on if they want to. Do you feel like this would take out some of the frustration that Wisconsinites are feeling? And it would be relatively cheap. You could even charge people at certain points at entry. Here, I'll show you the.
I think we should support local artists and have it be an active exhibition. Wisconsin also happens to be...
Have you ever wondered why people in China keep hitting these statues again and again? Some people think it is just a strange tradition, but there is actually a deep story behind it. You might have noticed that the statues look different over time because they slowly break and have to be rebuilt. These statues are not random. They were made to represent people who betrayed a famous national hero many years ago. Even after hundreds of years, people have not forgotten what they did. So hitting the statue...
Would you, do you, okay, this is like low key kind of a go to proposal. I was just joking, but what if local artists made Scott Walker statues and then people could do that?
That's where I'm at, is Wisconsin is actually last or second to last in arts funding. And it's an absolute embarrassment. You know, states like Minnesota actually have a portion of their sales tax that goes to like a heritage and cultural preservation fund where they actually fund arts. So if this means that we are commissioning local artists, that they are paid well, that it can contribute to a broader creative economy, that it remains this kind of like active exhibition, I would consider it.
Okay, that's good.
It's got to support the artists.
We put those down. Write it down. Write it down. That's a proposal. If you're Fox News, don't write it down.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to more serious stuff, even though I feel like the Scott Walker statue thing is kind of cool and kind of serious. Also, we made it over the past over the finish line, I believe. Or no, wait, no, we haven't. $34,980. The goal being $35,000. We need $20 more, chat. Open your wallets. Or is it not 20? No, I think it is literally. Isn't it $20? Am I doing the math wrong? Yeah, $20 over the finish line.
$20.
Yeah. Who's going to be the last 20? Who's going to be the last 20? Who's going to be the last $20?
It should be Mike.
Yeah. Run it up. Run it up. Yeah, Mike is getting donation mogged. It's not a big deal. And we're not going to stop at that either, by the way. Oh, now the new goal is $50,000. Look at that. We didn't even hit the 35 and you guys already expanded the donation goal to 50 grand. Okay, that's fine. We can hit that too. We'll hit that as well. All right. So
I can't get
speaking
over
of which, now that we got the 35,000, first set of mukbang for you is Hannah. Hannah's got another gift for you. It's not just this soda. We got something else for you as well, even though I thought it was disrespectful a little bit because it's microwaved, but here it is.
What is that?
What is it, Hannah?
Red bean pancake. Thank you.
So we got you red bean pancake for it's air fried. Air fried red bean pancake, which I feel
napkins.
like is
Hannah, did you pick these out? I like these napkins too.
That's my mom.
Well, your mom's got great taste in napkins.
Thank you.
What is this tray too?
That I think is also my mom. Most of the stuff in this house is my is things that my mom picked.
So they're like the lips that touch Welch's are all that touch mine.
Yeah, it's the old magazine, I think, right? Or the National Drink Magazine.
Lovely. Well, thank you for the pancake.
Okay. All right, getting back to some of the questions that I have here for you. Okay, so Public Service Commission recently forced We Energies to make tech companies pay 100% of the generation costs for their data centers, rejecting a corporate handout that would have forced residential ratepayers to subsidize 25% of those costs. Yet We Energies is still trying to bypass this ruling by filing a separate rate case to jack up residential utility rates by over 9%. How will you prevent utilities from using data centers as a pretext to squeeze working families?
Well, we have to make sure the Public Service Commission has statutes in place that actually give them, enforcement mechanisms to reject hikes. We also have to make sure that there are transparency measures and accountability reports where these utility companies, We Energies, has to actually show where the rate hike money is going, how they're going to use it, provide the auditing report so that we know it's not going to line a pocket of an executive, that it's actually going to make improvements in the grid or invest in renewable energy. And it's a step in making in the broader goal, which has to be allowing local municipalities to have publicly owned utilities.
Yeah. Also, you introduced the Keep Families Together bill, getting into ICE a little bit, to completely ban local law enforcement from collaborating with ICE and prevent federal agents from terrorizing families at schools, libraries, daycares. As governor, what's your vision for protecting immigrants to ensure that ICE isn't ripping apart Wisconsin families? Also, our food is here.
Kabi Jim is here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, how will you stop ICE from ripping apart neighborhoods and families?
Well, I think it's paramount that the executive, again, wield to the fullest extent the power to ensure that we're protecting all communities from the enforcers of fascism, which is ICE. The Keep Families Together package ensures that we prohibit 287G agreements or local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. We also have to make sure that we are giving the Attorney General's office full jurisdiction to be able to sue and prosecute individual ICE agents, as well as district attorneys at the district level, and that state money can go towards immigrant justice organizations to help fund different mutual aid efforts, legal observer trainings, know your rights trainings. And I think most importantly, folks need to know that their governor is on their side, and that just because the federal government, we do not have to participate, even when we may not always be able to override federal authority, doesn't require us to participate in it.
All right, we're at 37,000 raised, and also I just dropped a bill in there as well, so it's going to go up in a second, I suspect.
No, thank you.
But
I'm excited for this food.
all right, let's bring the food in. Hannah, you got the food? All right, bring it in.
Hannah's wonderful, by the way.
Yeah, she's great.
Here. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Okay.
All right.
Oh wow.
A billion. Yeah, I dropped $1 billion illegally as a single contributor. One of my many billions. Yeah. Multi-billionaire.
Billionaires
Yeah.
subsidize socialist camps.
Okay, so we got. That's what I want Tom Steyer to do.
How's he doing?
I don't know. I want to have a check-in with him. So we got kimchi. There's a lot, but basically, I mean, the meta is to just pop this up.
Okay.
And then can we get a claw, Hannah, to grab the grab the food out of the thing? Oh, you got white clothes on too. This is gonna be.
Oh, don't worry about this. I want to make sure we don't make a huge mess here. If we keep it in the tray, then the mess stays in the. Okay.
Oh, they didn't even give us forbidden rice or whatever. That's kind of lame. Normally they use purple rice. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is what we need.
Oh my god! This whole thing is typing.
Yes. All right. Pop it open. Pop it open and let's see what your first reaction is. Okay. They don't have any of those in there.
Is this cheese? Nope.
No.
Nope.
No. Okay. Try it.
You're putting cheese on kalbi.
I didn't. They do it. I don't know.
Why?
Okay,
is
but
this?
Okay, but give it a try. 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 But give it a try.
This feels fucking sacrilegious.
Okay, give it a try.
You have ruined kalbi jin by putting cheese on everything, and I come from the dairy state. I fucking love cheese, but we shouldn't be. Oh, I'm gonna.
I'm not even listening to your slander.
Let me.
Look at that cheese pull. Oh.
I mean, just call it something else. I was expecting kalbi jin, and why? But there's duck in this tteokbokki. What is this is just a mashup. This is the worst of fusion. So there are actually pieces of kalbi in here.
Mm-hmm.
With
Let's see. It quieted you down, so that's good. In spite of your initial reaction, is potatoes bad on it too, or is that?
I mean, potatoes, carrot, garlic, sometimes like little chestnuts or.
Chat, that was. I'm sorry to cut you off. Chat, that wasn't misogyny. It's always a good thing if you put the food in your mouth and you stop talking. That means it's good. That means you're excited.
This is fine, but it's not. So then I can't really give you the criticism or the feedback because the premise is off.
So this is not kalbi, Jim.
I mean, it's something. It has kalbi in it. It was braised. Jim means braised.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I get it. No, I don't get it. What? Okay, so the cheese on the Korean food craze started, I want to say a couple years ago, and I
didn't understand it.
This is very. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give myself a minute here. Sip on my traditional Korean.
Can I ask you a thing
Sprite.
about this actually? So one of the things I wanted to ask you, and you got to get closer to the mic. Sorry.
Yeah.
But one of the things I wanted to ask you is, cheese on Korean food has to be a byproduct of the Korean War, right? Like I assume that because there's no like they don't. It doesn't exist in like Asian cuisine for the most part. Cheese is not supposed to be in Asian cuisine like that.
No, I mean, I think that's. I don't know if I could pinpoint it to a certain day, but dishes like budae-jjigae, that has spam traditionally or hot dogs and kimchi, and you boil it with other vegetables. That's very much a dish from the war. And American, Korea has one of the largest, if not the largest, American military presence outside of the U.S. But I think the cheese thing
is like a new evolution.
I think it's newer, and I think I'm going to go ahead and blame some white male chefs who thought they were building something innovative and took fusion food in a direction. But people love it, and if it tastes good, great. You can't tell me this is kalbi, Jim.
So it's not kalbi, Jim, but do you like it? Like, what's your assessment over it on it in general?
Well, now it's hard because I'm going in with this very visceral reaction of seeing cheese. Okay, I'll have some more and let you know.
Oh wow, this is. I would be more devastated if I wasn't eating my favorite food right now. Like I'll be honest, like it's one of those things where I mean I get it. Like I'm Turkish, and there are a lot of places that say, this is authentic Turkish food, and then you have it, and you're like, this is not authentic Turkish food. It kind of sucks.
I don't even think this is cultural appropriation. I think it's just like it can be different cuisine. Like you would think that with the cheese and the Korean, like for me as a Korean American born and raised in Wisconsin, this should be a happy thing, but it makes me very angry.
Damn.
But
not the best feeling to invoke.
But I'm so glad you're enjoying it.
When I came in hot. When I came in hot,
and
it was like, this is my favorite Korean food. And LA Korean food mogs. It turns out it doesn't mog.
I wonder if someone else can speak to when this cheese phenomena happened. But I feel like right now there are more white people who can speak Korean better than I can. Like as a Korean who grew up in a time where, especially in a place like Wisconsin, where like being Korean wasn't cool, and if anything, like your proximity to whiteness was your social capital as a way to kind of protect yourself.
Yeah.
I did club soccer and theater, the two least Korean American things for, well, actually maybe not soccer anymore. God damn it, we had a terrible showing. But and now it's like so cool to be Korean. I'm good, love. I have many mixed feelings about how Korean culture has become this phenomena, and now I'm like, am I cool enough to be Korean? But I'm going to go ahead and blame TikTok for this.
I'm going to stop your noise gate so that people can hear you better, but it's also probably going to cause a lot more mouth noises, so I'm just letting you know. But I guess that is technically
That's okay. I'll get
mukbang.
Closer to the mic and further away from that.
From that thing? From that monstrosity?
I have beautiful kimchi in front of me now that I will eat with my rice.
Let's see if you like the kimchi.
I think I will.
I got sauce all up and down my beard.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, no, it's too sweet. It had a good shot at the beginning. You got a little bit of the funkiness from the shellfish and the salted shrimp. And that's the other thing. I feel like a lot of Korean food got very sweet, and I'm going to go ahead and blame, white folks for that too. What else? There's the pickles. We can find a win here, right?
I mean, that you can't mess that up.
Can't they? Can't you? Oh, that's nice.
So, I have some more questions, and I know you don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to burn through them as fast as I can. You have a No Secret Police Act imposing severe consequences on, including a felony charge and a $100,000 fine on any law enforcement officer who covers their faces, hide their name, and or conducts arrests without identifying themselves. What's your vision for holding officers accountable, and how do you believe policing should evolve such that we do not create more Kyle Rittenhouses and things like that?
We have to invest in community. You can't be tough on crime if you're not going to be tough on causes. Our educators and police officers are having to respond to crime and so many of societal failures. If we look at the communities that are safest, they're the ones where folks have good jobs with good benefits, adequate mental health resources. Our kids have community centers and places to go and be themselves and have fun after school. Our schools are fully funded. I think that if we do not actually invest in making sure working people have their needs met, we are not adequately addressing crime. And this is a system right now that has the Epstein class running free. So don't tell me that it's working and that we shouldn't fight for reform. We have to fight for reform. You mentioned before that, childcare costs have now exceeded a year of tuition for UW-Madison. Well, it costs more than that to incarcerate one person in the state of Wisconsin. And Wisconsin incarcerates Black men at a disproportionately high rate, higher than most states across the country. So this is not working. And if we want to be serious about public safety, if we are serious about crime and actually making sure that our kids have a future, we have to invest in community first. Police are a response to crime, and right now they're responding to a lot of things that aren't crime and then creating more violence.
Yeah. We're also at 46,000, I think.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I might have poisoned you with bad Korean food, but at least,
We just don't have to call it Korean food, and it's okay.
Okay.
We can have, and I hope Sun Nongdan don't fault me. I think you made.
I love this place, and I will forever ride for it.
It's
so
great.
It's fine that you don't like it. It's okay. And maybe I'd be more sad if I wasn't eating this delicious food right now. And
if you had just told me it was not if you didn't tell me it was kalbijim, I would be enjoying that.
Okay.
You queued me up.
Well, that's what it says on the menu.
Yeah, you queued this up to fail.
They queued it up. They set it up.
That has to be like an add-on for cheese, though. They wouldn't put it on the menu with cheese on it. Like
no.
That is add-ons.
That is an add-on. Yeah, the rice cakes are an add-on.
What?
The cheese is an add-on. I added on because that's.
Oh, so you did this?
No, but they added on when you go there.
Yeah.
And you order it. Yes, the cheese and rice cakes are add-ons. Yes.
So sometimes one of the more annoying things that would happen in the restaurant is when you have folks who are like lots of substitutions, lots of add-ons.
No, this is like it's like it's not. I don't like randomly decide to put cheese on.
I know
it.
These are available as add-ons to enhance the meal and the dish.
Yeah.
No, I can. Again, had I known this was the product or this was the dish, that's very mukbang-y. Did everyone see the cheese pull?
Yeah.
I think that's what food
you hate
people...
it. You hate me. You're like, I'm doing a ban. I'm doing a HasanAbi ban from the state if I win the race.
I love cheese and I love kalbijim, and I just don't want to see them together.
Okay.
But they're both delicious on their own. Are you gonna open the gifts that we brought you?
Yes. But let me ask you another question before we do that. Sorry, I know we're running out of time.
It's okay.
During your 2024 primary, you broke with the party line to back the uncommitted movement to protest the genocide of Palestinians, and you drafted a state legislative letter demanding an immediate ceasefire. You also introduced a clean repeal of former Governor Walker's anti-BDS laws. Mm-hmm. How do you connect the struggles of the working class in Wisconsin to the billions of federal taxpayer dollars spent on funding military conflicts and bombings abroad?
I think at its core, Palestinian liberation is intrinsically entwined and connected to the liberation of all of us. So at the state level, ensuring that we don't have anti-BDS laws, that we protect the right to protest and free speech, that the uninstructed movement in Wisconsin, that was also an exercise of free speech, and I think direct democracy in letting our elected officials know what we cared about, what we needed them to do, giving them a lane to course correct. I think working class people, we shouldn't see our tax dollars going to fund genocide and forever wars when we don't have folks here who have access to housing, that we've got kids who are hungry in Wisconsin and across the country. It's unacceptable. And so investing in and fighting for human rights, that's also who I am and why I'm a democratic socialist too, because democracy, human rights, and fairness, those are the principles that, that's what dictates the policy that I'm fighting for.
Hell yeah. Wisconsin is the only state in the Midwest without medical marijuana, one of 9 nationally. So 1 of 10 for no Medicaid expansion, 1 of 9 for no medical marijuana. Wisconsinites often drive the neighboring states to purchase weed.
Yeah.
Which means millions of dollars of potential tax revenue is just leaving the state. As governor, will you legalize medical marijuana? And if so, will you also allow, or will you also push to legalize it recreationally?
Full legalization of medicinal and recreational marijuana. We also have to make sure that we are fulfilling our responsibility to help folks who have low-level drug offenses, look at expungement, opportunity for cannabis-related entrepreneurship. So it goes beyond just legalizing. I think we have to make sure that it's, creating an infrastructure and an economy that puts Wisconsin farmers first, that makes sure that Wisconsin entrepreneurs are first, that we're not, there's a lot of predatory, I think, lobbyists coming into the cannabis industry right now. Wisconsin has an opportunity to make sure that the model that we have for legalization puts Wisconsinites first. So looking at parts of Michigan, parts of Colorado, but most importantly, that it supports our entrepreneurs, our consumers, and our farmers.
Okay, so this is you kind of already did this from the start, but this is what I call the Zoran question. It's like clearly definable policies.
Yeah.
What are your top 5 priorities for Wisconsin, and how would you go about implementing them?
Public education, fairer, cheaper health care, shared revenue, child care, and housing. And so public education, if we want to maintain a democracy in our state and this country, we must invest in what is the last remaining democratic institution. That's public education. So supporting our public schools, making sure that there's fair, cheaper healthcare through the expansion of Medicaid, investing in a public option, and ensuring that we are controlling and regulating healthcare prices to bring healthcare costs down. Talked about shared revenue. Now, this is really important because the state of Wisconsin has been hoarding a lot of our tax dollars away from our local municipalities. And if we want to make a meaningful difference in people's lives in just 2 years, one of the best ways we'll be able to do that is to make sure that our cities and towns have enough resources to fund our libraries, to fix our roads, to make sure that, things that people are thinking about, stoplights, roundabouts, what have you, that local governments have what they need to be able to provide the essential services, fire and EMS, housing. This is something we hear about everywhere. We're going to be able to maintain and lower rent costs by having tenant protections and making sure that we're building permanent affordable housing, increasing density, and having an actual housing agency, not just a pseudo-governmental housing authority. And then the childcare, that has to be lowering to no more than 7% of anyone's annual income should go to childcare, but we move towards building fully subsidized childcare for those folks of family of 4 making under $115,000.
That was great. Now we're going to do rapid fire. Super easy, super simple. Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up big ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
A Scott Walker statue that people can go to that are made by local artisans and craftsmen that people can slap up if they want to.
Tentatively, yes.
Okay, I tried to sneak that in there. I was like, oh, we got the momentum. Like you're saying yes to everything. Maybe I could catch you. Damn it. Well, thank you so much for coming on. This was an incredible experience. Your primary's on August 11th. You're dancing between first and second in the polls right now. There's some consolidation taking place because obviously you've had a lot of momentum, and centrist Democrats are definitely very scared of having responsive politics in any state. This would be a significant victory for people in Wisconsin, but also for democratic socialism as well, to prove once and for all that these policies are universal, that they're not just pie in the sky ideals. That this is what good governance is, and for people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people contribute to your campaign? What are some areas of need for you? We're almost at $50,000.
Oh my God.
Well, 47,500. We can't hit 50. What are you guys doing?
I will say that as goes Wisconsin, as goes the country. If we have this grassroots community-powered campaign taking on the status quo, the establishment donors and Dems who don't want us to imagine better, to dream better. If we are the campaign that will actually go back to our progressive roots in Wisconsin and build something better. So where socialism was born in Wisconsin, unemployment insurance, social security, kindergarten. Shout out to Mike. I'm going back to some of our history. But the thing is, if we're able to show the rest of the country that we can have a different type of politics in a purple state where working class people are choosing to have more power and actually have a government that is going to put them first, that changes the game for the entire country. So working class people power means, more organizers, more folks going out for DSA. I think that everyone needs to be paying attention to what's going on in Wisconsin, because what happens here is a potential foreshadowing of what's to happen in the future.
Hell yeah. So let's look at what you got me. Francesca Hong's strongest soldier. Reagan fucked us, pal. I've seen that. It's true.
Yep.
Oh my God. No. This is like a K-pop
Shout out
fan
to,
card.
Yeah, that's from Lizzie.
That's amazing.
Yep.
I love that.
That's
Brand's
a local artist too, Altadena.
Okay, what do we got in here? Oh God. What is Madison DSA trucker hat? That's crazy.
You betcha.
That's crazy.
That's our home chapter.
Okay, hell yeah.
I don't even have one of those yet. When am I gonna get one of those, Madsa?
Oh yeah, no, I get special privilege. What is this? What DSA? Wait, Milwaukee DSA? What is this supposed to be?
They're ear covers.
Wait,
they're a
it's
headband so that you keep your ears warm. Yeah.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a little bit too big for my head, but I think that's because
Well, I mean,
I have a big head. I have a normal size head. Shut up, Chad. Shut up,
I
Chad.
think maybe they assumed. No, it looks great.
Okay. We got a beanie. Milwaukee DSA beanie.
I gotta say, my home chapter there. You guys are going so hard with this. Oh my God. That looks. See, I'm a beanie person, so I have to say that also looks
in
great.
LA, there's not a lot of opportunities to wear beanies, but
What are you talking about? Folks are out in like a fucking parka. It's 70 degrees out.
yeah, we do.
We're gonna see people, and it's. Don't you think there are folks who wear beanies inside? You
Yeah,
could be-
Tim Pool. Shout out Tim Pool. Okay, so we got hotties for Hong with
It's,
the sleeves pre-cut. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know there's some
Shout out
HasanAbi heads that are gonna
Renee,
really
Lizzie.
appreciate that.
Yep.
They're gonna appreciate that. I gotta rock that. And then Reagan fucked up. Wait, this is also This is also sleeveless. What is going on? Okay, people on your team were like, it's enough with the suits.
I have the best team.
They were like, enough with the fucking suits. Enough with the suits.
Bring
It's time to
free the muscle tees.
Yeah, it's time for slutty summer. Okay. This was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
In person by August 11th, by mail, postmarked by July 22nd, online July 22nd. Again, it's open. It's an open primary, so you don't have to have like party affiliation to be able to vote. And that actually also potentially creates new threats, in my opinion, as well, a little bit. If there is, I think Democrats are going to try to pull all the stops here. I am a little bit worried about like establishment Democrats just like trying to pull all stops, because the more this momentum builds, the more they're like, we have to make sure that there's a corporate do nothing Democrat, and we have to out organize them, and we have to outfund. We can't out fundraise them usually because outside money is super easy to come by for people like that. You're never going to get that, obviously, which is why these sorts of fundraisers are also important. Which is why I was urging you guys to donate, but. They got the money, but we got the people, and I'm very excited to see where this goes, and I can help out in any way. Hopefully, maybe I'll come to Wisconsin.
We would love to have you in Wisconsin. I'll be able to show you some really good cheese. That isn't
I love cheese.
Jim.
I'm a cheesehead.
We have the best cheese in the world.
Also, you guys have a communist sports team.
Oh, our beloved Packers. When people ask me about socialism, I say the 3 Ps: Packers, public schools, and potholes. We can make a connection to how all of that works together.
I feel very, very confident about everything here, straight up. We still haven't hit 50K. That's crazy. We have $49,837 raised. We can't hit 50K. Embarrassing, chat. Open up your wallets right now, one last time. Let's get it. Let's get it over the finish line. Let's get it over the 50,000 line.
So what's it going to take for you to come out to Wisconsin?
Well, 50,000. If we fundraise 50,000, I'll come out to Wisconsin. I know. We'll talk about it. I said it already. I think to your team before, but like if there's any like events or any rally or anything like that, we can set something up, and I can certainly pull up, maybe alongside some other. Candidates that have already endorsed you, and we'll set something up together.
That would be great. Hey, folks, remember that we will out-organize them.
I need you to stand next to each other.
What is happening?
I need you. My editor says I need you to stand next to each other to see the height difference, and I'll drop another $25. All right, let's do it. Do you want to do it?
Yes, as long as we're hiding this thing.
Okay.
Uh-oh. All right. Here we go.
That's normal. I mean, that's not that crazy. Wait, how tall are you?
5'2.5".
Wait,
says
here.
5'3".
Let's do it back here so you can so we can see. That's not that crazy.
It's pretty
normal.
Yeah.
There it is. All right.
We did it.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
This was
great.
This
Thanks,
was
chat.
wonderful. Okay. I am going to walk you out, take a photo, and then you guys can get back to the Supreme Court and the devastation that is being offered to the United States of America, potentially. Hold on, let me change that.
The law that allows the counting of some mail-in ballots days after Election Day. So it's certainly a blow to President Trump and his efforts, Paula, to reduce mail-in balloting ahead of the midterm elections.
That's exactly right. And Pamela, I really do think this is one of the biggest cases of the term. And it's notable that it came out against the Trump administration because they've been arguing that if the law says that the election has to be held the Tuesday after the first Monday in November, ballots cannot be counted if they come in after that. And this was sort of a test case. If they were able to succeed here and limit those ballots from being counted, it was expected that they could potentially go on to challenge other forms of voting, not exactly on Election Day, in-person voting, those kinds of things. So it's notable here that they lost, and the state of Mississippi, which does allow the counting of mail-in ballots if they arrive after Election Day, as long as they are postmarked by Election Day, that state won, because this is something that is also done in roughly a dozen other states. So this is a really significant case because we were watching this closely to see if the Trump administration prevailed in this case, where else could they try to go to limit those voting opportunities? So this is a significant loss for the Trump Justice Department.
There was also something else that happened at the High Court this morning. The Supreme Court declining to hear President Trump's appeal in the E. Jean Carroll sexual abuse case. So what does this mean for the president?
Well, this means that the one of two E. Jean Carroll cases is over, right? There were two verdicts people will remember for defamation, and one of the cases involved alleged sexual assault. The verdict that came out for $5 million has now been upheld. It's over. Donald Trump has to pay E. Jean Carroll $5 million because the Supreme Court declined to take the case. They had actually postponed their decision whether they would take it or not for something like 13 or 14 or 15 times. And then today they said, we are not taking the case. Not surprising. It doesn't have a real constitutional dimension. Therefore, the lower court ruling and the verdict, the $5 million verdict, stands. Donald Trump has to pay that to E. Jean Carroll. We still don't know what's going to happen with the other case, which resulted in the $80 million verdict. That's still going through the appeals process. But Donald Trump does now have to, like it or not, he has to cut a check to E. Jean Carroll. There's nothing he can do about it.
We have had quite a number of announcements in just the past hour. I want to turn first, though, to perhaps the biggest one, which is the court's decision on the Federal Reserve and Lisa Cook, certainly one of the biggest ones. So what we have here is SCOTUS rejecting President Donald Trump's attempt to immediately fire Lisa Cook, but in a separate ruling, actually expanding the president's power to fire officials, overturning here nearly a century-old precedent. So, look, Ankush, Lisa Cook aside here, is this in essence an expansion of the president's powers?
Oh, yes, this is an extraordinary expansion of the president's powers. And I would flip the order of how I think about these cases. I would start with the case involving the Federal Trade Commissioner, because that basically stands now for the proposition that a 90-year-old case that allowed for independent agencies to be created by Congress has been overruled. And the president now has wide-ranging power, it seems, to fire appointees of these independent, what were supposed to be independent bodies, at will. And so this was how the American regulatory state has been structured for many, many years. Republicans and conservatives have wanted to overturn that structure for decades. So this is a major, major victory for the Republican Party, their policy agenda, their anti-regulatory agenda, and conservative legal activists. The Lisa Cook case represents what I would describe as an exception to that extraordinarily broad power that they've now given Trump. But it's a narrow exception. It appears to apply just to the Federal Reserve. The Supreme Court, conservatives claim that this distinction is based on the history of the Constitution. I don't find that credible. I think this was largely driven by policy considerations and the extreme chaos that a ruling that permitted President Trump to fire Federal Reserve members would have created. I think it's more a practical ruling than a legal philosophical ruling, which is a problem, but I think it helps to explain the distinction in the outcomes.
Yeah, and on Lisa Cook, I mean, the Supreme Court said they're not letting the president proceed with removing her from the Federal Reserve, but they did say that the case might go back to a lower court for due process. So does that mean this could be set to continue? It's not yet a done deal.
It could be set to continue unless the Trump administration backs off of this. And quite a bit has changed in terms of the president's interest in the Federal Reserve since he was able to appoint Kevin Borsch as the new chair. But you're correct. The way that the decision comes out, it says basically that there's some position in between what the government and Lisa Cook had argued that they say, that the court concludes and says, well, there has to be some sort of notice and hearing provided if the president wants to proceed to fire a Federal Reserve member like this. It can't just be nothing. So whether and to what extent it goes back and then moves forward for more proceedings really depends on whether the Trump administration insists on continuing with this effort, or maybe they just back off because they have gotten a major, major victory in the FTC case.
Yeah. Let's turn to the announcement on mail-in voting. That decision, something of a major blow to President Trump, who we know has been dogged in his targeting of mail-in voting. What did you make of that ruling? And just give us the sort of broader context of, how we've got here.
Stop spamming come.
Yeah,
I'm back.
I agree with you that it was a sort of a bit of a surprise. And it is a bit of a repudiation to Trump's effort to really clamp down on mail-in voting. But I do think it makes sense to think of this decision as it comes against the broader backdrop of the Supreme Court's rulings in the areas of voting rights and redistricting. Because within this same term, we have seen the conservatives, the Republican appointees on the Supreme Court, dramatically watered down protections against discrimination in our voting rights areas and in redistricting areas. And mail-in balloting, actually, Trump is a bit of an outlier. The Republican Party as an institution is either agnostic or in favor of mail-in voting, particularly given the composition of their voters and the aging nature of their voters. So this is maybe a repudiation of Trump, but I think this is probably where the Republican Party wanted the case to come out.
Overnight, a U.S. official telling ABC News the U.S. and Iran have agreed to halt strikes after a heated weekend of back-and-forth attacks. But Iran has yet to confirm that agreement, this morning insisting they have sole control over the Strait of Hormuz, contradicting the Trump administration. Early Sunday morning, Tehran launching a barrage of missiles and drones at U.S. military sites in Bahrain and Kuwait, while warning that American bases across the region will experience hell in the coming days. A U.S. official telling us all the drones and missiles were intercepted, shot down, or failed to hit their targets, adding there were no casualties or damages to the target.
You were heartbroken about the food. I can see the sadness written all over your face. If it's any consolation, I fucking love cheese on everything. It's okay. It's okay. I'm a little heartbroken, but it's fine. It means that she's honest, and that's what you need. You need an honest. She wasn't a politician. She was being honest. A politician would have been like, okay, you fundraised 50 grand for me. I'm going to lie to your face. I respect that she didn't. I respect that she was like, this is dog shit, and I hate you. Also, how can I be sad? I'm eating my favorite food, like literally. I don't even care that she didn't like it. More for me. You guys don't understand how good this tastes. I didn't want to make these mouth noises and sounds in front of her too. So I'm glad that she didn't eat it, and now I can just have it on my own. You know what I mean?
Bases. The attack comes after the U.S. struck multiple targets inside Iran in response to an Iranian attack on an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. It marks the second Iranian attack on commercial ships in just the past few days. On Friday, the U.S. struck Iranian drone and missile storage facilities after Tehran targeted another ship in the strait with a drone. This morning, Iranian state media is reporting about $6 billion in frozen assets held in Qatar will be released back to Iran. No word from Qatar on that. Meanwhile, President Trump spent the weekend posting on social media about visiting sites that he plans to renovate here in Washington, D.C., announcing that the Trump administration will now renovate a golf course here in D.C., adding to a growing list of reconstruction projects, Robin.
A growing list indeed. All right. Thanks to you, Rachel.
Bro, this dude keeps lighting. It's so funny. He keeps lighting the world on fire and then fucking off back to DC and being like, I'm just going to fix a golf course. He's like, yeah, we nuked Isfahan. Time to build the reflecting pool. It's like, bro, worry about presidential shit for once, please. Like, normally I would be like, it's great. Every moment he spends on this dumb bullshit is a moment where he's not doing ice raids or whatever. But honestly, in this circumstance, I'm like, no, please, like, get this fucking ceasefire deal across, you idiot. The fuck is wrong with you?
A memorandum of understanding on the 17th of June, effectively marking the end of the war. But nearly 2 weeks on, both sides continued to exchange blows. Why is that? Back on Thursday last week, there were reports that Iran had launched a drone at commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. That prompted the Americans to launch a wave of attacks around Iranian targets around the strait. That, in turn, prompted the Iranians to hit military targets, US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. But the catalyst for all this appears to have been the Iran attack on a commercial vessel. Why would they do that, given that actually both America and Iran are desperately keen to get the Strait of Hormuz open? Part of the answer to that lies in the Memorandum of Understanding. It's not a peace deal. It's nothing more than a framework document that marks 60-day ceasefire. It's more about intent and ambition. It's not much about detail. For example, it talks about both sides refraining from action rather than not acting against each other. It talks about respecting territorial integrity for Iran. Blatantly, that's not happening. But the key point here is effectively it gives Iran responsibility for managing the smooth passage of flow of traffic through the strait during this period of negotiation. But of course, the core challenge to that is how they navigate their way around the minefield. Now, the minefield is in the middle here. As a result of that, the Iranians believe that the easiest course of action is to open the northern route, which is what they have actually been policing up till now. But America, for the last few weeks, opened up its own route down to the south, hugging the coastline of Oman. And despite the fact that the MOU was signed giving Iran responsibility for that, the Americans, it appears, are continuing to operate that southern route in direct defiance of Oman. Why are they doing that? Well, part of the reason is around interpretation.
Did you add the cheese or does it come with the cheese off the menu? Guys, it's recommended on the menu to put cheese on it. Like you tick a box. Okay. I didn't just like invent the cheese. Okay. Enough. Move on. Okay. Move on. Yes.
Of the
yes, I
memorandum of
added it.
understanding.
Move on.
From an Iranian perspective, they believe that they've been given authority to manage the Strait of Hormuz and therefore responsible for safety. They've actually formed the Gulf Strait Authority with a view of managing coordination, but also looking at what maritime services might be required by ships that are using the strait. They've also started conversation with Oman, who obviously manage the bottom half of the strait, to see how that management service might happen in the longer term. That meeting apparently is being conducted tomorrow. But actually, Iran has been quite savvy here because they're not just focused on the near term. They're also looking at a much bigger prize. Iran started this conflict as a pariah state. Now there's a prospect of them having sanctions lifted, about having assets that were frozen, unfrozen, the Strait of Hormuz potentially now being open with them having a degree of control, potentially even earning revenue. And of course, when these crucial nuclear discussions start, they'll have significant leverage. What about America's interpretation of all this? Well, it's pretty clear President Trump still believes that American forces defeated the Iranians, therefore America should be able to dictate terms. And if Iran doesn't follow suit, then what they should be doing is, then that's why President Trump keeps issuing threats along the way. It's also clear, though, that President Trump doesn't want to set a precedent by allowing Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. That will be illegal under international law. And that probably explains why President Trump is actually continuing to champion that southern route, because it demonstrates not only to Iran, but also to the rest of the world that Iran is not in control of the strait. Mind you, it all certainly probably reflects President Trump's frustration that Iran continues to have a lot of leverage in these discussions, but also at the very slow rate of progress. So where does that leave us? Well, both sides, both America and Iran, are incentivized to get the Strait of Hormuz open. This should be the easy part of the deal. But for America, this feels like the beginning of the end. It feels like a way of President Trump just moving on. But for Iran, it's not the beginning of the end, it's the end of the beginning. These discussions and the subsequent negotiations offer the prospect of a much brighter and more prosperous future for Iran. If it's so difficult to get this first stage over the line, what are the prospects of the more difficult negotiations to follow, where the West is trying to stop Tehran developing its own nuclear program? Let's face it, that was a core justification for President Trump for the war.
That's what I'm going to call it, the whole thing, because it's watching momentum catch fire right now. After New York wins, the next test is tomorrow in Colorado. Incumbent Senator John Hickenlooper faces a challenge from Julie Gonzalez, a state senator aligned with socialists, and Malak Quiros is trying to unseat 15-term Democrat Congresswoman Diana DeGette. Critics say Quiros has crossed the line into Jewish hatred.
You've said that the October 7th massacre of Israeli civilians by Hamas fighters was the, quote, inevitable consequence of apartheid. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah. You know, I think identifying what's happened over the course of these events in Israel and Palestine is inevitable. Israel is a country that has been accused of apartheid and occupation for...
I'm Iranian and don't understand what is happening because of Cheesegate. Bro, your country is getting fucking peppered with American strikes and you're over here talking about Cheesegate. That's crazy. Worry about Kubide Gate, bro. There's only one gate you should be worried about. The Gate of Hormuz, okay? The Strait of Hormuz turned Gate of Hormuz. What the hell? Hong is right about the cheese stuff. All the things I'm reading seem to point out that cheese being added in Korean dishes is a newer phenomena that started around the late 90s, early 2000s, only really picked up steam in the 2010s. Yes, Hassan, because imagine putting fucking cheese on a kubide. Fair.
Decades now, and has been able to resist any kind of change.
Yes, the liberal left has said for decades that is true. We see their hatred on full display. So far, there are only a handful of Democrats that publicly oppose the far left agenda of the Democrat socialists. Wow. Others are talking up how inclusive the party is. Come on, socialists, it's warm.
I want us to be a Big Tent party. I think that it's actually a sign of a party that is alive and growing.
We are a Big Tent party focused on the ordinary concerns of everyday Americans.
We've got to have a Big Tent if we want a majority.
One of the things that makes the Democratic Party great is it's a Big Tent party. We need to stay that way.
Power our panel now. Tiffany Smiley, former Republican Senate candidate in Washington and Endeavor PAC founder, and Richard Fowler, Fox News contributor. Great to have you both. Richard, what is it that your party likes about socialism right now?
I don't necessarily think it's a like. I think you have to really zoom in on the voters here.
Well, if you tolerate something, you celebrate
Hold on, wait. But Harris, remember, millions of people voted in New York, millions of people voted in Virginia, millions of people voted for in New Jersey, and they voted for a reason. They didn't vote because they were afraid of socialism. I think when us in the Beltway and in the media sort of land, we live in socialism of the 1960s, kids doing nuclear bomb raids. In today's America, kids are doing active shooter raids. We're seeing schools that are taking cuts. We're seeing schools that are taking closures. And for a lot of American voters, they're frustrated at the fact that in this building here in Washington, a block away from our bureau, they're not doing enough to address the real needs of everyday working Americans. The cost of health care, cuts happening in schools, the cost of rent, all being too high, and a Washington, both Democrats and Republicans, that are ignoring the real.
I was not expecting him to cook. Can I be honest? I was not expecting him to defend socialism, even in any way, shape, or form. A pleasant surprise. Because usually Fox News will only have Democrats on who are Pinos, okay? Progressive in name only, or Dinos, really. Democrats in name only. Like half the time, the Democrats they have on are like, I've worked on Ronald Reagan's campaign, and I think the Democratic Party is not my Democratic Party any longer. And it's like, well, you worked for Ronald Reagan, so yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is your Democratic Party. I don't think there is any Democratic Party that was your Democratic Party. You know what I mean? The Federistas. Yeah. The John Fettermans. Kind of like Korean food in name only. Bro, chill. Yo, can we chill? Can we chill? Let me take a moment to celebrate that we fundraised $54,560 for Francesca Hong, who deserves it, who is incredible. What a stud. What a stud. What a time to be doing this. In all my years of doing this kind of commentary, I never thought that we would get to a point where like every candidate that I've interviewed is fucking amazing. Like one better than the next, where I'm just like, damn, who do I give all my support to? You know, it's been crazy. It's been a wild journey. I mean, I've interacted with campaigns in the past. I've talked about this before. I with John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock in that special election right after the election. It's actually incredible. I've never had so many. I've never had so many campaigns that I'm just like genuinely excited about. What is this? Hassan Piker just raised $54,000 for Francesca Hong, DSA candidate for Wisconsin governor. The Wisconsin Democratic primary is August 11th. Will you address the mozzarella mistake, the cheddar conundrum, the Asiago accident? No, I will not. I will not, because it wasn't a mistake. I will stand by it. She's so sick. It's kind of crazy. She's so dope. Yeah, we got America 250. Don't worry, I'm going to make fun of it in a second. How'd you get banned from England, South Korea, North Korea, and Wisconsin? Francesca was right about Cheesegate. First of all, North Korea would never ban me. Okay, let's be fucking real about that. North Korea would never ban me. Do you think you did a good job with that interview? Okay, man. What the hell's happening? Stop with the cheese buns. Popular Twitch terrorist Hassan Piker found racistly disrespecting authentic Korean cuisine. Mai Wong really wants to come on the stream. Is there someone on your team I can connect her with? I've already DM'd her. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'd love to have her on. She's dope. Yeah, let me bring her on so I can disrespect her local cuisine as well. Fuck it, dude. That's my life now, okay? That's my life now. Back in the day, you could put cheese on any food, including Korean food. Nowadays, people get mad at you because that's my life now. No more cheese on any kind of food. The Democrats want to take all of your cheese away. What's going on? Who's jacking off to this? Yeah. For the longest time, you could put cheese on Korean food. Not anymore. They've made it illegal now. That's the rule. That's the new rules. That's what they're doing. When are you attending cultural sensitivity training? HasanAbi? That's so stupid. Don't show your face around Wisconsin, little brother. Cheeseheads will get you. First of all, I'm worried that it's going to make her look bad because Wisconsin is the cheese state. And she objectively did not want cheese on the Korean food, which again is, I'm worried. I'm worried that they're going to be like, oh, Hasan, you should be governor of Wisconsin because you love cheese clearly. And that's probably the only thing we care about in the state of Wisconsin. Like your level of investment in cheese on things. She's fine. She's literally a chef. Hasan, you're coping hard. Yeah, I know. Your political takes are so sharp. They cut right through this cheese drama. Thank you. God damn it. I am actually kind of stoked to go to Wisconsin, though. I really want to help her out because she's so fire. It's okay, dog. At least you monstered up the courage. Stop. This was you and Big Hong. Wait, what do you mean? You could see her. Wisconsin wants that expert cheese. Okay.
Issues facing everyday Americans.
All right, you start
guys.
with crime, you start with shooting and all of that. And I want to know, since abolishing police and prisons is something that is, it's just basic socialism from what Democrats are laying out who float that way. I want to know, how do you address some of the issues? I'm going to come to you, Tiffany. It just doesn't, it's not sensical. Like, how do you attack those things that he just mentioned by taking away the very apparatus that keeps them in place and makes them better?
Yeah, it makes no sense, and there are policies that they will not be able to deliver on. And you look at a lot of the crime is happening in blue cities. The Democrat Party is not a big tent party. They have been hijacked by the Democrat socialists, and we should never count out these Democrat socialists. Harris, what we are seeing in Colorado, what you just explained and laid out, is what I have been talking about for years now, this rise in anti-Semitism. And really,
it's never not funny when they say Democrat socialists. Like, I know there's talks about whether it's called Democratic whether it's called the DSA or DSA. But what's really awesome is just saying Democrat socialists, because they never say Democratic Party. They say Democrat Party. So they're just saying Democrat Socialist Party now. I love it.
Candidates who are anti-America. They want to abolish police. They want to abolish ICE. They want no deportations. They want Medicare for all. They want free grocery stores. In New York, they want buses, and they're going to go faster. There is no way they will be able to deliver on this. And Richard, to your point, I have to ask, if Democrats are staying silent on this, does this mean that they agree? Does this mean that they are welcoming this into their party?
Allow me to answer that by taking contention with the point that you made at the top. You said that there's all this crime happening in blue cities. That's apropos to the facts.
Well, there's crime happening all over the country because people migrate. Things happen all over.
But
what I'm saying is you need police, whether it's in Arkansas or California. You need immigration, customs.
Back to 1968. The murder rate in Baltimore.
Yeah, it kind of sucks for them to make this argument right now, because it's probably the least opportune time to do that, because all these cities have seen ginormous decreases in crime. So like you can't even put together like a convincing argument that crime is on the up and up or anything like that. It's really funny.
It's lower now than it was in 1968. Same for Chicago, same for New York, same for Washington, D.C. Blue cities where you see blue communities, black and brown people coming together and solving the crime in their cities. If that's what Tiffany's scared of, I don't understand why.
Socialist policies
I don't understand
that are
why.
causing the rise in crime in these cities.
Crime is down.
Not going to work.
Crime is down, though.
So when you go to Chicago and you see the number of young people in particular who were shot in these crimes, dozens of them in a weekend, over and over and over.
But crime
I'm not saying it.
Speaking of anti-Semitism, let's go, Abdul. News: Jewish Voice for Peace backs Democrat Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan's U.S. Senate race. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, Zionists for rape and genocide oppose him. It's a bit of an aggressive way to explain it, but yeah, he's actually rage baiting Fox.
Only because it's a blue city. I let you talk. I'm not saying it's only because it's a blue city. It's in America. We're red, white, and blue. We don't want it to happen anywhere.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told me personally as he was running and has said so since.
I'm sorry, I keep saying her last name wrong. It's Vang, not Wong. Is it my Vang? Okay, chatter, I need you to understand something. Okay, I'm Turkish. Like, until 2013, I had never even encountered any Asian last names. I'm not doing it on purpose. I don't know why you're getting mad. I'm not doing it on purpose. Vang, is that how you say it? Is it actually Vang? May Vang? Is it my Vang? Bro, I'm trying to help you beat the anti-Asian allegations. I already cooked, bro. I'm already cooked, dog. Did you just not see what happened? I already did a hate crime. Hello? I just did a hate crime. I had a Korean woman here, a Korean American woman here running for Congress, and I fed her cheese. I fed her the cheesy gordita crunch of Korean food. My Vang. My only critique of you is that you should have backed all the Metro DSA candidates, especially in Maryland, that had their primaries last week. Several lost last week. I'm calling it the HasanAbi crab conundrum. I can't. Oh my God. I can't be everywhere all at once. My Vang.
President of the United States for a second time. Crime is something that he's focused on in keeping Americans safe.
Harris,
he'll go to New York.
He'll
go wherever he wants to go to help, and wherever people will have that help.
I can't agree with you more,
so
and we should be willing to
commend. It isn't just because it's happening, but Chicago is a prime example
and Zoran
of where
for decreasing crime because their policies are working.
Seattle.
Okay.
Look at Seattle.
Wow. And you live in Washington, so you know.
Richard.
The crime is down in all those cities.
Tiffany, go ahead.
Precipitously down.
Yeah. I think there's a bigger issue at play. So these candidates who are taking over the party, they want to abolish police. They want to abolish ICE. They also, some of them have even said that murderers shouldn't even have to go to prison. No deportations. Doesn't matter if you're illegal. Doesn't matter if you're a murderer. No deportations. They're playing on the emotions. And they're trying to talk about policies that they will never be able to deliver on, or if they do get a foothold, it will destroy our cities from the inside out. We know that socialism does not work. And
it's gonna destroy our cities from the inside out. For example, free healthcare, free college education. Obviously, first step is free healthcare. Second step, destroy the city. That's how it works. First step is moratorium on AI data centers. No more $2 billion tax breaks in the state of Wisconsin for fucking new data centers. Nobody wants it. Second step, nuke the city. Madison is gone. We nuked it. Milwaukee also nuked. You thought you were safe, Milwaukee. Green Bay, gone. That's how it works. This is the three-step socialism program, okay? Free healthcare, no tax breaks, and AI data center moratorium. Nuke Madison. That's just how it goes, famously. I'm glad that she knows. I'm glad that she knows the secret plan. And then step four, go back to basics. Free childcare. Step 5, no more paid school lunches. All school lunches are free. Again, but you have to nuke Madison, Wisconsin, and Milwaukee. That's step 3. It's very important. That's just how socialism works. You know, crime is legal now. Crime is legal. Wait, so why is New York City still not nuked yet? Yeah, Zoran fucked it up. He fucked it up. That's one of my big criticisms of Zoran. He didn't nuke New York City. That was step 3. He skipped it, went to step 4, and then did step 5. It's messed up that he didn't go back to step 3. You can't. You have to revisit step 3. This is how it works.
It will harm more people than it benefits.
All right. I'll meet you anytime in Chicago, Richard, and we can pray for the victims in
take the mayor
serious
of Chicago
crime
with
and
us,
get that mayor to stop saying we don't need more police.
That crime
Thank
is
you
down.
both. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
After his endorsed candidates swept their Democratic congressional primaries, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani says his Democratic socialist positions can win over voters nationally.
Okay, stop.
Can a Democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a Democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. What I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Okay, so those comments come after 32-year-old Democratic socialist Arieliza Avila Chevalier beat.
We watched this 7X though. Is it a slow news day? I still enjoy people mauling over socialism. All right, but we'll skip Morning Joe. And we'll watch Fox News mauled over socialism instead.
And while Americans are feeling the unity here at the fair, the same cannot be said of the Democratic Party as another Mamdani-backed socialist eyes a primary win in Colorado tomorrow. And the socialist mayor vows, we're just getting started.
I think a Democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. We are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics, one that puts working people at the heart of it. We need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that...
AOC dropping bars on Israel and American imperialism in NDA defense bill amendments. Can we stop giving AOC so much shit and trust her? New. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has introduced an amendment that could effectively halt all offensive and defensive U.S. military aid to Israel in current conditions as a part of a package of 11 amendments for the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. The proposal will require all U.S. defense articles and services to be used in accordance with international law and, consistent with Section 620 of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act, 620I of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act, prohibit transfer to countries that restrict U.S. support of humanitarian aid unless the president certifies the recipient is complying with those requirements and Congress separately authorizes the transfer. In practical force lies in stripping. Its practical force lies in stripping the president's discretion to look past existing law. Section 620I already bars aid to governments that block U.S. humanitarian assistance, but administrations have repeatedly declined to determine that Israel is in violation despite restrictions on aid entering Gaza. Under the amendment, the president would have to affirmatively make that determination, and Congress would have to specifically authorize the transfer through legislation before coveted military aid could proceed. Other amendments AOC proposed would require the Pentagon to publish a report on its use of military facilities in Puerto Rico, require certification on human and civil rights violations of Peru following the mass killings of protesters in 2022 and 2023, bar Pentagon security cooperation with Ecuador until its government is certified as complying with human rights law, require a report past human rights violations of Colombia and the U.S.-Colombia military partnership from 1980 to 2010, require declassification review of U.S. government and corporate involvement in Chile's 1973 coup, require a Pentagon framework to support Puerto Rico's response to infrastructure failures, require a Pentagon framework to support Bangladesh's response to extreme weather, require an unclassified report on the U.S.-Brazil military partnership from 1964 to 1985. She also co-sponsored amendments to require a report on renewed military exercise and cleanup efforts in Puerto Rico, prohibit Pentagon funds from being used to enforce U.S. sanctions on Cuba. That's crazy. That last one is beast mode. Doesn't this technically exist? Yes. Leahy laws is what you're referencing. This just offers additional hurdles that the president must clear before fucking, what is this, Daria Lisa breaking? CNN, oh my God, Daria Lisa for New York is a communist. East Harlem seniors, but if you've seen her moves on the dance floor. You could never move like that? True. And the sanctions against Cuba and Venezuela, the earthquakes that killed so many and done so much damage. I agree. Jeffries asked about the Colorado 1 Dem primary. Doesn't exactly offer a vote of confidence for DeGette. It's a close race, and we'll see what happens. Ultimately, it'll be in the hands of the people of Denver. I think Representative DeGette has had an extraordinary career. Bro, what the fuck? Look, I don't want to be too confident, and I'm still very worried. Okay? I don't want to be too confident. I'm still very worried, and I'm going to do my very best, and we should do our very best to fucking pump this race. Okay? We should be pushing extra hard. These are the last hours, okay? Phone bank for Maylot, but it is low consensually turning into a situation where the Democrats just kind of look at you like the whale meme. Like Democrats don't even defend their incumbents anymore. They just kind of look at you like this. You know what I mean? Keep phone banking. They're putting a lot. They're putting a lot of fucking money into this in the last second, okay? You're a real piece of work for putting cheese on a Korean dish, man. As an Asian man who's lactose intolerant, you've made an enemy of me for life. Fuck you. Okay, buddy, calm down. I didn't do it, man. God damn it. Abdul went on ZBS.
Record do his talking.
And the second question he was asked about was you. What the fuck? Ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
And they will probably say you hang around with Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker has said things that are virulently anti-American, they would say, and anti-Semitic. Do you have any regrets about Hasan Piker?
Well,
you know that's going to be an issue.
Major, I'm hanging out with you. I don't know everything you've said.
Right.
I'm sure you've said some things I disagree with. You've said some things I agree with. It tends to be in the real world, we hold people accountable for what they said, not what somebody around them said. And it's this funny gotcha game that Democrats love to play and Republicans love to play, which I think people are sick and tired of in politics. So if you want to play this game where you're going to hold me accountable, like, guilt by association based on something that somebody else said, I'm just going to make sure that people know what Mike Rogers has said, what Donald Trump has said, which he so desperately sought an endorsement from and can't seem to figure out how to shake because, Donald Trump's approval rating is in the gutter. Everything Donald Trump touches turns into trash. So I want to make sure that the broader public understands that about him.
Let's talk about something.
Oh, okay. He moved on. I thought he was going to be like, well, what about this? What about that? Dude, this argument is so dumb. It didn't work with Zoran. It's not working with Abdul. It literally ended up helping him more. Like, I don't know why they fucking keep doing it. I don't know why they keep doing it. It's just, who is this for, man? I mean, I guess it's ZBS. It's ZBS News, right? It didn't work on Daria Lisa, who is getting the Hassan Ray on her own right now. Did you already have Francesca on, Love from Wisco? Yes, I did. It was awesome. She's so dope. Also, why does he have so many ties right here, but he's not wearing a single damn tie? What the hell is going on?
Thing I experienced when I was in Dearborn, Michigan in 2024. I talked to voters there who were becoming increasingly estranged, and some described as completely estranged from the Biden administration and Kamala Harris over Gaza. And they used the word genocide. You have used the word genocide.
I like to use words that meet the definition that I use them for, so yes.
Right. And there is a United Nations Genocide Convention adopted in 1948, defines genocide as any 5 acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Explain to my audience why you believe Israel is...
If he puts on the ties, there won't be any for set dressing dummy. Yeah, even one.
Guilty of that in Gaza. Because it argues it is not systematic. It is in pursuit of larger security concerns.
I'll point you to human rights organizations in Israel itself who call this a genocide. I'll point you to the fact that the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, have all rallied around the notion that what has been done is a war crime under the definition of genocide. So it's not just me, it's not just the people in Dearborn. This is just a word that ought to be used when public officials in a country say that they want to annihilate a people as a function of where they live and what their ethnic and religious identities are, and then carry out the systematic bombing of...
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, what do you have to say to people that that believe that Israel has to do a genocide because it's in their best security interest? It's like, okay. Yeah, you know who else said that? The Nazis. It's not like the Nazis didn't lie and make it seem like they had valid security concerns. Clearly they didn't, you know? Yeah, Colorado primaries tomorrow. Phone bank for Maylot and Julie today.
Them, their kids, their schools, their hospitals, the annihilation of any opportunity to actually live a dignified life in that place again, and do so after having said that they were going to do it. I don't know what else to call that except for a genocide. Like when you target the Palestinian people as a function of their being Palestinian and then try to move them into neighboring countries because they speak the same language, you commit war crime after war crime targeting their infrastructure, their schools, their...
Yeah, there's never been a genocide that has taken place throughout history where the country that was conducting the genocide was like, yeah, we're doing it because we're evil. Like, that's not how it goes. Like the Nazis weren't going around being like, oh yeah, we actually know these are good guys and we're the bad guys and we like doing bad things. Like, no, they were selling it to their fucking fan base. They were selling it to their voters. They were creating a sufficient response or a sufficient reasoning for why they must do the things that they were doing. And they did it by lying, you know? As a matter of fact, the only country that I can point to that literally just doesn't even do us the dignity of lying to us is kind of Israel. Like Israel is unique in that they openly do. Israel's unique in the fact that they openly do kind of wear the evil moniker. Centrist politics is all about compromise. Me, so compromise with the left centrist. Oh God, no, I meant compromise with the racists. Yep, it's true.
Hospitals. I don't know what else to call that. I mean, I guess, Major, what I'd say is what else would you call that except for trying to tiptoe around the interests of the foreign government who did it? I mean, what's the other word?
And that word and the willingness to say it has, in many races, possibly also in this one that you're involved in, had a galvanizing effect with younger voters. Why do you think that is?
This is a moral Rorschach test. Like, if you can't identify the systematic murder of tens of thousands of kids as a genocide, and then you want to say that you're a fighter for human rights and dignity, that's just hypocrisy. So I just think that if you can't call the most heinous violation of human rights what it is, it's hard for me to believe that you're going to go and fight the Trump administration or fight the pharma CEOs or fight the health insurance CEOs who are making my life unlivable.
You can catch my full interview with Abdel El-Sayed. It runs almost 30 minutes on YouTube and your favorite podcast platform. Quick note, all the other Senate candidates in that...
We got so many studs, dude. It's crazy. We got so many fucking studs, dude. Axios, House Democrats fear another big loss for the left in Colorado. I think it's quite likely Diana DeGette will lose at one House Democrat. Democratic leadership that ignores this, lawmaker added, does so at its own peril. What was he saying at the end? He was going to say, I'd like to add that all the other Democrats running in the race, unlike Abdul El-Sayed, are not anti-Semitic. Yeah, this is why the centrists are struggling so much to control the socialist wave. Look at how 3 of the most popular non-Obama political figures are among Democrats. Yeah. How each party's base feels about its 2028 field. Bernie Sanders, 6% don't know him. Zoran, 18% don't know him. AOC, 15% don't know him. And the top 3, with the exception of Barack Obama, who, I mean, we can put Obama in the, low-key, we could put him in the communist category. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, everyone called him a communist. He's a Muslim socialist, just like Zoran. Also, there's a reason why Obama is not seen as a moderate, and neither is Kamala. Okay? Zoran can't run because he's naturalized, right? Or is Uncle Cenk fixing that? Yeah. Uncle Cenk has secret legal precedent that he hasn't deployed yet. Yeah. Per our new polling out today, the most popular politicians in America, from G. Elliott Morris. I had a take on this. I'll say it. I think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up that G. Elliott Morris knew that if they polled Josh Gottheimer on this, he would probably be the sexiest. So they chose not to poll him on this. Is really fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, clearly Josh Gottheimer is the center of the charisma. Clearly Josh Gottheimer is the center of power in the Democratic Party. So I find it really messed up. What is this? Democrats won't move to rename street Trump Towers on Barack Hussein Obama Way. Wow, what a sick burn. Unrelated, but mine and my 4-year-old's health insurance from the marketplace is over $1,000 a month. This tweet is not an endorsement of right-wing fascists, but rather a critique of centrist liberals who grovel to them. Have a great day. Ogre with a brand new all-timer about Israel. John Fetterman on the red carpet at Bill Maher's Mark Twain Prize ceremony is berating a New York Times reporter who asked him a question, calling the paper anti-Israel. From what I could tell, the question was not about Israel. Don't get mad, but did you read the CNN article on Daria Lisa? No, I haven't. I will say, however, I haven't seen me going back to October 1991 to get Miranair plane tickets to New York City. This was cool, too. The plan, have Rama file all the paperwork purely as a stand-in on the ballot for Zoran. Oh, my God. What the fuck? Extended family asked if I was dating Hassan Piker. Oh, what the fuck? Is that a real John Fetterman photo? Thanks for the nightmare. Yeah, the real nightmare is that John Fetterman still is a sitting senator for the Democratic Party. New DSA ad just dropped.
On this, Laura, this is existential for this country. You've covered more than anybody. When the Democrats, should the Democrats regain power, it's game over. 12 more justices on SCOTUS, 2 new Democrat states. They're going to get rid of the Second Amendment. They're going to get rid of our borders. They're going to get rid of our police. They're going to get rid of ICE, Border Patrol, DHS, and they're going to elect communists.
Okay, can I say something? I think they should stop filming from this lawn. I know what he's saying is great, whatever. It's basically a fucking ad for the Democrats or the DSA. But the fact that they keep fucking filming from outside of this, like, supposedly robust festival that's attended by so many Americans, like, every time I see it, every time I see a Fox News clip with the fucking lawn behind them, I'm like, oh my God, no one is attending this fucking fair. Shit looks so beautifully green, like it's the reflecting pool. It's so unbelievably humiliating. Like, what the fuck is happening? Look at this. Fox, we're celebrating the Great American State Fair. We got 1,000 people celebrating with us. Are the thousands of people here with us?
Great American State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating this birthday with us, Tommy. You and I had a chance to go out. We got to see some of the exhibits. I'm sure you got what I got, which was a lot of people going, hey, love to watch it on Fox. I hope a lot of them left the mall, went home and turned on their TV and are watching this right now. But happy early birthday, America. We're celebrating already at the Great American State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating this birthday with us.
Yeah, so many people are here, dude. It's crazy. Are the thousands of people in the room with us right now? What? Multiple French media outlets are reporting that Ukrainian oligarch Vadim Adamulayev and 2 family members were injured in the backpack explosion in Monaco. What the fuck? The Mahdi is too humble to say he is the Mahdi. Even more reason to know he is. On the ground video. Oh my God, there's like 8 people there. What the fuck? All right, y'all. That looks like a Southern county fair. Fuck no, I've been to county fairs. Them bitches are packed normally. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I've been to a New Jersey state fair. I've been to a state fair in Oklahoma. Dog, them shits are packed to the gills. Are you kidding me? Funnel cakes galore. Where are the hogs? Okay? Where are the fucking hogs? And by that, I don't mean like these hogs. I mean like literally like the actual, pigs, not human hogs. It don't matter how fucking rural an area is. You do a county fair, state fair in a rural ass neighborhood, that shit is gonna be fucking packed, brother. There's nothing else going on, especially. This is the saddest damn thing I've ever laid my damn eyes on.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Cirque Mechanics. We're all the way from Las Vegas, really excited to be here with the National Endowment for the Arts on the mall for the 250th. We're gonna start it off with Ozzy and the drum.
Bro, this is so sad. This is pathetic. Toby Durden would draw a bigger crowd. I could draw a bigger fucking crowd in Washington, D.C. I have. I've spoken in front of a bigger crowd in Washington motherfucking D.C. than this. I literally have. Remember the anti-genocide rally we did? That was like 10,000 people. This shit's got like 10 people.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on.
Have they decided that if they just keep saying there's like mad people here, like, people will act as though there are? Like, what's the deal? This is so funny. Computer in hands. Oh my God. Look at the reflection of the guys. There's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people there, bro. 7 people. And most of them are probably journalists.
Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people that you want to have here, like Stacey Garrity. That woman's going to be next governor of Pennsylvania.
There
right
we
there.
go.
Yep, look at her, that beautiful red hair.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on.
Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people that you want to have here, like Stacey Garrity. That woman's going to be next governor of Pennsylvania.
There
right
we
there.
Yeah, tons of people, bro. So, yeah, there's a reason why it sucks dick, by the way. It's not supposed to be like this. So the 250th celebration is supposed to be this like big deal, right? It's supposed to be this big ass deal, right? Except no one is attending. These photos are brilliant, by the way. Shouts out to TMZ for this shit. But here's what happened. Okay. So they were supposed to have, they were supposed to do this with like the Smithsonian, I think. Here's Sam on Twitter says, it should probably be a bigger story that there was a normal bipartisan America 250 organization, but then Trump decided to launch his own competing right-wing grift version and ruined everything. Right. So the official planning for the celebrations began in 2016 with the Congressional Nonpartisan United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission, America 250. In 2025, federal resources were diverted to the President Donald Trump-aligned White House Task Force on celebrating America's 250th birthday, Freedom 250, to promote and plan new events. This sounds amazing, and I would have wanted to go to DC for this. Alas, people wanted child rapists in bed with the KGB instead. Okay, these guys are a little bit lived up, but I worked at the Smithsonian, specifically raising money for 250th. What I want people to know is that how we secured millions of private philanthropy to host a month-long folk-like festival on the mall. The Festival of Festivals was going to feature well-known festivals. Think Burning Man, Farm Aid, Grand Old Opry, etc., as well as smaller locals and regional festivals from across the U.S. and territories. Goal was to feature truly the best and most beautiful creative expression of music, dance, art, craft and traditions, food, community, etc. Can't name names. But plan was to have headliners every night for free concerts. Think the types of names who might be affiliated with the aforementioned large festivals. Opry? I don't fucking know what that is, man. What do you want? What is that? I don't know what that is. Opry? Stop bullying me, man. Fuck. I don't know what some English words are. I've never seen that before. Fuck's wrong with you? Cut it out. Stop bullying me. The money went elsewhere, but our nation was robbed of what could have been a once-in-a-generation cultural moment. Stars were willing to perform because it was under the banner of the Smithsonian. It all had to be scrapped because the administration would not release permits to host on the mall. Yeah, because they got their own thing. Libtard, shut the fuck up. And now look at their own thing. It's so much cooler. The name of the theater is Grand Ole Opry, a play on the southern pronunciation of opera. Oh, you are getting cooked in the subreddit? What the fuck is this? Same image? God damn. This is why the Ottoman Empire fell. God, the look of disappointment in her eyes, dude. Look at this. And I'm sitting there like a fucking chud. Unc, you look good in this pic? Okay, bro. What is going on, man? All right, let's talk about...
we got to talk about this America 250 Great American State Fair, or whatever the hell it's called. Oh, my word. Is this thing an absolute disaster? It is a catastrophe. Okay? Every video I see on this thing is sadder than the last one. I mean, to sum it up, nobody showed up to this shit. Like, nobody. I mean, I'm talking like, there's like 7 grandmas and one dude in one of those like scooters that you ride around on, right? It is the cheapest gathering I've ever seen in my life. There's one sad Ferris wheel. There's a bunch of booths set up that look like they're built with fucking cardboard. There's the worst entertainment you've ever heard in your entire life. I mean, this thing is a national embarrassment, okay? This was supposed to be an actual giant celebration of this country until Trump decided, I'm going to make myself the centerpiece, okay? It became more affiliated with MAGA and Trump than it became with the United States of America and our founding. And so, as a result of that, he kicked it off by giving a big speech. By the way, hundreds of people started walking out about halfway through the speech, which led to people speculating that those were paid people from Craigslist getting $50 a pop, and then they hit the amount of time they were required to be there and then dipped out that bitch, right? People were speculating about that. And so that kicked it off, and everything since then has just been the most humiliating, pathetic thing I've ever seen. There's been a number of weather delays and days it was canceled. Trump has this big mock example of his Arc de Trump, which he's illegally trying to build. That bitch looks like they put it together with fucking styrofoam. I mean, it is so sad. Now, listen to this. This is crazy. So here's what it was originally supposed to be. Ready? I worked at Smithsonian, specifically raising money for the 250th. What I want people to know is we secured millions of private philanthropy to host a month-long folk-like festival on the mall. The Festival of Festivals was going to feature well-known festivals, think Burning Man, Farm Aid, Grand Ole Opry, etc., as well as smaller local and regional festivals from across the U.S. and territories. Goal was to feature truly the best and most beautiful creative expression in music, dance, arts and crafts traditions, food, community, etc. Can't name names, but plan was to have headliners every night for free concerts. Think the types of names who might be affiliated with the aforementioned large festivals. Stars were willing to perform because it was under the banner of the Smithsonian. It had to be all scrapped because the administration would not release permits to host on the mall. The money went elsewhere.
Are you serious? North Korea Jason Schremer puts cheese on authentic Korean food for a Korean woman? Y'all, you gotta stop. You gotta stop freaking me out, man.
But our nation was robbed of what would have been a once-in-a-generation cultural movement. And that's the other thing, right? So they made it all about Trump. And what happened with all the money, right? What happened with all the money? Well, it's exactly like the fucking reflecting pool, which he hired some mobster asshole to fix and failed miserably, and the paint's chipping off and the water's all green with algae. It's the same with another fountain he had fixed that he paid like 10 times the amount he was supposed to pay in another no-bid contract. They're skimming the top off all this shit. Where's the money going? Directly into the fucking Trump family's pockets. That's where it's going. Everybody knows that. Everybody should know that at this late date. So this is what it was supposed to be. And then it became directly affiliated with Trump, and the thing is now hot garbaggio. This is Trump's Great American State Fair. Look at this. That's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. That is the...
It's so... Okay, can I say something? This is what these guys are supposed to be good at. Like, this is like if you try to do a UFC event and you fucked it up on the front lawn, right? Because, like, hogs, this is what hogs are best at. Throwing together fucking fairs. How did you fuck the fair up? This is your culture. It's like if you came to me and you asked me, like, I don't know, whatever gay little book I like to read, and I didn't have it. Like, you asked me my favorite anime and I just gave you nothing. If you were to ask me, like, what's my favorite type of non-binary barista serving coffee, Kopi Luwak, this is our wheelhouse. We're libtarded. This is what we do best. Okay? If a libtarded president was doing non-binary barista show and they fucked it up and all the baristas were binary and straight, we'd be freaking out. We'd be like, what do you mean? You didn't have any queer English majors to make coffee? How is that possible? You're a libtarded administration. Oh no, my barista is binary. That's what it would be like. This is your thing. Your thing is fucking throwing together funnel cakes at the fest, the hog fest. State and county fairs. This is literally the classic hog existence and experience. How'd they fuck this up?
The saddest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. They look like they put this together on 3 hours notice. They called some cheap ass company, put it together on 3 hours notice. Look how empty this shit is. Okay? Look at this.
Oh, there's also something crazy. Like, I think it was fake, right? I'm a barista and I'm definitely binary. Yeah, I wouldn't get coffee from you to save my life. Okay? You at least better be gay. You know what I'm saying? You better have at least experimented with your sexuality. I'm not touching that shit.
So few people there. So few people there. Incredibly weak attendance. Look at this one. This one's going in the history books, y'all. This one's going in the history books. Here are the people who are attending this. They're in their fucking motorized scooter, and they have roughly 14 minutes left to live.
Yeah, they did Wile E. Coyote style painting on the arch, right? Like they made it look 3D, but it's not. It's just like copy pasted, right? The walls have fake moldings on them.
That's what's going on, okay? How about this one? The Great American State Fair. This video has been going viral. Look at this. Oh my days. Oh no.
Germany's out. Hey, we're sending Freddie's ass home, baby. Hey, Freddie. Mr. Oh my God, I love Terre Haute. Indiana is my favorite place in America. Yeah, bye-bye, Freddie. Bye-bye. Pack it up, Freddie. Pack up your fucking bags, Freddie. Go home. Oh, no, nein. Oh, ich liebe Springfield, Ohio. How nice is it out here, yeah? Get the fuck out of here with that CIA agent propaganda, dude. Hey, yo, chill out, Olam. No need to be racist now. Germany did its best. I'm just such a bitter man. You can't imagine the racism that German Twitter will get because of that. Listen. I'm just bitter because I feel like that was a op. And the New York Times also literally did. The New York Times also did a whole report on it this morning where they're like, oh, Europeans came to America and they love it. Okay? They're like, Europeans came to America. They love America. Like, America has a lot of lovable qualities. Okay? It really does. I love this country. That's why I live here. Okay? But I'm sorry. That Freddie guy is 100%. He's paid, right? That's paid marketing. That shit was suspicious as fuck from the jump. Did you see that the Freddie guy said he will delete his Twitter account after the World Cup because he don't want the fame? Oh. Freddie ain't going nowhere. He was always just trying to ass kiss so ICE doesn't disappear him when he overstays his visa. Dog, I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. I don't think Freddie is a real guy. I think that's an American account. I think that was fake. Years later, we're gonna find out like this was a marketing operation. You know what I mean? Like the Trump administration can't shut the fuck up. They're eventually gonna leak it. That's what I think.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Cirque Mechanics. We're all the way from Las Vegas. Really excited to be here with the National Endowment for the Arts on the mall for the 250th. We're going to start off with Ozzy and the drum.
Oh, my days. Oh, no. Oh, that's so horrible. All right, Peter Ducey claims people are still coming out, acting like, you know, hey, this is a great turnout here. Meanwhile, in the background, you see how nobody's fucking there.
You ever in your wildest...
No, this is the best. McMansion occupied nation. I finally made it to the Great American State Fair. The columns on this fake building are something to behold. Look at this. They know it looks like shit because they made an effort to hide it sometimes. Oh, by the way, does that look like three-dimensional to you? Because it's not. Look, it's not three-dimensional. Dude, how fucking awesome is that? It's so dog shit. It's so fucking dog shit, dude. I'm sorry. Everything that Donald Trump does turns into dookie. Yeah, they stapled the textures, bro. Look at this. United States, world's first fifth world country. Yeah, these buildings of the Great American State Fair are just covered in printed sheets that are literally stapled on.
I don't want to touch it because you know how they feel about touching things around here. Quality. Quality craftsmanship. America. American workers.
This adds good context, I think.
People are talking about the fact that we were robbed. The Great American State Fair at the last minute replaced a festival that had been planned for almost a decade. The Smithsonian Folklife Festival happens every year, but this year they were planning something huge for the 250th anniversary. They were going to bring in national festivals and fairs from around the country like Burning Man and Farm Aid. They were going to be booking major talent for free concerts every night for a month straight. Not to mention all the cultural exhibits and food that Folklife already brings in. They were planning something to rival the 1976 bicentennial, and they had raised millions of dollars in private donations for it. It was in the works until last spring, so what happened? First, it's important to understand the background of America 250. This is a nonprofit that was established by a bipartisan commission in Congress in 2016 to plan for events for this anniversary. For the past decade, they have been working on funding and planning for events in DC, including the Folklife Festival that was supposed to happen. But then 2025, Trump gets inaugurated. He establishes Task Force 250 and creates Freedom 250 because he wants control over the events in DC. Wasn't enough for him that we already had plans for what would have been a historic cultural event. No, he wants his name on it. And he also wants control to partner with companies of his choosing, which definitely isn't sketchy as hell, especially when we're dealing with tax.
Can I have some cheese with that? Yeah, I just dono mogged his ass. He has to be bitter. It's fine. I mogged Hasan, not even close. I mean, dude, we've been making some fucking big waves, man.
Taxpayer funds. So in under 2 years, Trump scraps a decade-long project from the Smithsonian and gets together the Great American State Fair. And what we get...
By the way, me and her, both wearing the same shade of blue, also known as the American flag blue. Let's take a look. Still green, can't confirm. Okay, Jacob, you liar. That looks blue to me. Wow. Specifically, an American flag shade of blue to me. Yeah, there's a fence around it now. It's really funny. There's a fence around it and surveillance towers around it. You need to schedule Mog Mike. Both of you share top spenders. So by the time you do your interview, 5,000 people already drop moolah in the morning. Yeah, but he undercut me because he goes live before me. What do you mean? There ain't nothing I can do about that. He just goes live before me. Jacob is awesome. He's from LA originally. Bro, I know. I know him personally, remember? I mogged Hasan, not even close. They're doing donos per capita to say you got mogged still, bro. Fight back. Dog, he did it over 2 streams. Also, it's chill. It's a good problem to have.
Streams think you may be doing your Sunday show from a state fair on the National Mall. How great is this?
It's really something. And the weather, not the best today, but people are still coming out.
People are still coming
People are still coming out. Look behind them. Oh, no.
Hey, listen, we need rain, so we'll take it. The farmers need the rain, so we're going to be okay with it.
We do need rain.
Fox is out there trying to hype this thing up. 7 people in the background, wandering around, don't know where they are, weather delays. Food's disgusting. By the way, the power went out for a little bit. All the ice cream melted. Oh, no. All right, how about this one? In the Daily Mail. MAGA fan accused of masturbating at Donald Trump's Great American State Fair in...
No, come on. That's like... Dude, that's crazy. That right, dude. What the fuck? This is so classic MAGA, dude. What the fuck?
Largest setback for embattled event.
He streamed it? That's protected by the First Amendment? No, it's not.
What an oh-so-British way of describing this absolute failure. It's an embattled event. So the Great American State Fair lasted approximately 17 minutes before a guy got caught masturbating in public. America 250. Isn't that too spot on for our 250th birthday? That is just too on the nose for our 250th birthday. We have become a disgusting country that is so hyper-individualistic, so anti-community, that you put together this shitty event, of which they're stealing like probably half the fucking money for it. It's the worst event anybody's ever seen. And you got mentally ill people out there beating off in front of the 7 people who are there. We're such a hyper-individualistic and mentally ill country that nobody bat an eyelash when they saw this story. Like, oh yeah, of course, the guy who jacks off in public. Duh, that happens everywhere in this disgusting, godforsaken country. All right, how about this one? I guess no one at the Great American Fair wants to listen to the Jesus music on the mall. Oh God. Oh God, here we go.
Yahweh, Yahweh.
Oh no.
Yahweh, 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 Yahweh.
Again, too perfect for America's 250th birthday that you see the American flag here and the Israeli flag next to it. Oh, no. Oh, no. As we cause the next Great Depression to appease the terrorist rape state known as Israel in the Middle East as they try to create a greater Israel and steal the entire Middle East. Okay, if Paula White isn't going to be there yapping in tongues and performing exorcisms, I'm not interested. A baptism pool was not on my Great American State Fair bingo card, so I think this is in the same, like, weird fucking AI slop Christian church singing one that you just saw. It's in the same tent. Here we go. Come on, man.
Dude, the Israel flag, by the way, like, what the fuck is that? Why is there an Israel flag at America's 250th birthday celebration? Israel ain't been around for 250. That shit's so weird, man. I can't be the only one who finds this weird, right? Because, like how do more Americans not look at that and go, that's strange? Why the fuck's there to... Why the fuck is there an Israeli flag at this like tent church? Yeah, they should have 2. You're right. My mistake. This is anti-Semitic. Why is there a nasty American flag next to my beautiful flag of Israel? There should have been 2 Israel flags.
Come on, you got a baptism pool? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Donald Trump's 250th U.S. birthday event versus Barack Obama's 2026 opening.
Okay, bro, this is not exactly a fantastic achievement in and of itself, okay? This shit looks straight evil. And there are plenty of issues in its development as well, okay? Like, don't know why we're making that comparison. Liberals can't stop. Yeah, the Obamalisk
of his library. What's the difference? What's the difference? You guys tell me. Okay, there were more people watching Iran play soccer in the United States last night than at the America 250 Fest. So here's people watching Iran play soccer.
Bro, they did Iran so dirty, by the way.
Now,
what does the H stands for in BH Obama? Hassan.
And pussy too.
Yeah. I had to break it to my mom that the Obamalisk was fucked up, but she laughed when I said Obamalisk. Nice.
As I said, I think Iran got totally screwed in this event too, by the way. They scored a goal and they called it offsides because it was literally like a fucking millimeter offsides. They need to change the offsides rule to be more than just like, hey, you have a pubic hair that's past the defender. I think it's so stupid. So they got robbed. I think they should have, went on to the next round. But either way, more support for Iran in this country than for this stupid fucking fair. Here's another. And this was one of the busier moments. And look at this.
Happy early birthday, America. We're celebrating already at the Great American State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating.
I don't know about that, homie. I don't know about thousands.
This birthday with us, Tommy. You and I had a chance to go out. We got to see some of the exhibits. I'm sure you got what I got, which was a lot of people going, hey, love to watch it on Fox. I hope a lot of them left the mall, went home and turned on their TV and are watching this right now.
It's so funny that Fox is desperately trying to hype this thing up. Meanwhile, it's just failing miserably. All right, organizers for the North Carolina booth at Trump's partisan event, the Great American State Fair, had to remove an image of a Confederate flag displayed in the state's pavilion on the National Mall. The state didn't put it up. At least one sponsor has pulled out. So let me point out here, there's at least a dozen states that said, we're just not going to participate in this thing. They know it's a ruse. They know it's bullshit. They know it's been now more about Trump than about the 250th birthday. So a bunch of states were like, kick rocks. We're not sending a booth, right? There was nobody sent for the main delegation. So you had a booth that had 2 chairs and then like a bunch of walls that had random facts about Maine written on the walls. That's the whole Maine thing. North Carolina didn't participate either. So you had these other booths, sort of like these private people set up these booths that they claim are nominally for different states. One of them had a Confederate flag. There's nothing better in this moment of like the Trump regime destroying everything that's good and righteous about this country. There's nothing more spot on than them flying a Confederate flag at a celebration of America when the Confederate flag were literal traitors. They were literal traitors to this country. They said, we don't want to be part of the U.S. anymore. We want out.
I mean, they also flew the Israeli flag, so like it kind of makes sense. Might as well collect them all. The one missing is the Nazi flag, I guess. You know?
Out this bitch. If you're not going to let us own black people, then fuck off. We're going to create our own country. How about that? And now you're flying that at the 250th birthday? What the fuck is that? That's like going to an anniversary party for your wife, and at that, you're celebrating your ex-wife or something like that. That'd be insane. That's ridiculous. But these people, they've gotten away with far too much. I'm sorry. The South, the conservatives, the Republicans, MAGA, they've gotten away with far too fucking much in this country, okay? They've destroyed everything good about this country, which is probably why nobody's showing up to this thing, right? Is that everybody knows now it's the Trump event. It's got nothing to do with America's birthday, and so everybody's disgusted by it. Why should we celebrate a country that's carpet bombing little girls in Iran right now? Genuinely, answer that question. Why should we celebrate that country? Why should we celebrate a country where Trump just passed a bill that's going to shut 742 hospitals? Why should we do that? Why should we celebrate when 18 million people were kicked off their Medicaid? What's there to celebrate? What's there to celebrate when Trump just made it so that we don't need to have clean water or clean air anymore and they could pollute the shit out of it? What is there to celebrate when Trump just greenlit using more glyphosate in our food supply, which is going to give more of us cancer and we're going to die young? What the fuck is there to celebrate? There's nothing to fucking celebrate. They are looting this country. They are protecting Epstein pedophiles. They're protecting a literal billionaire elite cabal of pedophiles. What am I supposed to celebrate? How am I supposed to celebrate ICE rounding up innocent people and destroying their lives and sending them to concentration camps? What's there to fucking celebrate? There's nothing to fucking celebrate, okay? We didn't make it 250 years. This is a fucking funeral for this country. We didn't make it. This is like the end of this country. And nobody knows it. And nobody fucking knows it. And so, this thing is just getting sadder and sadder by the day. It's getting worse and worse. You know, it just goes to show you everything Trump touches turns to shit. This is the Timu presidency. This is like the budget presidency. He takes all the money for himself, puts up cheap-ass, tacky-ass, gaudy-ass, Great Gatsby-ass gold fixtures all over the place, right? And meanwhile, the plebs get the crumbs. And so you get these cardboard fucking box booths with some fucking melted ice cream and some hibachi with chicken that'll make you sick. You know, you have to listen to weird Christian Zionists singing. You have to watch a guy jack off in public for the 250th birthday. I mean, it is the saddest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. But it's all too spot on. Just like with his fucking, remember the military parade? I was genuinely worried that thing was going to be a fascist show of strength and power. Instead, you had them creaky-ass tanks rolling down the street.
Yeah, that shit was so ass.
You had the drones. I forgot about this, but the drones, you literally had soldiers carrying the drones and holding it above their heads like this. They weren't even flying the drones. They were just carrying the drones like this. There were 7 people in the audience. It was a disaster. And this is everything Trump touches. You know, somebody said the other day, why is it everybody around Trump ends up getting like cancer and getting sick? It's because the man gives off a genuinely demonic energy. He is so narcissistic and so selfish and, you know, so dark that he gives off this disgusting demonic energy. Everything he touches turns to shit. Everybody around him gets sick. He is like the antithesis of all that is good and just. And this is what that end result looks like. The saddest festival of all time.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
How does Trump get so many votes, but can't attract the crowd. I think Donald Trump is nowhere near as popular as he once used to be. And we haven't fully tested this theory out yet because the midterms haven't really happened. But I think it's going to shock the world. I mean, the polls show it. The polls show it, obviously. Also, how the fuck do you get people to travel? They ain't got no money. People don't got money. Stop watching this terrorist. Is Asmongold daddy? Hasan is a terrorist. Like, I think Trump has more fans in Europe than he does in America at this point. You know what I mean? And they're all, and they never go outside in Europe either, but they just like sit around. They all work in IT. They all work midnight shifts. And they just watch Asmongold and LARP as though they're American. Like, I'm not kidding, dude. Like, where are Trump's fans? Twitter. Half of them are bots from India, right? Like, it is rare. It is rare to fucking encounter someone who's like proud to be a Trump supporter at this point. Is 50 degrees Celsius in Europe? Of course they don't go outside. Yeah, I'd be LARPing as an American too. Maybe if you LARP hard enough, it'll feel like you have AC in your house, you know? I will be honest, I don't understand the Europe no AC thing. It's pretty crazy. At this point, you got to realize like climate change has dramatically altered European climate. You got to get AC. You got to get AC, right? Am I being too American for that? I think the next meta has to be like finding a climate friendly solution, like a ecological solution that helps, like that doesn't destroy the environment too much, but also allows people to fucking cool down a little bit. You're being too nice. You're being too Chinese for wanting AC. I know AC makes climate change even worse. I know, but like, dude, it's fucking crazy. Dog, there's like thousands of people dying of heat stroke. What are you talking about? Heat pumps are the cure? Man, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what like people are doing in the EU. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why. Like I feel like the first European politician that says like we have to get ACs in buildings, like this is unacceptable, is gonna win everything. Like, I hope it's the socialists that get there first and it's not the fascists. Judging by everything else, the fascists are probably gonna be the first that say it. You know what I mean? How does shitting on Europe help your country? Genuine question. Wait, what? Shitting on Europe? Dog, I just suggested and expressed my confusion as to why they don't have AC in Europe. I'm not shitting on Europe. You're literally spewing far-right messaging. Vegetalization is the solution, not fucking more consumption that rejects heat. You're stepping into the most heated debate topic of June. Hoscore's been warring over this for a literal month. I don't get it. I'm just expressing my confusion. Okay? I'm sorry. I already said I'm sure there's like a more climate-friendly solution than like fat air conditioning units in every fucking home and every unit. But swamp coolers, big bro, they contain 0 synthetic refrigerants. Evaporative cooling-based system that uses a specifically coated ceramic to cool air without adding humidity. Yeah, this sounds fake, but hopefully it's real. I don't know. Seems fake to me, brother. Zara Sultana has a good take per usual. What does she say? First landmark speech. Every new heat record exposes the same divide. Workers on the planet versus billionaires. People are dying in the heat right now, yet we're told there's always billions for endless war and militarization, but never a serious plan for the climate crisis. The richest keep profiting from fossil fuels while insulating themselves in air-conditioned bunkers. Everyone else is left to work through dangerous temperatures, live in overheated homes, and rely on public services push to the breaking point. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, when I go to Europe, I don't have a problem with the AC because I'm staying in a fucking nice hotel. And let me tell you, those motherfuckers, they got ACs in them. Okay? Them bitches got AC all day. So like, yeah, let me tell you, let me put you on some game, European HasanAbi heads. Rich people in Europe do not have these problems. Okay? So you might be cucking yourselves a little bit. You know what I mean? Give the proletariat air conditioning. Brother, your argument cannot be rich people do it right by fucking over everyone. I mean, look, there's got to be a way to offset the electricity consumption and the carbon pollution, right? I'm sure there is. I'm not crazy, right? Just, I don't know, if you have an AC, you got to have a solar panel or some shit, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm not saying crank up the AC, dial it up and go crazy with it. I'm not smart enough to come up with a solution. But I'm certain that there has to be a way to reroute the additional electricity usage that will come from the air conditioned units to go to like renewable energies or something. Bro, this is not how the environment works. Wait, what? You're so American right now, not gonna lie. Yeah. I think that's my most American take. My most American take is I think we gotta, like, Europe 100 years ago, you were a much cooler continent. Okay? You're not the same continent any longer. Climate change is here. It almost feels like it's a version of climate change denial. Like, to be like, no, things are going to go back to normal. We're going to have, 20 degrees centigrade summers again. Like, nope, it's going 40. Was this rare positive Reddit post? Francesca Hong raises over 50K on Hassan Piker's Twitch stream. Not me foaming at the mouth, that cheese bowl. Good interview, good answers. Hope she wins to get the fascists and liberals clothing. We've compromised. I'm just sick of the well-meaning centrists who only think a candidate with the personality policies a slightly done toast could possibly beat MAGA. Hong won't lose because our ideas are bad. She will lose because her supporters drive the allies she needs to win away. Do you want AC, the nuclear plant, too? Sure. European houses have shit insulation. AC is useless without a complete infrastructure revamp. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think it's because, again, I think it's because they built the houses at a time when the climate was dramatically different, right? It's definitely the AC. Don't worry about the endless wars, private jets, private yachts, gas cars, industrial farming. Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like, you know what it feels like to me? Europeans are going to get mad for me saying this. It seems like the AC thing is almost like a cultural thing as well for a lot of Europeans, because they're like, oh, we don't want to be like Amerifats, which I totally understand. We're nasty. We're nasty little perverts. So you don't want to be like us. That's fine. But like, maybe we got this one right potentially. But it almost feels like it's the same meta as people being like, oh, you have to have paper straws. You know what I mean? No more plastic straws. Like, we're lowering our fucking impact on the climate. Man, that's just not doing anything. Okay? That's not doing anything. There's far worse offenders out there. Hassan, please, this is the stupidest argument. AC contributes infinitely less to climate change than fucking heating currently does. It's just that AC is a small part of the solution, not the whole solution. Man, did I say it was the whole solution? I was just saying it's a Band-Aid. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I feel like it's a Band-Aid. It's so beautiful because it's made with AI too. If you checked my logs, I explained ACs are rare in Europe since not so long ago. Summers weren't too bad, and this level of heat is a relatively new thing. We also don't have a lot of old historic buildings that have strict building regulations. It's also cultural, but mostly lack of adaptation in a relatively short amount of time. No, I know that. Dog, I've been to Europe virtually every year for like the last 20 years of my life, and I lived in Turkey when I was growing up for the first 18. Okay? So yes, I'm quite familiar with the climate change that has taken place in Europe. I know that. I get all of that. I just said all of that. I said that a lot of the houses are too old, and they were designed for an entirely different type of climate that no longer exists and is not coming back. My confusion doesn't come from why ACs are... My confusion doesn't come from like what's going on in Europe and why people are dying to heat stroke. My confusion comes from why Europeans haven't decided to do something about it. Oh, this is what it means to get frame mogged. Europe has been busy. Also, those tethered tops. No, that one is fine. We do feel like us using AdBlue is a game changer for the environment. I think the tethered tops are fine. I think that Americans are stupid. I'll say that. The tethered tops on the plastic bottles that don't come off are fine. Plus, they can if you just really pull on it. That's number one. Number two, Americans are too dumb to understand that that's actually a good thing. Okay? I don't have a problem with the tethered tops. That is literally Amerifat nonsense. Okay? I think the tethered tops are fine. Americans, for some weird reason, have like tremendous beef with it. But the AC thing, I can't comprehend. I just cannot. Did you see EU getting AC mogged? That's crazy. China's so gracious. They're air conditioning Trump supporters, bro. You see that? They're giving Trump supporters air conditioning. This shit's better than America 250 Fest, okay? This is This is built better than the America 250 Fest. EIA says AC is 19% of home electricity use, 14% of commercial electricity use in the U.S. That's pretty huge, to be honest. Probably more than data centers overall. Man, stop caping for the data centers. Data centers are for nothing good. AC is life-saving. As we have seen, the difference between a country that has it versus a country that doesn't, where there's like thousands of people dying of fucking heat stroke. Yeah, mini splits are God's gift to mankind. I got one in here. Oh, it's so fucking delicious. I oppose both. Yes, Fango. I know you're a fucking freak ass bitch. You're freaky unk. I get it. You also were literally in support of Iran blowing up oil refineries because that's how much of a fucking green energy initiative guy you are. Are you streaming the Larkin rally? Yeah, at 5:25, I'm going to join the Oliver Larkin rally. I'm going to interview Oliver. Cat's going to bring me on stream, introduce the interview, and hand the show off to me. You know, yeah, we're fundraising for Oliver Larkin as well today. Back-to-back fundraisers. We treating these data centers like macro reactors. You could be Barrett and Will can be Cloud. Why are you all of a sudden an HVAC tech? It's been hot as hell in Denver, but to be honest, it's like LA. And if you're not in the sun, it's fine. My AC is ass. I just open my windows. I'm a Euro poor, basically. Our favorite Turk at the state fair. Oh, I saw that already. Dr. Roz being like, there's thousands of people here. And then the crowd pans and the camera pans to the crowd. There's like 8 people watching. Hey, Hasan, how do I fight the urge to kill myself every day? Let me know when you can. Easy answer. You're gonna fucking let Israel outlive you. You're gonna kill yourself before you see the end of the Israeli apartheid? Really? What are you, fucking nuts? What are you, fucking insane? Good point. Yeah, it's not just a good point. It's the best point. What do I always say? If you can't find hope, let spite be your motivator. Okay? You got to live out of spite. SSRIs probably help too. Also food. Like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've talked about this already. I don't think I have chronic depression or have ever experienced it because I love food too much. And I'm like, if I kill myself, there's like so many food opportunities that I'm missing out on. You know what I mean? Like, I eat lead one time. I can't eat donuts ever again. You know what I mean? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Think of all the things you can cover in cheese. Man, shut the fuck up. First of all, cheese is great on a lot of stuff. Okay? Cheese is fucking fantastic on a lot of stuff. You are so fat coated, you ate the depression. Yeah, great food like great food like Korean food with cheese on it. Le Pen is already pushing for a national AC initiative. Be ready for a right-wing France. No AC because climate is the new carbon footprint bullshit. Trying to make climate impact an individual issue while oil corps alone still do more damage to the environment in 5 minutes than this person does in their whole lifetime, AC included. BDBD saw you watching the Long March reenactment. Hasan came to record Mike's red-themed event. Made those white Chinese people drool with envy. Whether it's for internet fame, entertainment, or pilgrimage, Wire Wizard must visit this place on his next trip to China. Put on this outfit and smoke a Wire Wizard. What the fuck is Wire Wizard? Lemon Bro, come play already. Tons of treasures here. By the way, the guy next to Mike looks a bit like Charlie Kirk. Is Hasan coming to Chongqing again? It would be easier to find him if he's in the main city districts. Hasan, when are you coming back? Wondering what Hasan would look like wearing a worker peasant Red Army uniform, but the Red Army back then definitely couldn't have had such a burly figure. Lead that was skinny as rail. I'm a licensed architect. There are good and bad of centering a design around conditioned air, both heating and cooling, but it's a small stat. A single AC unit in an average size house runs 24/7 for the entire summer is only a portion of a single day of climate emissions that a single mega yacht or cruise ship emits in a single day. The answer is to implement subsidizing retrofitting for geothermal heat pumps. They are far more efficient for cooling in the summer and heating in the winter than HVAC is, but the oil and gas lobby killed their implementation decades ago. Look, I don't have any dog in this fight. I just want people to not die in Europe because it's too hot, especially after the invention of HVAC units and HVAC specialists and AC units. Okay. You put a fucking mini split in that bitch, dude. You can get the whole family around it. You know what I mean? There's also like like portable AC ones too. You just like buy it on Amazon and then you put, there's like a thing that you put on the window. There's also window units. Do they not have window units in Europe? They don't sell them. My room measured 31 degrees in that heat wave recently. I got a portable AC unit now in the UK. It's glorious. 17 degrees. Perfection. Europeans will only fight for environmentally friendly AC when Americans tell them to buy a window unit. Do fans not exist? Big dog, if it's 50 degrees, what the fuck what is a fan gonna do? Below 50-degree heat like a blow dryer in your face? Some of y'all have no concept of how hot it's getting in Europe, I think. Like, yeah, let me blow some hot air in my face. That's really gonna solve this problem. No, you get put on a list if you try and search for window AC units in most EU nations. The European Union, Interpol comes to your house, knocks on your door, and they're like, you know, it's searching for an AC unit is also a prescribed terror organization. It's not dissimilar to Palestine action, actually. We've decided once again. Open a window and let the hot air in. It's ironic because it's getting Middle East hot, but they cry about the immigrants who definitely know their ways around the AC. I will only accept arguments against AC in Europe from asthma chatters because I will know they're actual Euroids. By the way, IRA had big tax credit for heat pumps, which was great. They're 4x more efficient. That's what we need more of. 17 degrees chatter is going to freeze to death. Fango is literally telling European chatters. Fango is telling chatters in the UK that they need to thug it out. Okay? The 40 degrees centigrade heat. They just need to fucking eat it. He's like, do not buy an AC unit. It's a Fahrenheit joke? Oh, I thought you were saying it's 17 is too cold. Those IRA guys seem rough, but I'm glad they're carbon forward. Yeah. See, I was already a fan, given what they were trying to do to Margaret Thatcher. But when I found out that they're also investing in heat pumps, I really started appreciating the IRA. You're telling me now. I was already fond of their initiatives against the British occupation. Yeah, it turns out when the IRA was blowing up cars, it was at the behest of urbanism. Okay, they were doing that to be like, more bike lanes. We don't want car line infrastructure. We need more bike lanes. What the fuck are you doing? Come out, you black and tans. Get on a bike and bike away. Right away on a bike. And maybe we'll allow it on a bus, but never a car. Anyway, HVAC guy here. Can I use your endorsement to sell mini splits? Sure. It's so funny because I use HVAC business owners as like a stand-in for the most hog-like petite bourgeois profession. And I got hella HVAC business owners in my chat. Or just like HVAC guys in general. I don't know if they're business owners or not. But it's really funny. I had to stop talking shit about the TSA because the entirety of the TSA is HasanAbi heads. It's not even funny. It's just like European idea of an AC. The no AC thing here was fascinating. In Berlin, they're cooling people off with police water cannons. There's got to be a better way. That's crazy. Britain's ordered to remove air conditioner from homes in 40 centigrade heat under net zero crackdown. Bro, I live in England. Why is there American monster? You better respect the USPS. We in here too, and we're watching. Buddy, when have I not fucking rode for the US Postal Service? What are you talking about? I'm the #1 USPS dick rider of all time. It's like being like, wow, buddy, there's Teamsters watching. You better not disrespect the rank and file Teamsters. Like, okay, yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, we fuck with the USPS in this bitch. HVAC Sputnik. If anyone needs a mini split installed in Missouri, then hit me up. AC is really expensive. That's why most people don't have it. It costs $5 to $10K for the whole house. And most people don't think it's worth it for a week or two per year. Is it just a week or two per the whole year? I feel like you guys just don't know what it's like to have an AC unit. So you think it's just for like a week or two. Dog, you don't have to only use the AC unit when it's 50 degrees centigrade. You use it for the whole summer. Yeah. Europeans are kind of funny though, because they're like complaining about the fucking Islamic style refugee crisis that's taking place. But it's like, big dog, you know, those are the motherfuckers that know how to withstand the heat. You know what I mean? Those are the only people. That's the real great replacement, dude. The real great replacement is when the only people who are alive at the end of a heat wave in Europe are going to be like, you know, Syrian dudes. Yeah. Also, it's insane that Europeans think the AC is an American luxury when there are large parts of the actual third world that have heavy AC usage. Aircon in Europe. Please indulge in your fantasies. What the fuck? This is like, bro, this is the actual opposite. Isn't that crazy? This literally is like the actual opposite of most. Like, the less developed you are, the more likely it is that you have AC. Europe has 175,000 heat deaths per year. Europe's AC phobia kills much more people than gun violence in the US. Wait, what? Heat claims more than 175,000 lives annually. Wait, what? What? Okay, I'm done. I can't. Bro, we really destroyed Europe. Like, I think America unironically ruined Europe. Europe is literally third world. Europe is actually more third world than the third world. Europeans think the AC will kill them. I'm not joking. It's insane. Dog, how is that possible? It recorded its warmest average temperature yet is 17 degrees Celsius. Wait, and its exhausting summer heat waves across northern hemisphere. Dr. Kluge said that there's 3 warmest years on the record in Europe have all happened since 2010, and the 10 hottest years have all charted since 2007. Heat stress is the leading cause of climate-related death in the region. Yo, what are they doing? Are they just like, there's no way, right? Like, they're just really beefing up those numbers, right? Like, it has to be. Like, I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. I feel like these guys are just like, oh, an old person died. And yes, Europe's heat waves are deadlier than American gun violence. Oh my God. More Europeans die of summer heat than Americans die of guns. Oh my God. Mostly, mostly old people though. Dog, what the fuck are you saying? Oh, so it's fine. Damn, dude. I don't have that level of fucking boomer hate in my heart. That's crazy. Chatter said their time was now. Their time had come. It's okay. You know? It's fine. All right, I got to join this video conference. Okay? And fundraise for Oliver Larkin. What the hell is this? Hold on. Hello? Okay. Let's do virtual camera. Guest cam. Okay. All right.
The federal minimum wage to $25 an hour, which of course was a lie. He hasn't done anything. But the fact that the right is advocating their base about 25, not 15, not 17, not 18, they're agitating about the number that people actually need.
That
you know, it's really important that if somebody, you know, on the other side, I won't even say Democrats, but pro-democracy forces, when they take over, if they take over, they can't just talk about things like 25. They have to deliver on things like 25. And so we need Oliver to get in there, and alongside Rashida and alongside Ana Lilia and Chris Rabb and everybody else, make this HR 1, deliver on the affordability crisis by paying people a living wage.
you heard first, so that all of himself, just what Sadhu was saying, donate at least 25 if you want the federal minimum wage to be 25. But I don't know about y'all, 25 in Miami don't make it, so you might as well start donating 40, and so we could be at 40. That's just me being hopeful.
Bro, Austin is on the call. What the fuck?
And want to chime in here?
Yeah, sure. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. So I'm super excited to be here tonight. Thank you so much. Oliver, I got to give props to you for standing up and running. And of course, you've been doing that ever since you found any bit of injustice anywhere. You have stood up and tried to make it better. And you are not only my brother in the working class, but you're my brother in CWA with News Guild. And it's pretty extraordinary that you organized your own union with the campaign workers. And I gotta say, who needs a voice more than campaign workers when we gotta be able to let people know who are in power when they're screwing up, when they're not saying the right things, when they're not connected to the people. And so that background is super important. But what's really important here is what Saru was talking about. This is really about billionaires trying to squeeze everything out of the working class And if we don't start talking to the working class and start making the working class the agenda for our politics, then we are going to slide further and further into fascism. And I want to be really clear. A lot of people will say this district or this state is not winnable. Well, I say bullshit to that, because there's working people there who have the same needs as someone who's sitting in a blue or purple district. And the reality is that it is taking the Democratic Socialists of America to bring this
Austin's
message
being rude. I'm being on the
to
phone.
the forefront, because for too long, leaders have been looking behind them to see if people are following them and failing to look ahead and see the people are way out in front. And the people are way out in front because capitalism has been a rubber band that has been stretched too far, taking more and more from the working class every chance it gets. That is its entire purpose. And the only check on that is unions. The only check on that is the working class standing together and demanding more. And I want to be really clear. When I say unions, I mean everyone that Saru represents. I mean every single person who is a part of this labor movement, who wants a union card, who wants a better life, who wants to deliver on the promise of what this country was supposed to be. So tonight, I wear my Debs pin to say that work matters everywhere. It matters for the incarcerated. It matters for those who are in detention. It matters for those who they are seeking to put in detention. It matters for every single person who they are trying to demoralize by making life horrible and making us believe that we can't expect
I'm
the
texting
best.
Austin to tell him that that's Sarah Nelson talking, a legend in the union movement, and that she is the person who saved us from having one pilot per flight.
The thing I'll just say is that we cannot be afraid of robots. The billionaires want us to be afraid of robots. They want us to be afraid of technology. That's ours. It's our time, our money, our innovation, created by the working class, driven by the working class, delivered by the working class, healed by the working class. And the working class, as Mayor Mamdani reminded us just a few weeks ago, is the only majority in this country. And if we take that in and understand the power that we have, come out for Oliver, and yes, donate to Oliver, knock for Oliver, vote for Oliver, call for Oliver, we can have one more person speaking sanity about the people who need to be represented in the halls of Congress. Proud to stand with you, Oliver. Thank you for standing up. Super excited to be sitting here with Kat and with Saru, supporting you tonight, but saying to everyone out there that this isn't a fight for Oliver. This is Oliver standing up to make sure that we can all fight for ourselves together. So we're in it with you all the way, Oliver. Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah and Saru. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling pumped up, and we're almost at that halfway goal. So let's make it to 10K. Before we even get into this next session, I know we can do it. Just like Sarah said, we're fighting for our democracy, and Oliver is a representation right now of that democracy that we're all fighting for. Thank you both so, so much. This next person is someone I consider like a mentor to me. Especially as we know, Florida public service workers are on the biggest chopping block, and Florida public service unions have been like under attack heavily. And so we're going to be talking to Afifa Khalik from FPSU, and she has a very important announcement to make. So Afifa, it's so great to see you.
It's a bit scuffed, it seems.
Oh no, my mentor's on mute.
Hook these people up with better cans, bro. I can't. I don't know how to do that.
As I know she gets those technical things together. Oh, wait.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Is it good? Okay. All right. It took only a couple of minutes. So yeah, technology is our friend. Hey, everyone. My name is Afifa Khalik. I'm proud to represent SEIU Florida Public Services Union, 20,000 public sector workers who, what we say are hidden faces of public services, right? So you will know they exist when you can't flush your toilet, when the garbage is not picked up, when there's a storm and there's like, flooded streets and stuff, right? So then you will know that we exist. Or these are food service workers, these are cafeteria workers, your lunch ladies, our beloved custodians,
While I
and
was biting
everyone
my
in
nails.
between that we represent. Here is like one message to everybody who is donating right now. I would say that people in the South are so effed with the democracy that we have in this country right now, where everybody benefit from the struggle and resistance of the South, but nobody wants to invest in the South, right? That's where you put nation's black and brown people to die. And it's horrible to see it's happening. And when there are messages that are thrown out there in by our national Democrats that South and especially Florida does not have any hope, right? So we say no to that BS. Absolutely, we in Florida are the biggest resistance force, and we have been resisting forever against these attacks, and we are able to survive. These workers deserve champions in the Congress who are from the South and can represent the South, and they are not on the bandwagon and talking points of like these rich, greedy corporations, right? So that's first and foremost. So we are at SEIU Florida Public Services Union very proud to announce our endorsement for my brother, Oliver Larkin. And this is fresh off the press, fresh off the boat, right? So we're super happy and excited about this, right? And here is the reason why. Florida has the worst affordability crisis. We spend 58 to 60% of our income on housing alone, and then you top that on an estate where there is no public transportation infrastructure. Then the gas prices. Everybody needs to own a car in Florida, right, to drive to the work. There's the public infrastructure does not exist, and we have politicians who call themselves DeSantis Democrats. And that is completely unacceptable. DeSantis have the worst track record when it comes to working class families in Florida. So he has spent money on his corporate campaign donors and found projects such as Culture Wars or Alcatraz for them to invest in so that they can benefit from my tax money, right? So somebody who says that they are DeSantis Democrat, it's a horrible slap on the working class families and their claim that they represent us, right?
Toby Dirty.
So that's not happening. And we say no to that BS too. We have taken a very bold stance, and we have like gone against that incumbent against Jaron Maskovich to endorse Oliver Larkin. And fun stories before all of those
I don't know how to
who are
mute
on this call.
the private chat.
I had a very quick conversation with Oliver, my first talk with Oliver. And I asked him, I said, give me a 30-second pitch, the elevator pitch on why we should select you as a candidate, right? And I was super impressed by how clear he is in his vision for working class families and how he represents the working class families. Very bold stance. So obviously there was like no question, no doubt when we talked to our members about this endorsement. They were like completely sold by Oliver Larkin. We do not have to do any push. We do not have to convince them. Oliver's stance and his vision was selling point enough for our members to realize like who is the champion who is going to be the champion in Congress for them. So SEIU Florida Public Services Union, we stand behind Oliver Larkin, and everybody who is donating today, please donate for the Black and Brown resistance movement in South, not just for Oliver, but because resistance is alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Afifa. And thank you for everyone that did so far. We're almost halfway there. This is going to be my last introduction before I hand it on over to Hasan and Austin, who will be taking over from here. It has been a super pleasure. As someone who has just been redistricted into Oliver Larkin's district, I am an excited voter. organizer, and friend and neighbor. So until next time.
All right. Is it our turn now? Thank you, Kat.
Let's do it.
All right. Thank you, Kat, for the introduction. Real honor to be here with Oliver. We were early on trying to promote Oliver when he was chasing down Moskowitz in the original district before the redistricting scheme came about. And I feel like now there's an even better opportunity for Oliver to make an impact. I know that there was an early poll that came out today showing Moskowitz at 67% and Oliver at 33%. But with a limited amount of name recognition, it's really important for all of you guys to obviously keep fundraising, considering that this is a campaign that's powered by grassroots, that's accountable to grassroots, and nothing else, obviously. And there's probably going to be a lot of big money flowing into this race for the Moskowitz camp. From the Moskowitz camp. And I mean, I feel like the Republicans on the opposing side, regardless of this district, now being a dummy Mander district, to use a term that Hakeem Jeffries has used, is not going to be as significant of a battle, in my opinion. I think Moskowitz probably will be a tougher hill to climb, especially considering that your values and the values of democratic socialism, these universal principles that we're upholding, are across the board exciting for people. We saw this major defeat with Kamala Harris running to the center, pivoting to the center, and basically presenting a MAGA light version to the American public broadly, lose once again. And Moskowitz is maybe not even a MAGA light, but instead more so just MAGA with a D next to his name. So very excited to be here. Very excited to talk to you, Oliver. How are things going? Tell me about Florida 25.
Yeah, so the new 25th district, and first of all, it's great to have you on, Hasan. Thank you for supporting our race and really supporting democratic socialist candidates all across the country. We're seeing a wave that is not restricted to one state or city or congressional district. It's happening all across the country right now. And what this opportunity provided with redistricting, extending now down into Miami-Dade County, from the very start of this campaign, we've talked about this being a joint project of our DSA chapter. And now we are pulling the entire democratic socialist movement in South Florida together. Miami DSA, Broward DSA, Palm Beach Treasure Coast DSA. Every single one of us has skin in the game now with representing the Tri-County area. And what we're seeing across South Florida, really across the state and across the South, is a wholesale rejection of the Republican Party's attacks on the working class, the anti-union efforts that have been passed in Tallahassee, the expansion of the ICE terror regime, the detention and deportation agenda, which we are really the nexus of with the corporate headquarters of Geo Group, the private prison corporation in Boca Raton, as well as now the corporate headquarters of Palantir in the new 25th district in the city of Aventura. And as we see, not just Republican politicians, and one of my Republican opponents, Scott Singer, who ran ads in Times Square after Zoran was elected mayor of New York City. Scott Singer, the former mayor of Boca Raton, serving ads to say, hey, you're fleeing the wealth tax. Why don't you come down to Boca Raton? We're seeing this on both sides of the aisle with our opposition, Jared Moskowitz in the primary and these Republicans that really are offering no meaningful difference when it comes to standing up to ICE or opposing U.S. support for genocide and apartheid. There's a two-party duopoly and a corporate establishment that contributes to and funds both of them that is just being wholesale rejected by the working class, where it has never been harder to get by, to afford your gas, your rent, your groceries. We're seeing now for the first time in several years, people are actually leaving Miami-Dade County and moving out elsewhere because South Florida is so incredibly unaffordable to live here. So this presents an incredible opportunity for us. When we hear Democrats like Jared Moskowitz try to moderate and cater to the right, because that is what they perceive is going to win over non-party affiliated voters. When I talk to independent voters, when I talk to disaffected Democrats, when I talk to Republicans, we're rejecting the corrupt corporate establishment. We're rejecting the corruption of the congressional stock trading, where we have insider traders like Jared Moskowitz that are literally personally profiting from the death, destruction, and genocide that we're perpetuating with our support for Israel, but also with our own war in Iran right now. Voters are ready for something different. They're ready for someone who's actually going to fight for the working class of this country, to give young people some hope. As someone who has really lived their entire life under the thumb of this, $2 trillion spent on foreign wars, someone who has seen, as so many people watching this have, the American dream that we were raised to believe in is inaccessible for so many of us, as we're minting Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire. And we have Jared Moskowitz, the very first Democrat in the United States Congress to join Doge. If you want to see a change here, then I'm asking every single person watching this to chip in, to contribute at the link, and help us hit this $20,000 goal. Help us go beyond that tonight, because it is going to take every single dollar of grassroots support to go up against APAC, the AI industry, the cryptocurrency, everyone that has a vested interest in keeping milquetoast corporate establishment Democrats like Jared Moskowitz in office. This is exactly who we're taking on. And don't believe for a second that it's not possible in South Florida. What we're seeing is a movement unlike anything South Florida has ever seen. And we're going to carry it through to August 18th to win this primary. And we're going to send another Democratic Socialist to join Assemblymember Claire Valdez and so many other DSA candidates in Washington, D.C.
Oliver, I have questions for you. So in your experience, you've been up and down now in different parts of these two different districts that are not super different from one another. But when you go out there and you talk to the voters, likely voters, independents, these mythical moderate voters that are maybe never really voting for the Democratic Party, and you tell them your quote unquote radical agenda of ending unnecessary wars, like, how do they react? Because I assume Neera Tanden says all the time that they probably react in horror, right? And they say, no, I would like to give billions of dollars to both Israel and also melt another billion every day, waging war with Iran, right? And I love that my gas prices are high. I feel patriotic paying them, or is there a different reaction when they hear your perspective?
Yeah, people are so tuned out of politics as usual that most people have just trained themselves not to pay attention. And I think that's the way that members of Congress like Jared Moskowitz like it. And so there's a real, I think, almost a shock and then a relief when we tell people what our agenda is, that we're actually fighting for Medicare for all, for a $25 minimum wage, for universal child care. One conversation in particular just sticks so clearly in my mind. I was in a working class neighborhood canvassing in Broward County, and a mom opened the door, and her 3 or 4 year old daughter was playing behind her. And as I said why I was canvassing, and I had my DSA button on, my campaign shirt, and I said that I'm running against the only Democrat in Florida who voted for the Laken Riley Act, who gave all of this power to ICE, and someone who's taken nearly $1 million from APAC. She was literally tearing up, saying, I don't understand how I can look at my daughter and see someone else's child locked up in Dilley Detention Center in Texas. I don't see how I can look at my daughter and know that my taxpayer dollars are going towards tearing children limb from limb in Gaza. And I think it's so visceral for so many parents that are they're watching Miss Rachel with their children, and they're really seeing the horror, as it's so hard to afford childcare, as it's so hard to afford rent, as it's so hard to afford public transportation, and the stress that people live with. And then they see what our taxpayer dollars are contributing to. There's a just extreme disgust. And I think that's exactly why so many people have tuned out. But we have a congressman who doesn't show up for town halls. We have someone who doesn't go door to door. So when we do that, the power that lends to our movement, the legitimacy it lends, just by being willing to show up and listen. I mean, the word is representative. The word is representative, and that means showing up and representing the people that you want to speak to. And at these No Kings protests as well, I mean, it's not just Democrats turning out to these things. It's non-party affiliated voters, it's Republican voters. And this is really what is inspiring people, that a new kind of politics is possible. We have such an amazing opportunity right now in Florida. And you mentioned the two districts and some of the polling that we've done. What I also want to highlight is that when we polled this 25th district, 86% of Democratic primary voters, but also 68% of general election voters, Republicans, non-party affiliated, and Democrats, want to see the United States stop this unconditional military aid to Israel, where we are sending, and there's going to be another vote in Congress this week, billions of our taxpayer dollars towards an occupation in Lebanon where 1 million people or more have been displaced, where we are once again overcommitting ourselves militarily in support of what is a Jim Crow regime. And I think we refer to it as apartheid because we don't want to reckon with our own history in the United States, that the racial segregation, the two-tiered system of justice, is really originating from the very soul of our country that we're still working to rectify to this day. And I feel a tremendous responsibility as a candidate running in the South to finish this work of reconstruction and to connect these struggles when Black and brown Floridians are being dispossessed and disenfranchised. We need to connect these struggles to what our taxpayer dollars are doing overseas. And increasingly, with this cost of living and affordability crisis, voters can no longer separate foreign and domestic policy. The cat is out of the bag, and no matter what Neera Tanden or Third Way or Josh Gottheimer might want to believe, people understand now that these struggles are interconnected, and the solidarity of this movement is exactly what the Democratic Socialists of America is delivering, and why we're seeing so much incredible momentum across the country.
Yeah, there was a new poll that just came out that showed, with the exception of Barack Obama, the top 3 most popular politicians across the board in the United States of America were all Democratic socialists, or socialists in general. You had Bernie Sanders, Zohran Mamdani, and AOC in the top 3. And I think this is precisely what a lot of establishment Democrats are terrified of. As I've said before, they're not worried that Zohran was going to win and then fail and then be used as an example for the rest of the country. They were worried that he was going to win and succeed and govern well and have good governance be associated with democratic socialism. And then other people were going to demand similar politicians. Well, we have a similar politician here with Oliver, right? It's been wonderful seeing other candidates from New York City DSA like Claire come in and show support as well, because this movement is not about popular figures. This is a people-backed movement. This is a working class movement, and it's about uplifting. It's about centering the working class, but then it's also about delivering for the working class, something that I think the Democratic Party unfortunately has failed to do for far too long. We've also reached $20,000 in the fundraising goals just now while you were talking. So congratulations to everybody that donated. Thank you so much. One of the things I wanted to talk about is that you ran a poll early in the previous district that you were in. And now one of the things that you found out was that in an informed ballot, you were actually defeating Moskowitz 51-33. So how do we make sure that virtually every single person in Florida 25 gets to know your policies and gets to hear about Moskowitz's policies? How do we get you across the finish line that way, Oliver?
Yeah, it's these donations, and that contributes directly towards our on-the-ground organizing. And just to set the terms of this evening for folks, tomorrow is our last end-of-quarter FEC fundraising deadline of this primary election. Our election is on August 18th. We are, believe tomorrow, 7 weeks away from our primary. So we are so incredibly close. Ballots are being mailed out in a matter of less than 2 weeks. So we need to start our advertising immediately. Like, we need to start our advertising tomorrow if we have the resources to do it. And that is what your donations are going towards. When we are spending thousands of dollars printing the campaign literature that our volunteers are walking up someone's driveway every single day to deliver, all of this work costs money. And as someone who grew up in organizing and really got my political start going door to door, these are some of the easiest conversations, I have to be honest with you, that I've ever had. I was expecting, maybe a dead heat. Maybe one door is a strong supporter. Maybe the next door is a strong supporter of the incumbent. In 15 seconds, you say, I'm running against the first Democrat in Congress to join DOJ, the only Democrat in the state of Florida to vote for the Laken Riley Act, and someone who describes himself as a Ron DeSantis Democrat. People look at you like you're an alien from outer space and say, wait, that's a Democrat? And the support just immediately gravitates towards us. In that poll that we ran in the old district, we started out at down 45 to 11% on the positives, just on the positives. So I don't even want to center this too much, although Congressman Moskowitz's record is abhorrent for a Democrat in office. But when people hear that there is a former Bernie Sanders campaign organizer, someone who organized a union in their workplace and is fighting for Medicare for all, for $25 an hour, for universal child care, and ending U.S. support for genocide and apartheid, that alone reaches our support way ahead of Moskowitz. We jump up 38% in the polls. We take 20% of his support. And then our support grows even more because the Democratic Socialists of America label is not hurting us. Fox News, Newsmax, the National Review, they've all been freaking out in the past week because of what Claire and so many DSA members were just able to achieve in New York City, that now they're calling me a socialist and they're saying, should Jared Moskowitz be worried? How far is this movement going to go? And it's going to go as far as you're able to contribute to fund our voter outreach, to fund our advertising. Again, it has to start now. So the same way that when I went on your stream, Hasan, back in March, and I said, change the math in this race. In one day, we were able to raise $75,000. And you know what we were able to do? We were able to hire a communications team. We were able to hire an operations team. We were able to actually mobilize this campaign. It's not going towards, some DC consultant that's going to sit on their ass and give us half-baked ideas from a think tank. It's going directly into our organizing. And frankly, nights like this wouldn't have been possible had we not been able to build the infrastructure. So the proof is in the pudding. The fact that your chat and the HasanAbi heads and everyone that's contributing right now, the fact that tonight is possible means that a victory on August 18th is also possible. So I cannot emphasize enough how important the donations are, but also the volunteering. And we have folks sharing the volunteer link in our chat. Come door to door with me, come phone bank with us and talk to these voters, because again, this is a closed primary state. Only Democrats can vote in this primary. So these are friendly conversations with friendly people that are looking for some hope and some change. And what we've seen at these No Kings protests, people are cheering for democratic socialism. When people see what Mayor Mamdani is able to accomplish in New York City, and they see Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez traveling the country fighting for us, this is the Democratic Party that they want to see. And it's not restricted to one locale. It is in Florida. It is in Colorado with Malat Quiros. It is everywhere across the United States of America.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So as far as your conversations in the district with people goes, what's the attitude overall on, endless American militarism, especially considering that there are many poorer parts of this district as well? There's an affordability crisis that you are talking about here. How do they respond when they hear your position? Are they shocked? Do they call you an anti-Semite, or are they like, well, I agree with that, actually, when you say that Israel's committed a genocide and Moskowitz is one of the biggest defenders of Israel, so much so that he's actually outflanked, by his own admission, Marco Rubio, even at times. How is the attitude overall from people on this issue?
It's incredibly receptive. I mean, again, people are connecting our foreign military expenditures overseas with the cost of living crisis that is proximate and right in front of us every single day. When we have the county of Palm Beach within our district, the largest single municipal investor in Israel bonds, with $1 billion invested at the same time that they're cutting bus routes for seniors with disabilities and college students at FAU, when Florida Atlantic University, which is led by Adam Hasner, a former Florida Republican House Majority Leader who was plucked from being GEO Group, the private prison corporation's executive vice president of public policy. Jared Moskowitz literally wrote the personal letter of recommendation to install him. And what did Florida Atlantic University do? They became the largest public university investor in Israel bonds with $8.2 million invested. Miami-Dade County has over $100 million invested in Israel bonds. We see all around us the lack of affordable housing, the cuts to public transportation, the fact that it's nearly impossible to find affordable childcare in South Florida. And then we see what our taxpayer dollars are going towards, not just the United States government, but our state government, our municipal governments, our universities. It is unavoidable. And not to dumb it down too much, but people, regardless of their background, we just don't like to see genocide. We don't like to see our taxpayer dollars going towards slaughter, especially with the memory of what the last 25 years of this country's history have been with these foreign military entanglements overseas and supporting theocratic regimes. It's not just Israel, it is Saudi Arabia, it is, you know, the dictatorships that the United States uses to be able to extract resources from these regions and to be able to have their our military bases hosted overseas. But then we get into these entanglements. We Jared Moskowitz and Josh Gottheimer give the permission slip to Donald Trump to take us to war with Iran, as Jared Moskowitz has purchased Lockheed Martin stock 4 times, which hit an all-time high on the market after he said Rokan and Thomas Massey's War Powers Resolution was the Ayatollah Protection Act. So again, there's an element of personal profit at play here that voters pick up on. So I've not encountered any resistance that you might believe, or that AIPAC might have you think would just be meeting a candidate like myself with. Anytime I go door to door, have a town hall, people are showing up because of this bold stance that we're taking. And I think it's a mark of the courage and authenticity that we need from more members of Congress, that the reception has been this warm.
Yeah. I think that the reason why I keep asking you these questions is because, well, one, you guys need to keep donating 100%, because getting the message out is the most important part of this puzzle, because you already have the policies, you have the fundamentals. You have a team that is ready to go out and door knock. Obviously, it needs to be larger, but part of the equation for me is that my theory for change, that I know you share as well, is that these policies that we are all advocating for are ones that not only help the working class everywhere, but they're also objectively popular everywhere. It's just that people don't have confidence because they've never heard someone genuinely speak to them in a language that they understand, genuinely tell them that a better future is possible. Whereas I feel like for the most part, Democrats like Moskowitz and many other do-nothing Democrats all around the country have destroyed the confidence that the American working class destroy the confidence that they have in good governance, destroy the confidence that they have in the Democratic Party. They have developed tremendous apathy amongst the base of support. So getting you in front of as many people as possible and trying to get you more media coverage as well is probably one of the primary things we got to do. We have to nationalize this race, especially because, let's be real, a lot of the national organizations, they're much more comfortable working in like deep blue districts. Even many of them still shy away from taking out incumbents usually. Some of them shy away from that. There are other organizations that don't shy away from taking out incumbents and changing them. But even then, they're a little bit worried about, like, once they see +9 Trump or a red state, they usually don't want to push as hard. And the same problem exists for the Democratic Party as well. The Democratic Party broadly doesn't even offer its centrist candidates in red districts and in the South enough support. But there is a real opportunity here to make that change. And if they're not going to do it, we're going to do it for ourselves, right? We're going to do it for the district. We're going to do it for this movement. And we're going to continue building on the successes that we've seen, not just in New York City. Because for the longest time, they said, oh, this stuff doesn't work. Voters don't want it, right? And then Zoran got elected, and they were like, oh, he only got elected, but by not such great margins, and in a deep blue area like New York's +59 Kamala Harris state and +56 Kamala Harris city. It doesn't matter, all this stuff. And now there's an impact being made with Bernie-crats, like even Graham Plattner in Maine. Now, that is Graham Plattner going up against a Republican senator in a somewhat relatively purplish state, right? Close state. I think it was Kamala 6. If I'm not mistaken. Now the dynamic changes, the goalposts shift, and they turn around and say, okay, well, you can't do that in a red district. You can't do that in a red state. Let's see you flip a potential red district into a blue one. And we got to do that. We got to be able to do that. And I think we should have a 50-state strategy. We should have a strategy in every district. We should have someone just like yourself in every single district. And this is an incredibly important race to prove that point, because you have the fundamentals, you have the policies, you have the charisma, especially in comparison to Moskowitz. I mean, that's not saying much, but you got the motion. We just need to be able to connect you with as many voters as possible, because once we get over that hump, once more and more people are aware of who you are and what you represent, and that there is an election even that's taking place, a primary that's taking place, if we can draw turnout, we can absolutely make a massive impact here, and we can unseat one of the worst Democrats in Congress. Like, there are a lot of villains. Obviously, we all despise the Republicans unconditionally and across the board. They're fascists, right? However, there are fascist collaborators within the Democratic Party, and I don't mind saying that Moskowitz is one of them, okay? Because he has said it. It's not me saying it. It's something he has personally communicated. He is the one who has said he agrees with the Trump administration's actions as it pertains to the Trump administration's allegiance to the state of Israel, or even Marco Rubio broadly and his initiatives across the board. That's not a Democrat at that point. That's a Republican that is running with a D next to their name, and we can't let that happen. We can't allow that to happen. And even from the perspective of the Democratic Party advancing its agenda, you can't have a spoiler like that. That's number one. Number two, this is now a different district, right? There is a likelihood that a Republican could have some impact in this district. And I personally believe that Moskowitz is a far weaker candidate in Florida 25 than Oliver is. And the reason for why is because it's the same exact dynamic that has persisted between a light MAGA or blue MAGA Democrat versus the full thing. When people are presented with those two options, they go for the full strength. They go for MAGA. It actually lowers turnout for many likely voters that would have gone out and voted, many young voters that would have gone out and voted for something rather than simply against a Republican. And I don't want to risk that. I want Democrats at the end of the day. I want Democratic socialists at the end of the day to win these races.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. And just to put a fine point on it, you know, in an election year where Democratic voters, but also non-party affiliated voters are so upset with the mass detention and deportation regime of the Trump administration. The very first law that Donald Trump signed was the Laken Riley Act. Why would we nominate someone in a tough district who was the only Florida Democrat to vote for the Laken Riley Act? There's no meaningful difference between the Republican and Democratic candidate in that respect. Why would we nominate someone when we have seniors that are on wait times on Social Security because 8,000 Social Security Administration workers have been placed on RIF orders that have been laid off? Why would we nominate the only Democrat in Congress, the first Democrat in Congress to join DOJ, and give voters no meaningful difference for union members that have been screwed over, had their collective bargaining agreements voided? Why would we nominate someone in the midst of the most unpopular U.S. foreign policy in our lifetimes of this catastrophic support for genocide and Jim Crow? Why would we nominate someone who has no meaningful difference with the Republican Party on the most important issue many Democratic voters consider, and the one that lost Vice President Kamala Harris the election in 2024? It would be a profound mistake to demobilize Democratic base voters and progressives based on all of these issues that are the most important contrasts we have right now with the Republican Party, in addition to the mountain of corporate PAC money that Jared Moskowitz is receiving, as he is, you know, trading many of those very same corporate PACs stocks as a sitting member of Congress with nearly $4 million. People are sick of this corruption, and they want to see a real difference between the parties, and not just, you know, as we've seen so often in Florida, not just Jared Moskowitz, but these Democrats that feel that they need to pretend to be Republicans, or perhaps they are Republicans and just feel like they need to have a D listed next to their name.
What's the significance of today, by the way, as a filing deadline? Because I know that this is the ultimate goal that you're trying to reach here is 150,000. What's the significance of today?
Yeah, so today is the last day before tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. the FEC fundraising deadline. It is a public report that we will file showing all of our fundraising from the past 3 months, from April 1st up until 11:59 p.m. tomorrow. And this is what the media is going to look at. When, Hasan, you say that we need more media coverage, this is what the media is going to look at to assess the strength and legitimacy and viability of this campaign. So we need to blow our goal out of the water. We raised $200,000 in our last quarter. We need to go beyond that, and we need to hit this goal in order to do so. We need to go beyond $50,000. We need to see if we can hit $100,000 tonight. So if you haven't donated yet, or you gave a little bit and you can afford to give again, please hit that donation button right now, because this is what, when Fox News is calling me a democratic socialist, when Jared Moskowitz is going on CNN, but also on local media, and they're asking him about democratic socialism, this is the marker that the media is going to look at to ask, is this movement for real? And more importantly, do we have the resources to mobilize voters to reach them? You know, one $20 donation helps us serve 1,000 digital ad impressions, and we're going to need to be serving thousands of ad impressions to thousands, tens of thousands of voters. So even if you've just got $20 to spend, or if you've got $200 to spend, we need every single dollar and dime that you can contribute if you can afford it, because this is so important. We're not going to see another opportunity like this for a very long time because of the dissatisfaction that we're seeing all across the country, unless we prove that it is possible. If we prove that it is possible this election cycle, if we can send not only Claire and Daria Lisa and Chris Rabb and so many others to Congress, but if we can win these so-called purple districts, democratic socialism and these DSA chapters are going to be able to run candidates all across the country. And you know, tomorrow Malat Kiros is on the ballot. My brother-in-law actually voted for Malat. He lives in Denver. So, you know, solidarity with Malat. And I know, Hasan, you've been doing a ton of GOTV efforts out there and are heading out there. So we're building this movement, and your donations are an essential part of it.
All right. Hell yeah. Well, Oliver Larkin, everybody, thank you so much for having me on. This was a great conversation. It's always wonderful to talk to you. I know you got a lot more guests coming up, right?
Yeah, we got many more. I think we just did, looking at the thermometer, I think we did about $25,000 in 25 minutes. So $1,000 a minute. If we can keep that up for the rest of the night, we're going to crush this goal. Thank you, Hasan, so much for jumping on stream with us. And
of course,
you know, appreciate all the work you're doing for
all right.
DSA.
And good luck at the FEC filing tomorrow. I'm going to be in Denver, but we're going to get you some media coverage. And oh, look at that. Who is this? Your audio is muted. You're still muted. You're supposed to be a professional streamer, man.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. God damn it, dude. You put the fucking suit on. You put the suit on.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing here?
Well, first of all, Oliver, thank you so much for having me. Everybody, I'm a content creator on Twitch TV. And,
running for Oregon 1.
Yeah, Oregon 1. That's right. I'm also Hasan Piker's co-host of the Fear and podcast. But, you know, Oliver, I'm not a political commentator, but I join millions of Americans in being concerned and people who have become disillusioned with the Democratic establishment that has become more and more disconnected and in many ways failed its constituents. And it's so great to be here to elevate the message of you who will deliver an agenda for the working class. And Oliver, I want to take a personal moment to thank you for making a commitment to fight. You've got tremendous policies across the board, but specifically making a commitment to fighting and protecting LGBTQIA+ healthcare, specifically as it pertains to PrEP, which is an incredibly incredible medication that I use personally that literally saves lives and prevents HIV/AIDS. With incredible success, 99%. So I'm so happy to be here and support and elevate your message. We've got $38,762 donated out of
39.
39,000. Excuse me, $257 donated. I know.
I was about to cook you and be like, name a policy, but you already did. You came in hot.
Are you kidding me, Hasan?
You came in hot.
I got this suit on. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm prepared.
Yeah. Does this shirt also not fit you well, or you got this?
It's the same shirt, same suit. Okay. I even have my trans flag here pinned. So
and now we've crossed over to $40,000. Austin, as soon as you came on, the money started rolling in, man. You're the money man.
There's no coincidence. It's not a coincidence. But
yeah, I didn't see you on the ad. So when I saw you sitting there on the bottom, I was a little confused. I was like, I didn't realize this guy's coming for my territory.
Well, they actually preferred me over you.
Yeah, no, I see that. Well,
you know,
yeah, you're headlining. I just warmed up the crowd.
Yeah, no, I'm moderating, so I'll be moderating for a little bit here, which I'm very much looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have. Hasan, you're free to stick around as long as you'd like.
Well, I got to go right now.
Oh, you do? Well, that's unfortunate, but that's okay. You know, I have a lot more time, Oliver, for this than Hasan does, because I'm more committed to the cause. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Yeah. No, well, I have to go because I'm, flying out to Denver tomorrow.
I got it. Well, thank you, Hasan, for joining us. I appreciate it. Any parting words?
Yeah, no. Donate to Oliver. Let's get another Democratic Socialist elected. And let's keep it pushing. This is a national movement. This is not just a movement that works only exclusively in deep blue districts. There are plenty of people out there who also have the exact same needs that people in New York City have, people in Los Angeles have. They all want federally funded government housing if that's a more affordable option. They want to lower rent prices. They want free healthcare. They want free college. They want a better future for their families, for their children. They want to change the American trajectory to make sure that we have a positive vision for a future rather than this downward spiral that we're stuck in. And that's not going to happen with the Republicans in charge. And unfortunately, that hasn't really happened with the Democrats that we've had in the past in charge. So we got to change those Democrats and elect some socialists into these positions of power so we can make the change happen ourselves. And it's going to be an uphill flight. It's going to be an uphill fight. It's going to be an uphill battle no matter what. First, we got to beat the Democrats and get out of the primary. But then it's much easier, in my opinion, to defeat the Republicans in the general. So that's and I know Oliver is the guy to do it. So, keep donating. And thank you, Austin Show, I know you have a very busy schedule. You work a lot. You work tirelessly. You were on a phone call earlier when Sarah Nelson was delivering a speech. I was texting you like, you better respect her.
I didn't realize they could see me. But anyway, thank you, Hasan. We appreciate it. We've got another guest coming up right now, Dr. Sadef Jaffer, who is the first ever Muslim woman mayor in U.S. history. It is my distinct.
All right, everybody. Oof. Lamau, chill, Hasan. Austin works hard. No, I know. I'm proud of him. He cooked. He knew the prep thing. He's actually killing it. He's great. He's fucking awesome. He's better than I ever could be. Be kinder to Austin, man, on broadcasts like that. Don't put him on blast. What do you mean? I noticed you still don't have a trans pin. Oh no. I've been caught. Anyway.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Praise in public, boo. I'm teasing him. Oh my God, Hasan L for making a joke out of it. Wait, what? Are you guys serious? Dude, guys, calm down, okay? We are not only friends, but co-hosts, and also it's banter, and also that's literally that's our public facing persona. It's like two comedians going through a bit, okay? That's crazy. Look at that, by the way. Kansas City Star. Casey candidate blasts both parties with controversial slam. These clowns. Kansas City Democrat Hartsel Gray emphasized Democratic Socialist policy platform in a wide-ranging interview with controversial pundit Hasan Piker on Sunday. Gray, a former radio host, activist, and community organizer seeking the Democratic nomination for Missouri's 4th congressional district. Gray is endorsed by Kansas City's branch of Democratic Socialists of America and represents the insurgent left flank of the Democratic Party in the race. These clowns, these Republicans, these sellout Democrats, they've shown their asses, and so now it's time for us to come after theirs, and that's exactly what we're doing, Gray said. When we say run candidates everywhere, run socialist candidates everywhere, we got to make sure that we run those that are going to be red to blue flips, Gray said. Gray's one of the 7 Democratic candidates seeking the nomination for the newly gerrymandered 4th district. Alfred Cruz's victory in 2024, securing 71% of the vote. These margins will likely be tighter after partisan gerrymandering cut Kansas City into 3 districts, but Republicans still hold a 10-point advantage according to Princeton University's gerrymandering project. Gray championed policies popular with the progressive left, like Medicare for all, abolishing immigration and customs enforcement, and ending diplomatic ties to Israel, which he called an apartheid state. All right, anyway. Thank you. I'm a OFC canvas lead, and this money is partly going to go to cooling gear that we need in this hot Florida summer. Nice. HasanAbi bump ain't shit compared to the Austin Show pump. He raised $15K in 5 minutes on screen. That's crazy. Anyway, the virtual rally will continue. You guys can go watch it on your own. I'm going to end it now. I'm going to end the stream right now because I will be live from Denver, Colorado tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Very excited for that. I'm going to do a canvas lead and do a canvas call in Denver, Colorado 1 for Maylot Kiros tomorrow alongside the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Rabb. He will be there as well. That man is a good luck charm. Okay. So inshallah, it will pan out for us. And yeah, I'll be there. The rapture is taking place. He'll be there. He's a lot cooler than me, obviously. I cannot believe I learned so much about European climate-related incidents right before I got on that rally. Same time as always. Yes, that's right. 11 a.m. Pacific. I think. Let me see. I think so. I think it's going to be 11 a.m. Pacific is when my start time is. And then, when are you playing Balatro? Don't think I forgot. Okay, you're crazy. Yeah. 11 a.m. is when we start. And, yeah. 11 a.m. Pacific. There are a lot of legends on this Oliver Larkin rally. So, you know, get in there, pump it. You say gaming this month? Tomorrow's the last day. Shaking my head. Oh, fuck. Tomorrow the last day of the month? Okay, I'll play that one game that's I'll play that game that is about figuring out what kind of socialist you are, and I'm in it. That's a game. We'll do that. Anyway, Pokemon Go to the Polls is the game we're playing. If you're in Denver, Colorado, or if you're in Colorado across the board, Julie Gonzalez for Senator, and Melon Kuros in Colorado 1 in Denver. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you tomorrow as always. Love you all, and good night. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, hey. What can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. We'll help all your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da, hey. What can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But held to jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.